Tongzhou City. People were shocked by the announcement that was posted in broad daylight. It was written that due to the merit of Zhao Dan, the senior princess of the Liqingha dynasty would marry him. The wedding will take place tomorrow. People began to discuss how the two gods of war of the Qing family died because they went too far into the desert lands, and Qing Yu, the best warrior of Tongzhou in the ruling dynasty, became disabled. The man standing at the pillar was surprised that the princess would marry so quickly, to which the woman nearby replied that any woman would want to become Zhao's wife. People also discussed that Prince Zhao and Miss Li were to be admired, as they would personally go to visit Qing Yu, the courtyard of the Qing family. The crippled Qing Yu lay in his bed. Zhao Dan and Miss Li, who were standing nearby, spoke with malicious smirks that since childhood he had been the pride of Tongzhou. At the age of 3, he knew the essence of great perfection. At 9 years old, he began to master this great technique. At 13, he reached great perfection, and at 18, he almost entered the realm of spirituality. Saying this, Zhao Dan immediately grabbed Qing Yu by the neck, then said that he was helpless like a dog because all his muscles and veins were torn, and at the same time his divine consciousness dissipated. Now he is just a cripple. Leaning towards Qing Yu, Zhao Dan began to talk about how he was called a great hero for saving Qing Yu alone. Then he laughed out loud with the words that now he will marry his bride. Standing next to Liqingha with a grin, told Qing Yu that the blood of the imperial family flows in her, and she was destined to take the path of conquering this world. After that, she added that the Qing family only received unimaginable favor because she was given to Qing Yu at the request of her father. She then yelled out that the Qing family were only dogs of the imperial dynasty, and that only a person with truly outstanding qualities would be able to get her. Shouting out this, she raised her hands and said that just one small trick led to the death of Qing Zhang and Qing Hung while Qing Yu became disabled, and she was destined to become great. After these words, Li Qinghe hugged Zhao Dan, saying that their couple was created by heaven itself, because she is beautiful and talented, while Zhao Dan is a descendant of an immortal clan. Hearing this, Zhao Dan called Li Qinghe a truly great person and said that he would love her with all his heart. Then they laughed together and left. Suddenly, Qing Yu was filled with powerful energy, leaving a mark on his forehead, and an entity appeared in his mind asking if he wanted to live. After that, the entity filled Qing Yu's body with energy and said that she would like to see Qing Yu's abilities. Qing Yu opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. Looking at his hands, he could not understand what happened and how he returned. Remembering his grandfather and father, Qing Yu regretted that he could only get up now and not earlier, because he could still save his grandfather and father from death. After saying this, Qing Yu got angry, calling Li Qinghe and Zhao Dan vile creatures for setting up his family by killing his grandfather and father and making him a cripple. And now they want to play a wedding because of which his family was completely destroyed. At that moment, he woke up. After thinking, Qing Yu got up and immediately ran to Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe to talk to them before the wedding. Seeing Qing Yu, Zhao Dan laughed angrily and beat him, after which Zhao Dan, together with the servants, took Qing Yu to the desert lands, hoping that he would not survive. "Everything will be fine," the girl said, trying to cheer up the exhausted Qing Yu, after which she gave him water to drink. It was Li Qinghe's sister Li Qingyao, after rescuing Qing Yu from the desert. She came out of him. After 10 years of training, Qing Yu was able to take advantage of the chance given to him by the desert lands and receive the right to inherit, but he did not expect that. During his practice, Li Qinghe would kill his sister. Picking up Li Qinghe, Qing Yu screamed out in grief as he went straight to the imperial palace for revenge. Upon arriving at the place, Qing Yu recognized Li Qinghe, and Zhao Dan had already left, after which Qing Yu had no choice but to embark on the path of cultivation again. After Qing Yu managed to become the supreme devil, he again began his hunt for Li Qinghe and Zhao Dan. In those days, Li Qinghe had already become the empress of the entire continent, and Zhao Dan had become the head of the immortal clan. They allied with the monarchs of the whole world in order to kill Qing Yu. After that, they entered into a deadly fight. But since Qing Yu was in the minority, he was able to be wounded and surrounded. Zhao Dan ordered Qing Yu to accept his death, saying that he could not escape. To which Qing Yu filled his heart with energy and said that if he died, he would take them with him. Shocking Li Qinghe and Zhang Dan, Then there was an explosion that took the lives of everyone who was on the battlefield. Remembering the events of his past life, Qing Yu vowed that he would take revenge on Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe. After all, a happy accident in the desert lands gave him the Book of Nature, which contained 108 ancient ferocious beasts and 72 ancient divine beasts. Unrolling the scroll, Qing Yu realized that he could awaken one of the beasts, after which he summoned the ghost of Yazi. The ferocious Yazi had an incredibly strong body. His body and bones are stronger than anyone else. Also, with the help of Yazi, Qing Yu would be able to reach the first level of cultivation in the spiritual realm. Remembering the faces of Li Qinghe and Zhao Dan, Qing Yu said that they would soon know the strength of his anger. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a man entered the room who was immediately surprised that Qing Yu woke up. Seeing him, Qing Yu immediately clenched his teeth. Because it was Qing Shuang, the elder of the Qing family, who was like a brother to his father, but he secretly teamed up with Li Qinghe to send Qing Yu with his grandfather and father to the desert lands, after which he became a dog Zhao Dan and killed Qing Yu's entire family. Seeing Qing Yu, Qing Shuang was glad that his veins were torn, because now he is just a non-entity, after which he laughed out loud. He was glad because of how, from the incomparable genius, Qing Yu fell onto the altar, becoming just trash. Hearing this, Qing Yu called the head of the dog, which thinks that it ceased to be an empty place only by changing the owner, and that even if he fell on the altar, Qing Shuang would not be able to break it. Hearing the insolent words from the cripple, Qing Shuang immediately ordered the cripple to close his mouth. After all, he did everything he could for the Qing family, but received nothing in return, forcing him to betray his family, after which he added that from now on, the Qing family is Qing Shuang. Hearing this, Qing Yu stood up, and inflamed with anger, began to go to Qing Shuang, who said that everything that had happened was Qing Yu's fault. Angry, Qing Shuang said that today he would send Qing Yu to the underworld, and asked him to tell Qi Nanjing that he had killed him. Immediately after these words, a fist flew into his face, breaking the floor with his body. Holding Qing Shuang by the throat, Qing Yu said that a dog that bites has only one fate, after which he took Qing Shuang's life. After the killing, Qing Yu immediately got dressed and went to the exit. Capital of the Divine Sword Dynasty. The guards at the entrance to the capital are discussing rumors that their princess is marrying a man from the clan of immortals, after which one of the guards added that people from the clan of immortals are simply terrible, and no one dares to anger them. Hearing this, a higher-ranked guard ordered them to keep their mouths shut as they discussed the princess's husband, after which he advised them to focus on the service. The maids approached the princess's quarters and bowed to her, asking her to disturb her. Li Qinghe, dressed in her wedding attire, allowed them to enter. Entering the room, the maids reported to her that the ceremony would soon come and it was time for her to go to the palace. Hearing that the hour had come, Li Qinghe immediately went to the palace. The trumpeters blow their horns announcing the arrival of the prince and princess. The prince and princess were walking up the steps to the imperial hall. The messenger reported to the emperor that they had arrived, after which they approached and bowed to the emperor of the Divine Sword Dynasty, Li Qinghe. The emperor proclaimed that he would entrust Zhao Dan, his daughter, to Li Qinghe, and that he treat her well. Zhao Dan bowed to the emperor, then took Li Qinghe's hands, and swore that. Suddenly a spear pierced through the door, killing several guards in the process. Shocked by what had happened, the emperor became angry at the interruption of the ceremony and demanded an explanation from the intruder. Then Li Qinghe and Zhao Dan were horrified when they saw Qing Yu. Looking at the emperor with a pair, Qing Yu rejoiced at the power of Yazi that he received, because being in the first level of the realm of spirituality, his skills had become several times better than before. He thought about the fact that in a past life he could not summon a wild beast, while anticipating how terrible he could be if he immediately summoned him. Zhao Dan was horrified that Qing Yu's cultivation had recovered, after which the shocked Li Qinghe could not understand how it happened, because his veins were torn apart, due to which he turned into a non-entity. Qing Yu was walking up the stairs while a frightened Zhao Dan doubted what was happening. Seeing how scared he was, the emperor thought that although Zhao Dan was a descendant of the immortal clan, he was absolutely hopeless, while Qing Yu's cultivation skills had only improved. The emperor laughed and then, rubbing his mustache, said that he did not expect Qing Yu today. He wanted him to lie down at home. Qing Yu immediately held out a spear to the emperor, looming with the tip of the spear at his forehead, and ordered him to cast aside his hypocrisy, because if Qing Yu's father had not saved him in the past, he would have become a ghost long ago. He said that his Qing family was ready to do anything for the emperor, and their merits are enormous. After saying that, he asked the emperor, what did he do with his family? After all, Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe entered into a criminal conspiracy. Upon hearing about the fate of the Qing clan, the guests immediately began to discuss what they had heard. Zhao Dan came out in front of the emperor, ordering Qing Yu to be quiet, and immediately emitted purple energy, opening his eye on his forehead, after which he said that he underestimated Qing Yu, but did not expect that his injuries were a sham. And even despite Qing Yu's level of cultivation, he was sure that he would not be able to do anything to him. Qing Yu offered to test Zhao Dan's strength, then swung his spear to the side and released golden energy. The guards immediately came to the protection of the emperor. The emperor was sure that Zhao Dan would win, because even though they have the same spiritual realms, the blood of immortals flows in Zhao Dan. Extending his hand forward, the emperor ordered Zhao Dan not to beat Qing Yu hard, because he is from the Qing family, which did a lot for the imperial family. In return, he should lightly punish Qing Yu. By destroying his cultivation, Zhao Dan started the fight by summoning the first stage divine weapon, Green Flame. Li Qinghe explained that it was the Zhao Dan family's divine weapon. Hearing this, the surrounding people were delighted with Zhao Dan, and at the same time they condoled with Qing Yu. Running his hand over the sword, he explained to Qing Yu what kind of sword he was holding. To which Qing Yu replied that he was holding the spear of the god of war of the Qing family, an earthly weapon of the sixth stage, which was soaked in the blood of tens of thousands of human souls and deprived the heads of thousands of people. Hearing this, Zhao Dan shouted in anger that it was just an earthly weapon, after which he raised the sword above his head. Guessing the right moment to strike, Qing Yu, with an animal mark on his forehead, summoned the phantom of Yazi's ghost. Summoning the ghost of Yazi and the spear of the god of war, Qing Yu immediately ordered him to destroy the target. Approaching Zhao Dan, the spear curved and attacked him from behind, surprising at the same time. Zhao Dan got angry at Qing Yu for daring to underestimate him and blocked the spear with his sword. Seeing his sword cracking, Zhao Dan could not understand what was happening, because suddenly his divine weapon was broken by the usual attack of an earth warrior and then slammed him into the ground, causing him to spit out blood. The surrounding people, the emperor and Li Jianhe, were shocked by what they saw, refusing to accept what was happening. Li Jianhe ordered Zhao Dan to stand up and attack Qing Yu. Qing Yu asked Zhao Dan if the descendant of the immortal clan was so weak. Zhao Dan grabbed the spear with his hands, trying to pull it out, after which Qing Yu pressed him with even more force, asking if he, the very son-in-law of which the entire imperial family is proud. He saw before him only a weak and frail man. Zhao Dan said that he did not know that the Qing family's weapon was not an earthly rank weapon, but a divine one, because it could break his sword. After wiping the blood from his spear, Qing Yu explained to Zhao Dan that the spear of the god of war cannot be compared to a fragile divine sword, because the Qing family washed their relic with blood for centuries. After these words, Qing Yu mentally replied that Yazi's divine power lies in the ability to combine it with weapons, of which there are two types, earthly and divine. At the moment, his spear has the power of at least the second level of earthly weapons. The emperor watching this was shocked that the Caiying family had a divine weapon. He doubted this because he followed their every move, after which he assumed that Qing Yu received this spear in the desert lands and decided that he would watch him in order to find out what he still has it hidden. After considering the situation, the emperor told Zhao Dan that he was mistaken in entrusting his daughter, because he could not even defeat Qing Yu. Zhao Dan tried to explain himself to the emperor, but realizing that it would be pointless, he clenched his teeth, after which he screamed. His eyes shone red, while the eye on his forehead completely opened. After releasing all his power, Zhao Dan told Qing Yu that he underestimated, after which he called himself a descendant of the immortal clan and jumped on Qing Yu while calling him an ordinary person. As soon as Zhao Dan got close, he was punched in the face and sent flying. Qing Yu complained about the noise from Zhao Dan, after which he stepped on him with all his strength and said that today he would pay for everything he had done. Qing Yu raised the spear over Zhao Dan, and with a cry of "Die," he was about to plunge the spear. Seeing this, Li Qinghe began to beg her father to save her husband. Seeing how the spear was rapidly approaching him, Zhao Dan began to beg to be rescued, after which a flash appeared. Seeing the approaching enemy, Qing Yu immediately tried to block his blow, after which the guard hit the spear, from which Qing Yu flew off the ground, surprised at the strength of the arrival. Taking advantage of the momentum from the blow, the guard grabbed Zhao Dan and placed him in a safer place. Standing up to his full height, the guard recognized Qing Yu as talented, but he dared to rampage in the imperial city. Qing Yu remembered this guard. It was Bai Wuti, Liqing personal guard, who had almost become a level 2 spiritual realm master. While raising her husband, Li Qinghe ordered her guard to kill Qing Yu, after which the emperor added that Qing Yu had disrespected the law, behaved arrogantly and harmed many members of the imperial dynasty, and for this he should be punished. But since Qing Yu is from the family Qing, Bai Wuti must break his arms and legs. Hearing this, Bai Wuti smiled maniacally as he accepted the order and immediately jumped towards Qing Yu while laughing insanely. Qing Yu was shocked by his speed, after which he received a blow and was sent flying. Not intending to let the victim go, the distraught guard continued to strive for the victim, ordering him to stand. Qing Yu summoned the power of the dragon Yazi and then repulsed the guard's attack, surprising him at the same time. Seeing Ya's silhouette, Bai Wuti fearfully asked what it was. Qing Yu grabbed Bai Wuti's hands and jumped off the ground, and told Bai Wuti that he should stop here, after which he kicked him with the power of Yazi, sent the guard flying, who could not understand how he could lose. Qing Yu took his spear and said that his next target would be Li Qinghe. Hearing this, the emperor became angry and reminded Qing Yu that he forgot something while under the protection of the Qing family. Surprising Qing Yu, the emperor reminded Qing Yu that he had forgotten how powerful the imperial family was, immediately after which Qing Yu was surrounded by the imperial guards. Seeing the guards, Qing Yu asked if this was really all the power of the imperial family, after which he reminded the emperor that he did not seem to understand what power he wielded, and in an instant passed all the guards, and then grabbed the emperor by the neck. Li Qinghe and the guards immediately panicked upon seeing this. Trying to save his life with the emperor, Li Qinghe advised Qing Yu to think about what he was doing, because he was surrounded by guards who are in the second level of the spiritual realm. Smiling slyly, Qing Yu told the emperor not to worry about him, after which he looked around and thought that everything was like in a past life. The guards are dressed in heavy armor, the damaging effect of which is incredibly high, but because of it, they become very slow. Qing Yu squeezed the emperor's throat, causing him to only scream softly. The emperor begged for mercy, but Qing Yu was not going to let him go. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the heavens, causing Qing Yu to experience incredible pressure. The man who appeared after the flash told Qing Yu that he should be able to forgive, hoping that he would let the emperor go. Qing Yu was shocked by the strength he felt at the peak of the spiritual realm. He remembered that in a past life this person was not so strong. It was a winged celestial man in white robes and with 3 eyes on his forehead. The arrival decided to introduce himself. It was the head of the immortal clan. Zhao Huan explained to Qing Yu that the immortal clan and the imperial family had a common origin, after which he requested that Qing Yu let the emperor live. Seeing the arrival, Zhao Dan asked the arrival to kill Qing Yu while calling him his uncle. Seeing that the situation had come under his control, the emperor laughed at Qing Yu since he would not be able to kill him today. Standing in a stupor, Qing Yu thought that now he could not kill Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan warned Qing Yu that until now they had taken care of people and that they were ready to forgive him even today's misdeed. After which he turned to Zhao Dan and scolded him for his despicable act, warning at the same time that when he returns he will be punished according to family laws. After scolding Zhao Dan, Zhao Huan told the emperor that the imperial family was to blame and that he confessed to Qing Yu, to which he only agreed. After talking to everyone, Zhao Huan opened his third eye, while ordering Qing Yu to let the emperor go. Qing Yu fell into a stupor, unable to move due to the celestial's aura, and immediately realized that it was the overwhelming power of the 9th level of the spiritual realm. Understanding what was happening, Qing Yu released his power, telling the celestial that he could not be controlled using only suppression, after which he squeezed the emperor's neck even more tightly. Zhao Huan wondered how Qing Yu could suppress his power with only the 1st level of the spiritual realm. Free from the shackles, Qing Yu said that since the immortal forces him to let him go, then he has only one way out, after which he deprived the emperor with a movement of his hand from which he could only squeeze out a death cry. Li Qinghe was shocked at her father's death, and the people around them were shocked to see Qing Yu kill the emperor. The guards immediately ran towards Qing Yu. Startled by what he saw, Zhao Huan assumed that Qing Yu had obtained something in the desert lands. After killing the emperor, Qing Yu grabbed him by the robe and threw him at the celestial, from which he simply opened his wings to catch him. Qing Yu immediately began to run away, saying goodbye to the head of the immortals. But suddenly he was stopped by an invisible hand, forcing him to kneel. Stopping Qing Yu, Zhao Huan called him too self-confident because he tried to run away from the celestial at the peak of spirituality, immediately after he killed the emperor. Feeling the pressure, Qing Yu realized that the suppression power was 10 times stronger than the last time, after which he summoned the power of Yazi and stood up. Standing up from his knees, Qing Yu raised his spear and threw several energy waves towards Li Qinghe and Zhao Dan. The celestial destroyed the waves halfway, calling them children's toys, after which he realized that Qing Yu was running away. Jumping down the stairs, Qing Yu once again said goodbye. Zhao Dan, spreading his wings, told Qing Yu that he would not be able to escape, after which Qing Yu warned that if the celestial pursued him, Zhao Dan would die from grievous wounds, offering him the choice to decide what he considered more important. Zhao Dan, who was bleeding, immediately asked his uncle to save him, from which he only smirked, and called Qing Yu a funny boy. He then warned Qing Yu that this time he would let him leave. After missing Qing Yu, Zhao Huan healed Zhao Dan, telling him that his injuries were no longer life-threatening. Zhao Dan immediately told his uncle that he would not be able to live in peace if Qing Yu survived, to which Zhao Huan replied that he would definitely avenge today's incident. Zhao Huan turned back, remembering Emperor Li Jianhe, and smiled, calling him a non-entity. Li Qinghe sat in awe of the celestial, who explained to her that after the death of her father, she should fully support her husband, to which she could only agree with tears in her eyes. Zhao Huan took off into the sky and began to explain to people that today their emperor had died, because of which their empire was temporarily under the control of the immortal clan, after which he ordered everyone to catch and capture Qing Yu. One of the guards wanted to ask the princess what to do, from which she only gritted her teeth and replied that they all obeyed the immortal, which pleased him with how simply they submitted. Qing Yu ran away from the empire, thinking that in the Divine Sword Empire, only endless persecution awaits him, because they cannot let go of the one who killed their emperor. After that, Qing Yu wondered what Zhao Huan was doing here, because in his previous life, he was not here. Realizing that none of this mattered, Qing Yu decided that he would let Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe live a little longer, after which he jumped off the cliff. After the assassination of the emperor, a decree was issued throughout the Divine Sword Empire to punish Qing Yu because he, being a descendant of the Qing family, lost his integrity and committed a terrible atrocity. He killed Emperor Li Jianhe in front of his people, after which he managed to escape. The one who succeeds in executing the criminal will receive a part of the city's lands as a reward. Under the supervision of an eagle, a stagecoach rushed through the forest at full speed, inside of which was Qing Yu, along with fellow travelers. Qing Yu sat quietly without showing any sign, which caused his fellow traveler to watch him suspiciously. Qing Yu was thinking that he needed to leave this state as soon as possible and go to the larger Tianhe Empire due to the decree issued by the Divine Sword Empire. He thought that the Divine Sword Empire had several hundred cities, but it was still quite a small country. But in the Tianhe Empire, there are thousands of cities, many powerful clans and clans. Compared to the Tianhe Empire, the Divine Sword Empire was just a grain of sand. After that, he promised himself that he would soon return and grind Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe to powder. Seeing the strange look of the gloomy passenger, fellow traveler Qing Yu asked her grandfather how he could let such a person into the cart, because his disheveled appearance immediately shows that he is clearly a bad person. Hearing this, the grandfather replied to his granddaughter Yu Hua that although this guy looks sloppy, his body is in excellent shape and he can make a good assistant, because the road to the Tianhe Empire can be quite dangerous, and with such a fellow traveler, they will be much calmer. Hearing this, Yue Hua asked who would dare to threaten them, since her grandfather was Jin Nanwan himself from the Tianhe Empire. Having accidentally heard the conversation of fellow travelers, Qing Yu was shocked by who the old man next to him turned out to be. Qing Yu remembered stories about Jin Nanwan, a true hero of mankind who defended the borders of the empire from evil spirits. But unfortunately, When the Immortal Clan began to help the Divine Sword Empire in a past life, they overthrew the Tianhe Empire in one fell swoop, and Jin Nanwan was killed by Zhao Dan. And now Qing Yu was lucky to be in the same wagon with Chen Nanwan. Seeing how the fellow traveler was looking at them, Yue Hua immediately asked why he was staring at her. Qing Yu immediately turned around and said that it was a stranger, which angered Jin Nanwan. Meanwhile, the cart was pursued by unknown people. The coachman turned to the owner, saying that there were about 100 miles left to the Tianhe Empire. Hearing this, Jin Nanwan ordered him to speed up, because they must get to the empire as soon as possible. After which he turned to Qing Yu and gestured until nothing happened. Hearing this, Qing Yu immediately realized that Jin Nanwan had said it on purpose, and that he knew from the very beginning what position Qing Yu was in now. Suddenly, several arrows covered in a scarlet aura flew at the horse, causing the cart to shake. All the people inside immediately wondered what had happened, after which a huge blade on a chain flew towards the cart and cut the cart in two and returned back to its owner. After destroying the cart, she warned Jin Nanwan that they were ordered to take his head. Jin Nanwan immediately warned the people to be careful as they were being attacked by the Death Clan assassins from the Tianhe Empire. Hearing this, Qing Yu immediately remembered them. They were quite famous assassins in the Tianhe Empire. The woman who stopped the wagon plunged her blade into the ground, after which she asked Jin Nanwan to obediently accept death. Jin Nanwan, hearing this, began to rub his beard, saying that the Death Clan obviously underestimated him, after which he became more serious and asked if she thought that she could kill him alone. The killer, having heard disobedience, answered the old man that of course she was not the only one who came for his head. Something was flying in the sky directly above Jin Nanwan. Noticing this, Qing Yu immediately warned him of the danger, after which he grabbed a spear and blocked the arrow covered with a scarlet aura. Seeing this, Jin Nanwan was surprised because of what was happening. Reflecting the arrow, Qing Yu realized that it was the arrow of the sun god, and then broke it in half by releasing a wave of energy and moved a few meters due to the momentum. Qing Yu was exhausted reflecting the arrow. The girl who fired the arrow was clearly surprised that someone was able to reflect the arrow of the sun god, after which she jumped from the tree to her accomplice. Hearing about the sun god's arrow, Jin Nanwan was shocked, because the sun god's arrow was one of the Death Clan's 3 high-level lethal weapons. He realized that the killers were ready to go out of their way just to kill him, after which he turned to the killers. Jin Nanwan said that he was ready to meekly accept his death, provided that the killers let his granddaughter and the others go. Hearing this, Yu Hua immediately turned to her grandfather in order to convince him, but the killer with the blade agreed to his terms, because it would only be easier for her. Suddenly, Qing Yu's hand covered Jin Nanwan's face. He told Jin Nanwan that he could help him and not let him die. Then he told the killers that he would protect this old man while giving his name. Realizing who they were dealing with, the assassins agreed to help Qing Yu with his murder, after which he asked them to introduce themselves, because he did not want to kill the nameless. The killers decided to introduce themselves to their victim. The archer was called Wu Yue, and the woman with the blade was Wu Shi. Hearing their names, Qing Yu immediately remembered the Wu Shi's sisters from a previous life. After the collapse of the Tianhe Empire, they went to the desert lands where they managed to become very famous. But unfortunately, they lost to Zhao Dan, after which they were deprived of their lives. Remembering this, Qing Yu thought that it would be very good to win over these two to his side. Seeing that the enemy was in thought, Wu Shi threw her blade at Qing Yu with all her might, ordering him to accept his death. Seeing that the enemy began to act, Qing Yu threw the spear of the god of war in order to reflect the blade flying at him. From such a strong blow, the audience had to cover themselves from the dust flying into them due to the shockwave. Catching his spear, Qing Yu immediately noticed that there was almost no difference between the spear of the god of war and this blade. But suddenly he saw how Wu Shi was already flying at him, swinging a huge blade, after which he could hardly block the blow. That destroyed the ground under Qing Yu's feet, whereupon Wu Shi asked Qing Yu if it was the war god's spear. Taking the opportunity, Wu Shi pulled the bowstring, saying that last time Qing Yu managed to catch the arrow of the sun god of 30% strength only by pure chance, and that this time the arrow fired with full strength would definitely be able to take his life. Qing Yu deflected Wu Shi's blade by throwing her into the air, surprising her that her blades were repulsed by a person in the first level of the spiritual realm, which made her think that there was some kind of divine genius in front of her. But preparing for a new attack, she said that the gap between them was too great. After which she used the offensive ability of her yellow-level high-class weapon, Blade of the Scorching Sun. Reacting instantly, Qingyu summoned the ghost of Yazi to block the blade of the soaring sun, while barely holding it back. Seeing how Qingyu could not hold back her onslaught, Wuxi told Qingyu that he could not even deal with her alone. After which she broke through Qingyu's defenses. While throwing him away, Qingyu was able to get his bearings in the air and landed, trying to stop the momentum from kicking and freehanding, and then thought that even though he had summoned the ghost of Yazi, he could not use powerful martial techniques in front of Wuxi right now. Qingyu got to his feet and then laughed at Wuxi's inferior fighting techniques, to which she replied that he was talking nonsense. Qingyu explained to Wuxi that her martial arts were not complete, and that she was trying to use black-level techniques on the condition that she only had yellow-level weapons in her hands. Hearing this, Wuxi attacked Qingyu with a series of attacks, but he closed his eyes, after which he was able to easily dodge all attacks. Dodging Wuxi's series of attacks, Qingyu timed the moment and was about to stab Wuxi's neck with a spear, but he stopped right before the strike, shocking Wuxi in the process. Then he repeated that her combat techniques were not complete, and this technique was full of flaws. Seeing her sister being held hostage, Wuxi called Qingyu a bastard while demanding that he let her sister go. Qingyu thought about it, and then suggested that Wuxi improve her techniques, but with one condition. Upon hearing this, Wuxi interrupted Qingyu by shouting to him that she did not need help with the improvement of techniques, because if her techniques were worse than those of the enemy, then she must die. Whereupon Wuxi turned to her sister and ordered her sister not to think about her, but simply kill her along with the enemy to complete their mission. Wuxi trembled as she prepared to shoot. Qingyu knew that the bond between the Wu sisters was very strong, and therefore Wuxi could be ignored. While watching the fight, Yehua unexpectedly accepted that Qingyu was really strong, and her grandfather thought that he had rightly bet on the boy from the Qing family because he was very good. After which he suggested that the trip to the desert lands was for him very useful. Qingyu clutched the spear in his hand, after which he put its tip closer to Wuxi. Seeing this, Wuxi asked him to stop and throw the bow and arrows on the ground, after which she bowed with a request that Qingyu let go of Wuxi and killed only her. After considering the situation, Qingyu removed his spear from Wuxi and said that the Death Clan is worthless and shameless. Although they raise them, they do everything against the will of the sisters, after which he asked if they really want to continue to stay with them. Holding her hand around her neck, Wuxi asked how Qingyu could have known anything about the Death Clan, to which he replied that of course he knew, and that he knew that their head had been plotting to have an affair with the sisters for a long time. Shocked by what she heard, Wuxi shouted that this could not be, after which Qingyu continued to talk about their clan, saying that all the people who were killed by the sisters, and even their relatives, they were all secretly controlled by the Death Clan. They were turned into puppets, after which they were tortured and mocked. Hearing this, Wuxi replied that this cannot be, and that their head only kills people worthy of death. To which Qingyu suggested that the sisters check everything themselves, thinking that he managed to sow a seed of doubt in the sisters due to the fact that they did not know the truth about the clan, and now their transition to his side is just a matter of time. Looking at the discouraged sisters, Qingyu offered them something. He suggested that they renounce the clan and serve it. Shocked by what she heard, Wuxi only chuckled. Calling it a huge generosity, Wuxi asked Qingyu if he knew how strong the Death Clan was. Did he know what would happen if they renounced the clan, leaving the clan only death awaited them? After which she asked if he could protect them. Qingyu hid the spear, and then told them not to rush, and added that he would give them time to think, after which he told the sisters that if they muster up their resolve, they could find him in the largest inn of the Tianhe Empire, where he would wait for them in any time. Angered, Wuxi told Qingyu that he had a chance to kill her, and that now she and her sister would try their best to kill him. The departing Qingyu suggested that they try. Hearing this, Wuxi lost her zeal for battle, and Wuxi's sisters said that the Wuxi sisters were never indebted, and that she would definitely kill him next time. After saying everything to Qing Yu, Wu Shi told Jin Nanwan that he did not think that when he reached the Tianhe Empire, he could live as carelessly as before, and that the Death Clan would have hundreds more ways to deal with him. Jin Nanwan did not even know what to say after what he saw. While Yu Hua blushed in embarrassment and began to twist her hair with her finger while trying to thank Qing Yu. Seeing the scene, Qing Yu leaned towards Yu Hua and said that it was a great honor for him that Jin Nanwan's granddaughter personally thanked him. After which he turned to her grandfather and asked him if he could give his granddaughter to him as a wife. The sudden question made Yu Hua even more embarrassed, causing smoke to come out of her. Hearing this question, Jin Nanwan replied to Qing Yu that from the point of view of cultivation, Qing Yu can be called a leader, and he does not have the courage. And if you think about reputation, then this will already be too much. Yu Hua turned to Qing Yu with an interest in what kind of reputation her grandfather was talking about. Reputation. After which she realized that he was the same Qing Yu who killed the emperor of the Divine Sword Empire, and whom everyone was looking for. She realized that grandfather knew everything from the very beginning, to which he replied that she was thinking too slowly. Jin Nanwan put his hand on his granddaughter's shoulder and said that if Qing Yu's brother really wants this, then he is ready to take on such a responsibility. Hearing about the marriage license, Yu Hua tried to say something, but suddenly Qing Yu coughed and said that he still needs to think, since he was just joking, which caused Yu Hua to fall to the ground. Ignoring Yu Hua, Qing Yu told Jin Nanwan to hurry up, to which he agreed. Hearing that it was a joke, the embarrassed Yu Hua burned with anger, wanting only to repay him for this. Tianhe City, Qing Yu and his companions were approaching the majestic gates of Tianhe City. Upon seeing Jin Nanwan, the people immediately greeted their king, after which they began to discuss him, the men admiring their ruler while the girls discussed Princess Yu Hua next to him. A man tried to pass through the crowd. Huang Fei walked through the crowd and immediately greeted his ruler, after which he bowed to him, saying that his father remembered him a lot. Jin Nanwan laughed while rubbing his beard and said that he had not seen his father for a long time either. Huang Fei approached Yu Hua, calling her Li Yu to greet her and tell her that he also missed her very much. Frightened by Huang Fei's pushiness, Li Yu nervously told him that they didn't know each other very well. Hearing this, Huang Fei, not understanding why Li Yu was saying this, told her that everyone around them had been married since childhood and that they were considered to be engaged. Hearing this, Qing Yu told Li Yu that she had good taste and that Huang Fei was quite talented, to which she shouted that she was not. Hearing Qing Yu's words, Huang Fei laughed narcissistically and told Qing Yu that he did not deserve such praise, which angered Li Yu. Angry, Li Yu figured out how to take revenge on him and hugged Qing Yu, blushing at the same time and calling him her beloved, shocking everyone. Being in an awkward position, Qing Yu realized how vindictive Qing Yu turned out to be, thinking that Yazi would suit her stronger. Hearing Li Yu's words, Jin Nanwan and his entourage supported Li Yu, causing Huang Fei to be shocked and unable to believe it all. In order to finish off Jin Nanwan, Li Yu added that Qing Yu was her lover. After these words, the ground under Huang Fei's feet cracked with his anger, after which he released an angry aura, asking Li Yu not to make him laugh. Seeing how angry Huang Fei was, Li Yu told him that they had been together for a long time and that they would soon get married. Huang Fei boiled with rage, which broke his fan, and told Li Yu that she was probably just tired from the road, and he even arranged a banquet for her. After which he turned to the king with a bow and added that the banquet was also in his honor, from which he, pleased with what was happening, agreed to the banquet and rubbed his beard. Tianhe City. Huge riding dinosaurs walked around the city, admired by people on the streets. On the back of one of the dinosaurs, Li Yu told her grandfather that they had not been here for a long time. Qing Yu and Huang Fei on the opposite side only remained silent with their arms crossed. Unable to restrain his emotions, Huang Fei turned to Qing Yu and warned that although he did not know him, Li Yu belonged only to him. After which he advised Qing Yu to get out of Tianhe as soon as possible, and that he get out of the city the very next day, and if he does not get out, he will skin Qing Yu alive. Hearing this question, Qing Yu smiled and agreed to leave the Tianhe, but Huang Fei would have to wait a bit. After all, first he wants to marry Li Yu, give birth to a son and daughter, and only after that he will be ready to return and talk about it. Huang Fei introduced Qing Yu and Li Yu with a child, from which he grabbed his heart and decided that this would not happen. After which he threatened Qingyu with death, calling him an insolent person and saying that Li Yue would not protect him. Qingyu apologized, then added that he could be both arrogant and talented, and asked Huang Fei to keep his word. Hearing this, the enraged Huang Fei still let go of Qingyu, saying that his time would come. Qingyu brushed off the dust from the place where Huang Fei grabbed his clothes and thought that Li Yu had caused him too many problems as soon as she appeared. Tianhe City Blacksmith Clan. At the entrance to the clan were artifacts of the blacksmith clan, including a burning furnace. Huang Fei jumped off the dinosaur and then addressed the king and his daughter, saying that they had arrived. King Jin Nanwan and Li Yu descended, after which Jin Nanwan, rubbing his beard, admitted that the blacksmith clan was famous throughout Tianhe for a reason. Only the gates were decorated with a huge amount of yellow metal, which only disgusted Li Yu. Huang Fei bowed to the king while thanking him for his praise and told him that all the decorations at the entrance were forged by his father, after which he invited them to go inside. Living room. Huang Fei escorted the guests to the banquet hall. Going inside, he explained that his father would not be at the banquet because he had important business, and that today he would receive the honored guest of King Jin Nanwan, after which he asked to give him a minute to arrange dinner. Looking at the blacksmith clan from the inside, Qingyu admitted that it was indeed very luxurious. On the table were many dishes prepared in honor of the return of the king and his daughter. Huang Fei invited the guests to the table, after which he took out the main dish, underground dragon meat, and offered it to Li Yu. Because it perfectly strengthens the body, he said that he had prepared it personally for Li Yu, and that it was quite difficult to get it. Seeing this meat, Qingyu immediately grabbed it, which made Huang Fei surprised and tried to return the meat back. But suddenly Qingyu fought back with his hand, surprising Huang Fei with his brute strength. Sifting the underground dragon meat, Qingyu immediately felt his body suddenly strengthened with increased strength, and satisfied with the result, he immediately began to clear the table of food. Taking the opportunity, Huang Fei decided to tell the king the news. He told him that he had recently been able to awaken the sacred fire of the 5th rank 5, with which his divine ancestor congratulated him, which surprised Jin Nanwan and Li Yu. After that, he said that the master had learned about Huang Fei's desire to marry Li Yu, so in a few days he would personally visit Tianhe to woo them, which made the king and daughter gloomy. Qingyu was also surprised that Huang Fei was able to awaken the sacred fire, because the sacred fire is a unique magical power that a martial artist can develop, and it is divided into 9 ranks, from the weakest one to the strongest 9. As soon as a warrior awakens the sacred fire, he can get the most honored position on the continent, become a tempering master. Qingyu thought that even though Huang Fei was lucky to awaken rank 5, even he was a rarity. While Huang Fei's ancestor, who was an outstanding personality, not only was able to reach rank 6, but was also able to bring his cultivation level to the peak of the spiritual realm, which proves that he has quite a lot of power in the Tianhe Empire. Surprising those around him, Huang Fei added that his mentor also promised that he and Li Yu would arrange such a magnificent wedding, which the world had not seen for a long time. While remaining silent, Jin Nanwan realized that now they would be in trouble. After dinner, after taking Qingyu to the largest inn in the Tianhe Empire, Li Yu asked why he was leaving for the inn, since he could stay in the king's palace. Qingyu turned around and asked Li Yu if she would miss him, after which he saw Li Yu pursing her lips with a gloomy look, and abruptly turned around rubbing her face with her hand, telling Qingyu that she had left. Qingyu mentally supported Li Yu, telling her not to worry about Huang Fei, because he was not as good as he could show himself, and that in fact Qingyu and Li Yu were made for each other, after which he promised himself that he would not let him get hit into Huang Fei's clutches. In the room, Qingyu was meditating in his room, summoning the ghost dragon Yazi into his body. In this way, he tempered his body. While meditating, he thought of faster methods for self-improvement, which is the consumption of natural treasures or the flesh of mutated beasts. He said that he would find something suitable tomorrow, and then he could enter the 2nd level of the spiritual realm and be able to subdue the 2nd beast, the 9-legged golden raven. Qingyu wanted to look at Huang Fei's face after summoning the 9-legged golden raven, which is in charge of the fire of heaven and earth, which is a rank 9 sacred fire, after which Qingyu mentally left. Blacksmith clan. A spy came to Huang Fei standing alone on the balcony and found out the information he needed. He found out that the stranger Li Yu was with was called Qing Yu, and that he came from the Qing family of the Divine Sword Empire. After hearing the report, Huang Fei remembered the rumors about the Qing family, and then asked the spy if it was Qing Yu who was horned with an immortal, to which the spy answered with confirmation. Huang Fei clenched his teeth and began to laugh maniacally, saying that he was trying to understand what kind of person was next to him all this time, and he turned out to be just garbage, after which he decided that he would still give him time to live, because he wants Qing Yu personally saw Li Yu become his wife. At the same time, Qing Yu took out a scroll saying that describing the martial art is rather tedious, and thought that in a past life he had obtained the Thunder Palm, and although it is a low-level, black-level commodity, it can be exchanged for many nature jewels. Qing Yu got up from the bed and left the room putting on his cloak. Auction House Tianhe. Upon entering the auction house, Qing Yu was delighted to be back at this place. He immediately began to feel nostalgic looking at the interior of the auction house. Seeing the visitor, the hostess asked Qing Yu what he would like, to which Qing Yu replied that this did not concern him and demanded to call Miss Warner, after which he apologized and ran away, asking Qing Yu to wait a bit. After some time, a three-headed snake crawled to Qing Yu, on the back of which sat the beautiful Miss Warner. The hostess from the auction house led Warner to Qing Yu, after which he immediately greeted her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, causing her to wonder who it was. Qing Yu immediately said that he wanted to participate in today's underground auction, surprising Warner and the attendant, after which Miss Warner asked Qing Yu to follow her. Having reached the empty room, the escort let Warner and Qing Yu inside, after which they locked themselves inside. Going inside, Qing Yu said that it would be nice for him to come back here again. Miss Warner lit the pipe, after which she told Qing Yu that they did not know each other and asked how he knew her. Qing Yu only replied that she did not need to know, and added that he was already familiar with the rules of the auction. Qing Yu took out a scroll that he had recently written and asked Warner how much it would cost. Opening the scroll, Warner asked Qing Yu what it was, after which she realized that it was a black-level technique. Qing Yu confirmed that it was a black-level technique as if it was worth nothing to him, after which Miss Warner asked if he was sure he wanted to put it up for auction, because black-level techniques were very expensive. Warner told Channing Yu that by selling the technique, he could get 1 million gold, after which she said that if he trusted him, the auction house could give him 1.5 million. Qing Yu thought that a tempering pill cost about 10,000 gold, and that with 1.5 million, he could buy 150 pills, after which he accepted the offer, saying that he wanted to exchange this money for the corresponding amount of tempering pills. Overjoyed at the successful deal, Warner agreed with Qing Yu and thanked him. After that, Warner lit a pipe and thought about how unexpected it was to receive a black-level technique from such a person, after which she suggested that he might be a follower of some strong spiritual current who came to Tianhe to train, and asked Qing Yu if he wanted more participate in today's auction, with which he agreed, because he came to the auction for one extraordinary jewel that will be exhibited today. Warner offered to escort Qing Yu to the underground auction hall. Warner brought Qing Yu to the auction and greeted him upon arriving at the arena. The people around them were shocked as they had never seen Warner smile so sweetly, causing them to become interested in the person she was accompanying. Sitting in his seat, Qing Yu turned to Miss Warner and said that the view from this place was excellent, to which she replied that only the dearest guests of their auction house could sit in this place. Suddenly, someone began to call Warner, greeting her from afar. He told her that he had come to her after hearing this voice. Warner became alert and greeted Mr. Huang. Coming closer with a smile on his face, Huang Xian began to tell Warner that he brought her an excellent product, to which Warner thanked Mr. Huang while covering her face with her hand. Huang Xian said that his father came to her several times with a question about matchmaking, to which she refused all the time, after which he tried to touch her, but Warner jumped aside laughing, because of which Huang Xian missed. Huang Xian laughed at how easy it was to embarrass Warner, and had already discussed with his father that from today's lot, the entire fee would be considered a ransom for her. Lustfully smiling, he said that even her father could not refuse such an offer, from which Warner lost heart. Watching the scene behind him, Qing Yu realized that he was right, that the divine spear would be auctioned today, the damaged divine spear. Huang Xian saw Qing Yu sitting, and brazenly grabbed his shoulder, saying that this was his private place and that he wanted Qingyu to roll as far as possible from here. Seeing how Huang Xian attacked her guest, Warner stood up for him, saying that this was her guest and that there was no need to be so rude to him. Frightened by what he heard, Huang Xian, holding back tears, told Warner that this place had always been his, to which Qingyu replied that now this place belongs to him. Hearing this, Huang Xian began to threaten Qingyu, calling him trash, who had only reached the first spiritual realm. Qingyu, not wanting to listen to this noise, hit Huang Xian in the face, causing him to move a few meters away and try to say something. Qingyu told Huang Xian that he was pissing him off and that he would go to the next world if he said even one more word. Having reached the limit, Huang Xian clenched his teeth and called Qingyu a freak, after which he released energy and said that no one dares to talk to him in such a tone, and if he wants to die, Huang Xian is ready to help him with this. Seeing what Huang Xian was doing, Warner ordered him to stop. She explained to him that no one is allowed to make scandals in the hall of her auction house, and that this rule applies to everyone. Hearing this, Huang Xian immediately began to try to explain himself by pointing at Qingyu, after which the angry Warner ordered him to shut up. Huang Xian could only fearfully agree with her order, after which he sat down in his seat thinking that he should endure the offense in front of Warner, but Qingyu will be finished as soon as he leaves the hall. Watching what was happening, a man sitting in the back rows using a jade tablet reported to his master that Qingyu had a falling out with Huang Xian. Wan family. Huang Fei contented himself with maidservants eating grapes. After hearing from a spy that Qingyu and Huang Xian had a fight, he realized that Qingyu was looking for death, after which he dialed Wang Xuan with a tablet. Huang Fei told Huang Xian about Qingyu, after which he was delighted because the person who insulted him was just a pawn of a fading empire and not someone powerful. Warner took the stage to greet guests at her auction, announcing that there will be many truly incredible items at the auction that are many times superior to all previous lots. Hearing this, the guests cheered for the auction to start soon, for they were already intrigued. Warner signaled with her hand, after which the first lot was brought to her, and she announced that the first lot was a second-class survival pill, after which she opened the box, in which there was a pill exuding pure energy. Warner explained whether it was alive or dead, flesh or bone, regardless of the severity of the wounds, whoever ate this pill would be able to recover in an instant, and announced the starting price of 10,000 gold. There was an immediate uproar in the hall. A bald man shouted the price of 15,000. He was immediately interrupted by a horned man sitting next to him, shouting the price of 18,000. Qingyu yawned upon seeing the first lot and decided to sleep until something worthwhile appeared, after which he instantly fell asleep. Huang Xian, who was sitting nearby, grimly told Qingyu to continue sleeping peacefully, as this was his last day. Half an hour later, Warner congratulated the man in the front row on acquiring the jewel, then ordered the maid backstage to bring the next lot onto the stage, and announced to everyone the final lot of today's auction. After the announcement, the backstage was opened, and several men carried a rather large box onto the stage. After hearing about the latest lot, Qingyu immediately woke up, wiping his saliva in anticipation. The spy from the forging clan immediately burst into flames, saying that he needed this weapon. Warner began to introduce the lot. It was a first-class divine weapon, a damaged divine spear, after which she added that although it was broken, it was still a divine weapon whose starting price was 1 million gold, after which she offered to raise the bids. As soon as he saw the lot, the spy of the forging clan immediately offered 1.5 million for the lot, after which he explained to those around him that this item was very important for his clan and that he hoped to show respect from others. Warner immediately realized that the forging and casting clan was again trying to bring down the price for product. Qingyu was about to bid, but suddenly a woman in a raincoat appeared next to him and offered 2 million, saying that she also really needed this thing. Looking at the cloaked figure, Qingyu immediately guessed that it was Wu Shi. Upon hearing the bid of 2 million, the forging clan's spy immediately made a fuss, demanding an explanation of how someone dared to outbid his clan's bid, after which he ordered her to roll off the stage. Hearing these words, Wu Shi took off her hood, which scared the spy that the Death Clan also wanted to take the damaged divine spear into their own hands. He realized that he could not do anything with the Death Clan and hoped that his master would understand the situation. Wu Shi smiled, saying that this thing is now hers. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu jumped up from his seat and bet 3 million, after which he mockingly smiled at Wu Shi, who got angry thinking that he did it on purpose. Meanwhile, Huang Xian was shocked that a brat like that could have 3 million gold. Warner asked if anyone would give more gold, to which no one could answer. Since no one could beat Qing Yu's bid, Warner announced that the damaged rank 1 divine weapon now belonged to Qing Yu, and then blew him a kiss, surprising him at the same time. Warner then announced that today they will be presenting another lot. This time the final one, the black level martial art technique, Thunderpalm. Only after seeing such a rarity as a black level technique, the people rejoiced in anticipation, after which Warner announced the starting price of 5 million and the start of bidding. The hall was immediately filled with noise. Everyone who had money bet, hoping to snatch the jackpot. The bald man bet 6 million, the bearded man bet 7. After which Huang Xian exploded like a volcano, shouted the price of 10 million. The spy of the blacksmith clan also did not sit silently, outbidding Wang Xuan with a bet of 12 million. Huang Xian got angry at the spy, and then asked for an explanation from Huang Xian, to which the spy replied that the young master had sent a message saying that he must get this technique at any cost, and apologized to Wang, after which he outbid his own bet by betting 15 million. Hearing this, Huang Xian blazed with anger, telling Huang Fei that he would no longer help him in revenge against Qing Yu. Wu Shi called the 15 million bet pathetic, then raised her hand and bet 18 million, but she was suddenly stopped by Qing Yu covering her mouth, asking her not to bet, the reasons for which he will explain later. Outraged by Qing Yu's behavior, Wu Shi said that she did not have to listen to him and was going to bet 20 million, but she lowered her hand, after which she agreed with Qing Yu and was confused thinking why she should listen to him at all. Since no one else raised the stakes, Warner announced that this technique now belonged to the spy of the blacksmith clan. Hearing this, the spy laughed at being able to obtain a black-level technique for his lord. Qing Yu asked Wu Shi not to forget what he told her, after which he asked her to come visit, saying that he lives in the largest guest house in Tianhe, and left. A moment later, Warner entered Qing Yu's room, saying that he was too late, to which he replied that he had come as soon as the opportunity arose, after which Warner thanked Qing Yu. Qing Yu told her that she was a great fellow because she was able to sell equipment for such a price without even deceiving buyers, after which he asked if he owed her for it. Warner walked over to Qing Yu and whispered in his ear that he could still help her with something. Hearing this, Qing Yu wanted to ask her a question. He took her by the waist and lifted her chin, after which he asked the blushing Warner if she could do him a favor. Warner wanted to ask what Qing Yu wanted to do, but in a fit of passion, she was about to kiss him. Suddenly, Qing Yu held out his hand, saying that he would not tease her and simply asked her to bring his thing. Warner immediately took out the ring, then coughed and explained to Qing Yu that it was a warehouse ring that the auction house gave to Qing Yu along with the lot. Qing Yu put on the ring and immediately called it not bad because it was a medium yellow level storage ring. After that, he remembered something and asked Warner to tell him if Huang Xian would invite her to excavate the ancient ruins in the future. While saying that, he would also go, after which he said goodbye and left, leaving Warner with the question of what ruins he was talking about. Grand Tiana Avenue. Qing Yu lazily walked through the streets of the city, thinking that in a past life he was already familiar in Warner, but after returning from the ancient ruins. Then she was forced to marry Huang Xian because he wove a whole conspiracy against her. But unfortunately, after the wedding, Huang Xian showed his true colors and turned his wife's life into a real hell. Although Qing Yu could not pull Warner out of this abyss in his past life, in this life he promised to give her heaven. Late at night Qing Yu was meditating in his room while the pills were swirling around him. He was thinking that ordinary warriors at the first level of the spiritual realm can only take 1 tempering pill. Talented people can take about 3 at a time. Warriors who have reached the peak can drink 10 pills at a time. But Qing Yu, possessing the power of Yazi, has no equal in physical strength, can take 150 pills at once at a time. Qing Yu began to absorb the pills, during which he saw the silhouette of a 9-legged golden raven, and absorbed all their energy at once, from which he shouted, and all his outer clothes were torn to shreds. Qing Yu was tired from swallowing 150 pills, but the 9-legged golden raven symbol appeared on his forehead. Looking at his hands, he confirmed that 150 tempering pills were indeed enough for him to break through. To the second-level spiritual realm, Qingyu took a small flame from the nine-legged golden crow with his fingertip, after which it bypassed him and went to the finger of his second hand. Qingyu greeted the heavenly flame, after which he shook off the satisfied flame from his finger and took out the damaged divine spear and the spear of the god of war of the Qing clan from the inventory ring, after which he sent a flame to the weapon, thinking that the heavenly mysterious fire could give strength to all things, and that with it, it will be easy to connect the broken spear and the spear of the god of war with it. The sky was lit up with a flash from the creation of a new divine weapon. While Qingyu looked at the improved spear of the god of war, he grabbed the spear with the thoughts that he could improve his spear into a divine weapon of the first stage, and he said that now he was close to the fifth level of the spiritual realm in strength, surroundings. The people carrying the palanquin suddenly stopped when they saw how the sky above Tianhe suddenly lit up with a flash, seeing the light through the curtains of the palanquin. The old man sitting inside opened the curtains while thinking about the flash. This flash made him think that a divine weapon of the first stage had appeared in Tianhe, and if there is a divine weapon of the first stage, then he must think of a way to take it for himself, after which he laughed in anticipation of profit. Clan of Death, the lavishly decorated Death Clan, was adorned with such dark things as burning skulls with glowing eye sockets that seemed to glow with life. Wu Yu and Wu Shi bowed to their master to greet him. The head of the Death Clan, Hua Sijin, called the Wu sisters their misdeeds. They could not kill King Jin Nan, and also failed to buy the necessary thing at the auction, which made him wonder what he should do with them. Wu Shi put her hand on her heart and asked the head to punish them by making him laugh, lifting Wu Shi's chin with his finger. Hua Siren reminded them that he had raised them since childhood, and then asked how he could punish them after such a thing. After these words, Hua Siren told the sisters that they had a new task, and that he hoped that this time they would not screw up. Wu Yu and Wu Shi immediately agreed to the task with a gloomy expression. Hearing that his servants were ready for the task, Hua Siren began to explain that the person who had previously ruined all their plans was Qingyu, who was from the Qing family of the Divine Sword Empire, and that he was forced to leave the empire for the Tianhe Empire because he killed Emperor Li Jianhe, because of which the Immortal Clan issued a decree to capture Qingyu, and he entrusts this matter to the Wu sisters. Hearing this, the sisters immediately bowed and set off towards the goal. As soon as the sisters left, Hua Siren flared with anger, calling the sisters nothingness, saying that they could not even complete such simple tasks, and that he had raised them all these years in vain, after which he grabbed his face and said that if they failed the task again, then he will have to find new pets. The next day, Li Jianhe stood in front of the inn waiting for Qingyu in the early morning. Leaving the inn, Qingyu yawned, after which he asked what she wanted from him at such an early hour. Li Jianhe approached Qingyu and told him that from today, he will live in the palace because this inn is not suitable for him. Hearing this, Qingyu asked if she missed her fiancé, to which Li Jianhe began to justify herself by saying that he had to go to the palace because of the acquisition of divine weapons, and a quarrel with Huang Fei and Huang Xian, adding that at least individually they did not scary, but together they can get Qingyu. Qingyu patted Li Jianhe on the head, asking if she was afraid for him, and said that as long as she was here, none of those guys would dare to climb on him. Li Jianhe cutely became enraged at the strokes, and immediately shouted that the problem was with the Death Clan that had intercepted the mission of the Divine Sword Empire, and that they had already sent people to kill him. Qingyu put his hand on Li Jianhe's shoulder and asked why she was worried about him if he was not afraid, and asked her to show him Tianhe. Li Jianhe said out of desperation that she did not even know what to say to him in order to convince him. While walking along Tianhe, Qingyu and Li Jianhe ate sweets together, watched the circus performers, and enjoyed the walk. While walking across the bridge, Li Jianhe noticed someone she knew. She immediately recognized Warner from the auction house, who had become very pretty since their last meeting. Qingyu suggested that Li Jianhe first look at himself, driving her into colors with this. Approaching Warner, Qingyu and Li Jianhe greeted her, to which she reciprocated. Seeing her friend, Li Jianhe happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking since when she was so distant, and that she could still call her Yuka. Hearing this, Warner laughed, after which she still called her Yuka. Seeing Qingyu and Li Jianhe's company, Warner asked if she bothered them by daring to come here, to which he replied, how could he be worried about meeting such a beauty? After which he asked her the real reason for her visit. Warner said that since Lee Jianha was also here, she should agree that Qing Yu should be especially careful with the Death Clan, to which he replied that it was just nothing. Hearing that Qing Yu was not worried about the possibility of meeting the assassins of the Death Clan, Warner was preparing to leave so as not to distract the two, but suddenly Lee Jianha hugged her, offering to take a walk with them and suggesting that she show them Tianha. Since Lee Jianha has been here for a long time, I haven't been and don't remember much. Qing Yu agreed to Lee Jianha's suggestion, then hugged both Lee Jianha and Warner tightly, causing them to blush and laughing, said that they definitely need to go together. B. Because of the hug, Warner began to think about Qing Yu even more, after which they went for a walk. Tianhe Oriental Market. Seeing Lee Jianha and Warner walking in the city embracing the guy, people began to discuss what was happening. They wondered what kind of man he was, he dared to hug such beauties. After which some people remembered how they saw him recently received with honors in Tianhe. Hearing these discussions, Qing Yu could only sigh at how great their popularity is. Warner asked Qing Yu not to worry about the crowd, while Lee Jianha realized that he was in a panic. Suddenly, Qing Yu heard the sound of a whip, from which he immediately went towards the hustle and bustle. The slave trader punished the slave for trying to escape by beating her with a whip. His slave could only moan in response to this, holding back her tears. The slave trader said that he did not ransom her, so that she would simply run away, saying that he could kill her if she tried to escape again. Warner immediately recognized the slave trader, calling him Fadi Li and saying that he had started torturing the slave again. Seeing this scene, Li Jianha's spirit was inflamed, and she decided that one day she would definitely rid the empire of the slave trade. Warner explained that Fadi Li is a very arrogant and domineering person, and that he can do whatever he wants due to the fact that he is a relative of the Huang family from the blacksmith clan, after which she added that every month or fortnight, he humiliates his slaves in public. Meanwhile, the fat man Li dealt another blow to the slave, again knocking her to the ground, and again asked if she would run away from him because he feeds and sings her, and she, like an ungrateful one, runs away from him. The slave girl was gathering her strength when Fadi Li demanded an answer from her. Unable to hold back her tears, she turned to the fat man and said that if he kills her, then she will get him from the other world, because he killed her and her entire family. Hearing the slave snarl, Fadi Li kicked her, asking what it was that he cut out her family because he was just garbage like her, and said that he would have killed her if not for her pretty face. He shouted that he gave 2 million of silver for her, which is a huge sum, and that now he is her master and the sky. Having said this, the fat man stomped on the ground and grabbed the slave by the chain on the collar. Hearing the name of Jiorayu, Qing Yu immediately asked the girls if he really called the slave that way, to which Warner gave an affirmative answer. Hearing the answer, Qing Yu smirked and said that he did not expect to see this here. Seeing how Qing Yu smirked at Li Yu, she realized that he was going to do something that did not bode well. Qing Yu moved towards the fat man, saying that the slave needs to be saved, while remembering how in a past life people encountered something terrible. Fadi Li let go of the chain and began to choke because he was too tired, after which he turned to the people and demanded that they disperse, asking if they had never seen the beating of a disobedient slave. After these words, Ji Ruoyu looked gloomily at Fadi Li. Seeing this look, he asked himself why he was frightened by the look of a miserable slave, after which he waved his whip and was about to strike again. Suddenly, Qing Yu grabbed Fadi Li's hand. Surprised by what was happening, Fadi Li asked the stranger who dared to interfere in his affairs. Qing Yu replied that he was ready to buy this girl if he named the price, to which the fat man replied that she was not for sale while ordering Qing Yu to leave here. Qing Yu reminded Fadi Li of the words of the slave that she was sold against her will, and said that in this case he would redeem her by force, which made the fat man laugh. Fadi Li asked if this brat knew who he was, after which he again ordered him to leave. Hearing the refusal, Qing Yu said that he had no other choice. The arrogant fat man Li wanted to tell Qing Yu that he would not dare, but at that moment Qing Yu struck the fat man's face, knocking him back 10 meters. The people around them were shocked that someone dared to hit Fadi Li. They understood that this kid would come to an end because of the blacksmith clan. Only Jirowayu watched Qing Yu in awe. Rising from the ground, Fadi Li was as angry as ever. Fadi Li summoned a ghost boar, yelling that he would kill Qingyu, and then used the yellow level technique while boar hoof. Qingyu meekly stood while Fadi Li was flying towards him. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and Fadi Li crashed into an energy wall, which sent him flying into the neighboring streets. After sending the fat man flying, Qingyu thought about the name of the fat man's technique, and then said that it suits a pig like him. Qingyu approached the slave girl and stroked her head, telling her that she belonged to him now, and then used his flames to break the chains holding her down, causing him to admire him. Nearby, Warner and Li Yu were talking about how unusual this boy was, and that Huang Fei would be pissed to death if he found out about this. Qingyu picked up the sleeping Jiro Ayu, and together with the girls left this place. When they saw Princess Yuhua and Warner, people became interested in who this guy was, after which the guy in green clothes suggested that Fat Li offended a big man, to which the guy standing next to him with a basket replied that the blacksmithing clan would not leave it just like that. Walking the streets, Li Yu asked Qingyu what he was going to do with this girl, while Warner offered her to live in the auction house if he couldn't find a place for her. Qingyu smirked as he said that he was organizing everything himself. He realized that it was exactly who he thought of because of the ancient demon aura she exuded in her blood. Thinking about the wrong thing, Li Yu twisted her face, saying that she didn't think that he liked it. Qingyu turned to Li Yu and said that she did not understand anything because this little girl had an incredible future, which led Li Yu to think that Qingyu was only throwing dust in everyone's eyes. Qingyu remembered that Jiro Ayu would be a demon lord in the future and that in a few decades she would already be able to lead an army of thousands of evil spirits, dooming humanity to a terrible existence. After which he realized that she hated people so much because the years of slavery left an indelible mark on her heart. Suddenly he realized that she should not be allowed to walk in this rag, to which Warner offered to go to the largest trade union, Yanulu. A little while later, Yanulu, Qingyu with the girls entered the territory of the union, where they were immediately greeted by a merchant. Warner explained to him that they wanted to buy a dress for Jiro Ayu. After listening to Warner's request, the merchant told Qingyu to follow him. The girls, left alone, decided to take a walk while waiting for Qingyu. Huang Fei was strolling through Yanlu Trade Union, excited to see the colorful eagle feather dress that was about to arrive. Suddenly he saw Li Yu and decided to greet her, saying that he was looking for her, but she had found herself. Surprised by the sudden encounter, Li Yu asked Huang Fei what he was doing here, to which Huang Fei wrinkled his nose and began to talk about how he had heard that high-quality clothes would be brought here soon. So he thought about looking at them and possibly buying them for Li Yu. Huang Fei explained that it was a colored eagle feather dress made of 9 colors of eagle feathers. This dress was very expensive, and it was very rare even in Tianhain. After saying that, Huang Fei offered Li Yu to go with him, but she immediately refused. Suddenly there was a noise on the floor above. Huang Fei was interested in the source of the noise, and then the people nearby started telling everyone to look at it. Qingyu walked down the stairs with Ji Zhou, telling her how good she looked in that dress. When Huang Fei saw the girl, he couldn't stop himself from shouting that she was beautiful. Li thought that she didn't even think that Ji Zhou would look so beautiful when she changed her clothes. And then she sharply asked Qingyu why they were going so fast, to which he replied that it was of course fast because they had only bought one thing. Suddenly, Huang Fei realized something. He shouted that this was the dress he wanted to buy, and immediately shouted to Qingyu that he was the first to see it. Qingyu asked if Huang Fei thought the dress belonged to him because he was the first to see it, to which Huang Fei shyly agreed. Qingyu asked Huang Fei how he liked the dress, and Huang Fei demanded that Qingyu give it to him, saying that he would pay any price for it. Qingyu agreed with Huang Fei, but in return, he would have to give him the entire forging and throwing clan. Li Yu and Huang held back their laughter at how Qingyu was trying to make Huang Fei angry. In response, Qingyu stroked Jiro Yu's head and asked Huang Fei not to scare the child, then whispered in his ear that he was really bullying him and asked him what he was going to do to him for it. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei lost control of himself in anger and called out his 5th rank flames and shouted at Qingyu that he had overstepped his bounds. Suddenly, the fight was interrupted by a man running into the hall and calling out for Huang Fei. He irritated Huang Fei, cursed at the newcomer, And then Fadi Li started begging Huang Fei for help. Fadi Li started to talk about how he was beaten and his slave girl was stolen. Then he reminded that he was his servant, and to beat a servant was to insult his master. Huang Fei wanted to interrogate Fadi Li further, but suddenly Qing Yu put his hand on Huang Fei's shoulder and said that he was the one who beat up Fadi Li. When Fadi Li saw Qing Yu, he immediately swore at him and began to explain to his master that it was Qing Yu who beat him up and then stole the slave girl. Hearing this, Huang Fei was outraged by Qing Yu's action. He said that he still remembered the incident when he met Yu and said that he didn't want to humiliate him then. But now Qing Yu had decided to humiliate him again. Then Huang Fei apologized to Li Yu for what he was about to do. He wanted to kill Qing Yu. Li Yu immediately reminded Huang Fei that he could not disrespect the royal court on a whim. Then Huang Fei asked her if she really wanted to move out of the palace for Qing Yu, to which she replied in the affirmative, saying that Qing Yu was her fiancé. Huang Fei's anger boiled over, but he still managed to control himself. Thinking that everything was fine because his mentor would be back soon, and there was no way the palace could protect Qing Yu from him. After holding back his emotions, Huang Fei said goodbye to Li Yu and was about to leave. Fadi Li decided to remind Huang Fei that he would lose face if he left like this. So Huang Fei vented his anger by punching Fadi Li and ordered him to leave, then left, leaving Fadi Li imprinted on the wall. Li Yu tried to warn Qing Yu that Huang Fei's ancient ancestor would soon appear, and that Qing Yu wouldn't be able to handle him, but Qing Yu didn't let her finish, saying that everything was fine and that he would be able to handle it. Qing Yu offered to buy whatever they wanted from Li Yu and Huang. Since they were here, the girls were immediately happy with the offer, but Qing Yu suddenly said that Li Yu would pay for it, which made them turn to stone. Tianhe, and after saying goodbye to Qing Yu and Jiruoyu, Huang said that it was time to leave. Li Yu decided to remind Qing Yu that he shouldn't do anything bad to Jiruoyu. After hearing this from Li Yu, Qing Yu asked if he looked like a bastard and then patted Jiruoyu's head. So Li Yu hummed loudly and decided to leave. In the room, Qing Yu was organizing his things while Jiruoyu was sitting on the bed. Jiruoyu awkwardly asked Qing Yu why he decided to ransom her, to which Qing Yu replied that she was alive and asked her why she was asking unnecessary questions, adding that there were still many good people among the humans. After unpacking, Qing Yu wished Jiruoyu good night and said that he would sleep in the next room and went out and closed the door behind him. Blacksmith clan. Huang Fei cursed himself as he ashamedly stood in front of his father. Huang Ting, the head of the forging and smithing clan, reminded Huang Fei that he had been taught many times to stay calm no matter what, and told Huang Fei to look at himself, because it was a real shame to be angry at a stray dog. Huang Fei bowed to his father and said that what he had taught him. Huang Ting asked his son to take his time, saying that his mentor would arrive in 3 days and then he could go to Tianhe, and when the time came, Li Yu would fall into his hands. But what was more important was the upcoming Sacred Fire competition. Huang Fei raised his head and promised his father that he would definitely win. Upon hearing that his son was ready for the competition, Huang Ting laughed and said that with the support of his mentor, he would definitely be able to take first place, and after that, they would definitely surpass Tianhe dynasty. Huang Fei happily agreed. Deep night. Qing Yu was sleeping peacefully on the bed, when suddenly the assassins came into the room and put their blades on him, so Qing Yu asked why they were inactive. Then the assassin took the blade with both hands and prepared to strike. Qing Yu suddenly got up from the bed and stretched. He asked the assassins if they were comfortable wearing these veils at night. Then they took them off. Wuxia asked if Qing Yu was awake, and he replied that he couldn't sleep with 2 unrealistic beauties standing next to him. Wuxia immediately put her blade to Qing Yu's throat and said that if that was the case, he should understand why they were here. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu ordered her to stop this farce and said that they were not assassins. Wuxia asked Qing Yu how he was able to get this information about the Death Clan, removing the blade from his throat and saying that from the looks of them, they were already able to find out something. The assassins chose to remain silent, and Qing Yu said that it was none of their business where he got what he knew and how he knew it, and all they needed to know was that the Death Clan was obviously not a good place to be. Qing Yu got serious and said that it was not too late for them to get on the right path, to which Wuxia replied that it was easier said than done because she and her sister had had the Death Clan seals for a long time, and they could not leave the clan as long as they had the seals on them. Wuxia added that they haven't looked for ways to remove them on their own, but they know that a holy fire of level 6 or higher would be able to help them. Qingyu got up from the bed and asked Wuxia to come closer. The assassins were suspicious and asked him what he wanted from them. Then he grabbed Wuxia's hand and pulled her towards him. Wuxia blushed in surprise and asked what Qingyu wanted to do to her. And Qingyu replied that he could free her from the Death Clan's seal, touching Wuxia with 2 flaming fingers. Wuxia immediately felt the 9-legged golden crow touching her, and then stabbing into her, causing her to groan as the seal on her forehead disappeared and she collapsed to the ground. The Ian energy in Wuxia began to dissipate. She felt relieved. Wuxia said that she didn't expect Qingyu to hide a rank 6 holy fire. He replied that she clearly underestimated him. He summoned a holy flame and declared that he actually possessed a rank 9 holy fire. Wuyu and Wuxia were shocked. After removing the flame, Qingyu said that it was now Wuyu's turn. Moments later, her seal was removed, leaving her slightly confused. Qingyu explained that he had freed her from the seals, and from now on, the Death Clan would no longer be able to control her. The sisters hugged each other, happy to be free of their shackles. Not wanting to disturb the sisters, Qingyu asked them if they were willing to follow and serve him. The sisters nodded to each other and bowed, before Qingyu while taking the oath of allegiance. Upon hearing this, Qingyu told Wuxia that her technique had a flaw, and that it was definitely at the beginning black level, but she could only use it at the yellow level. He extended his finger to Wuxia's forehead, and then used rune magic transfusion to help her learn the technique. After pulling his hand away, he said that her current level of refinement was at the 2nd spiritual realm, so she could train more powerful sword techniques. And when she reached the 3rd spiritual realm, he would be able to give her a medium black level technique. After helping Wuxia, Qingyu asked Wuyu if she had the Sun God arrow with her, and she immediately took it out. As she grabbed the weapon, Qingyu began to teach her an initial black level technique that would fully unleash the potential of her weapon. After receiving the gifts, Wuyu asked Qingyu if he had really received all these gifts in the desolate lands, to which Qingyu replied that they would know the answer when the time came. Qingyu smiled and reminded the sisters that it was late. Then he smiled grimly and suggested that they go to bed. The frightened sisters blushed and didn't dare to reply. Qingyu laughed and said that he was only offering them a room. The sisters agreed with Qingyu and immediately bowed out. As soon as they left the room, Qingyu fell on his bed and sighed. He thought that according to his estimation, the Taoist old man should arrive soon, and then the Sacred Fire competition would not be far away. The Sacred Fire competition is held in Tianhai City every 3 years. It is jointly organized by the 4 major sects that guard Tingyu from the 4 sides. And the purpose of this event is to select the best disciple to then train him to the level of a tempering master. The 4 major sects are Buddha Heart Temple, Polar Sun Clan, Ruthless Sword School, and Jade Fairy Clan. They are constantly competing with each other, but they are roughly on the same level. Qingyu remembered that once upon a time, the Taoist old man had also gone through this competition and emerged victorious, allowing him to achieve incredible success. The 4 major sects themselves had a profound heritage, and their cultivation base was even more profound. With their guidance, any disciple could reach unprecedented heights. For this competition, the 4 great sects have jointly produced a single pill, the Power Unleashing Pill, which will go to the winner of the competition. Qingyu thought that the energy contained in the pill was enough to allow him to instantly break through to the 5th spiritual realm, and once he broke through to the 5th spiritual realm, he could immediately subdue the 3rd beast, the Swami Lion. Once Qingyu possessed the spirit of the Swami Lion, he would have access to endless energy techniques, and at that time, he would already possess a power that was not inferior to the peak of the spiritual realm. After possessing this power, Qingyu would return to the Divine Sword Empire and take revenge on all his enemies. After thinking about it, Qingyu raised his fist and told his enemies that they did not have long to live. Tongzhou City. The crowd could be heard rumbling in every part of the city. Qingyu realized that it was all because of the upcoming competition. And even though the event was still a few days away, there was no place for an apple to fall in the city. The clatter of hooves could be heard, and people began to discuss whether it was a representative from the Buddha Heart Temple, with some people saying that it was rumored that the temple maiden herself was coming to town, and they hoped to catch a glimpse of her. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the window of the stagecoach and immediately pulled back the curtain, revealing Temple Maiden Ling Chinchuan. Seeing her, everyone around her immediately began to admire her beauty and wanted to talk to her. When she saw Qing Yu, Ling Chinchuan snorted at the way he looked at her, and then greeted him by name, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The passers-by who saw this scene were shocked by Qing Yu. At that moment, Qing Yu remembered that he still didn't know Ling Chinchuan in this world. Ling Chinchuan wondered who this person was and how he knew her. Then Aunt Yu closed the curtain and said that there were only cables around. Aunt Yu told Ling Chinchuan that everyone in their temple hoped that she could convince the next winner of the competition to join their clan, and Ling Chinchuan agreed, saying that she would do her best to fulfill her father's order. Aunt Yu tried to encourage Ling Chinchuan, saying that only a very outstanding person could win first place, and that if he was a boy, he would become her son-in-law. Hearing this, Ling Chinchuan mentally apologized to her aunt because she wouldn't let herself be sold like that. Ling Chinchuan interrupted her aunt to say that she understood and suggested that she visit Prince Xingnan first. After a while, the carriage stopped. Ling Chinchuan and Aunt Yu got out of the carriage, and then they were immediately greeted by the spiritual son of the Polar Sun clan, Chulin, who said that the rumors about the Buddha Heart Temple trying to recruit the winner in exchange for the Temple Maiden were true. Upon seeing Chulin, Ling Chinchuan told him to shut his filthy mouth or she would teach him a lesson like the last time, to which he replied that he had given in that time because she was just a fragile girl. But after hearing her words, he realized that she had mistaken his nobility for weakness. Ling Chinchuan abruptly turned around and suggested that Auntie go somewhere else. Seeing this scene, Chulin was angry at her for daring to ignore her, as he was suddenly distracted by the whistle of a person nearby. Chulin greeted Chinchuan, making Chulin wonder who this person was. Chinu asked Chinchuan if she happened to be visiting Prince Xingnan, and he offered to escort her since he knew his residence like the back of his hand. Aunt Yu mentally called Chinu a slut for following her all the way here. Aunt Yu laughed out loud and put his hand on Chinu's shoulder, saying that he had clearly underestimated Chinchuan, not even thinking that she would be able to pick up such a poor guy just by coming to town. When Chinchuan heard this, she turned around and angrily told Chulin that he was making the same mistake over and over again, and then asked him if he thought her patience was limitless. When Chinchuan suggested that Qianshuang attack him, Chinu suddenly released his aura and ordered Chulin to cover his mouth, causing Chulin to move away from Chinu in horror, and Chinu angrily asked him who he thought he was. Seeing this behavior, Chulin told Chinu that he was the spiritual son of the Polar Sun clan, calling him an impudent person, which only made Qin Yu's aura grow stronger. Chinu warned Chulin that if he insulted Ling Chinchuan again, he would turn from a spiritual son into a dead son. Chulin could only step back in horror, unable to understand who was standing in front of him and why a level 1 puppy was able to scare him so much. After thinking it over, Chulin came to his senses and told himself that he was the spiritual son of the Polar Sun clan and that he could not be afraid of anyone, and he decided to wash away this shame. Chulin shouted at Qing Yu that he would not kill him in front of the residents out of respect for Prince Jiannan, and demanded that Qing Yu kneel down and beg for forgiveness. An enraged Qing Yu gestured that he didn't like that and ordered Chulin to strike first. Chulin summoned a flaming weapon and charged at Qing Yu at full speed to kill him. Chinchuan asked Qing Yu to be careful since Chulin possessed a 5th rank of holy fire, but Qing Yu just smiled. Chulin slashed at Qing Yu, satisfied that he was able to teach him a lesson, when suddenly his flame spat on the ground as if it was completely helpless and began to gurgle in front of Qing Yu, after which he stomped on the flame. Qing Yu asked Chulin why he was so weak and if he had bought his holy flame from the bazaar. Chulin scaredly began to ask what Qing Yu had done to his fire and why his holy fire was so easily defeated. Chinchuan and her aunt, who were standing nearby, were surprised to see this. Chinchuan asked if Qing Yu had defeated a rank 5 sacred fire wielder so easily, if he possessed rank 5 sacred fire, or if he naturally possessed a fire element, and he hummed and realized what had happened. Qing Yu was simply shaking with rage. Chulin demanded that he answer how a scum of the first spiritual realm could suppress his rank 5 sacred fire, and then accused him of cheating. The Prince of Jinnan suddenly appeared and told Chulin to stop, warning him that they were in his residence, not the bazaar. Seeing the prince, Chulin and Qinchuan immediately bowed to the prince and said that they had come to visit him, to which the prince nodded. Seeing this, Qingyu immediately realized that Jin Nan had been watching them all along, but only decided to intervene now. While Jin Nan pondered over Qingyu's strength, thinking that being in the desolate lands would allow him to acquire a high-level holy fire, and realized that he had made the right decision the day they met. Jin Nan greeted Qingyu and motioned for him to enter the mansion. Seeing Qingyu chatting with the prince, Chulin began to tremble with anger. He immediately separated while thanking the prince for the warm welcome, and immediately bowed out. Qinchuan looked at the departing Chulin and called him an idiot. Reception hall. Jin Nan explained to Qingyu that he had called him to tell him what was coming, and Qingyu guessed what the prince wanted to talk about and replied that he already knew about the sacred fire competition. The prince confirmed Qingyu's guess and said that the court had a quota for participation in the competition, and he offered it to Qingyu. Qingyu bowed to the prince in gratitude for the quota, and immediately Qinchuan asked him if he wanted to join the Buddha Heart Temple, to which Qingyu replied that they would revisit the matter if he won the competition, to which Qinchuan could only agree. Qinchuan turned to her aunt, who immediately took out a ring, and asked the prince to accept it as a humble offering from Buddha Heart Temple. Prince Jin Nan took the ring and thanked Aunt Yu for her generosity. After handing over the ring, Aunt Yu leaned over to Qinchuan and whispered to her that Qingyu had been able to win Prince Jin Nan's favor and also possessed a high level of holy fire, advising Qinchuan to be proactive and build a good relationship with him, to which she agreed with a slight blush. Qinchuan asked Qingyu to take a walk around Tianhe City with her, as she had not been here for many years. Qingyu accepted Qinchuan's request. When Prince Jin Nan realized what was going on, he told Qingyu that since the girl invited him, he should go with her, but he should return to the residence for dinner. Then he added with a smile that his fiancée would cook personally. Qingyu immediately mentally called Jin Nan an old devil for such a prank, while Qianshuang was upset that Qingyu already had a fiancée. After informing Qingyu about the dinner, the prince let the guests go, not wanting to take up their precious time. As he watched the people leave, the prince said to himself that if the Buddha Heart Temple was going to use the temple maiden to lure talents, then he would use his main advantage, since his Li Yu was not inferior to Qinchuan, and then he laughed out loud. Forging and smelting Qingyu, the reception hall Chulin sat on the throne while Huang Fei bowed to him, saying that he hadn't expected Chulin to come to them personally, and that it was a great honor for their clan. Chulin asked Huang Fei if he believed he could become the best in the upcoming Sacred Fire competition, and Huang Fei agreed, saying that he was determined and that his mentor would be arriving soon, and with the support of Chulin and his mentor, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to challenge him. Chulin gloomily said that he had just met a person who was only at the first level of the spiritual realm, but even with him he was able to suppress his holy fire. Huang Fei was immediately shocked. He asked if there was really someone so strong in Tianhe. Then Chulin made a picture of the stranger and asked if Huang Fei knew him. Huang Fei immediately recognized the person who was poking him. Seeing his reaction, Chulin realized that he knew him. Huang Fei replied that it was Qingyu. Hearing this name, Chulin immediately asked if this was the same Qingyu who had killed Emperor Li Jianhe and was wanted in the Sacred Sword Empire, which Huang Fei immediately confirmed. Chulin told Huang Fei that it was rumored that Qingyu had gone to the desolate lands and that his journey was incredibly fruitful. Huang Fei immediately realized that it was at that moment that Qingyu was able to strengthen his holy fire. Chulin also added that Qingyu's fire was incredibly strong. It was at least 2 levels higher than his flame, and he feared that Qingyu would be able to emerge victorious in the upcoming competition. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei immediately shouted that he couldn't allow that to happen and asked how soon his mentor would arrive, to which Huang Fei replied that the Taoist elder would arrive tomorrow. Chulin was pleased to hear this and said that they would wait for the old man and discuss the matter thoroughly, then allowed Huang Fei to leave. Left alone, Chulin thought about Qingyu's flame. He thought that if he could take away Qingyu's flame and appropriate it for himself, he would be guaranteed to take the place of the head of the polar sun, and Huang Fei and his mentor would only serve as a stepping stone for him. Tongzhou City. As Qingyu and Qinchuan walked through the streets of the city amidst the roar of the crowd, the ring on Qinchuan's finger suddenly sizzled. When she picked up the ring, she saw a message that said Qingyu. After reading the message, she immediately went to Qingyu and offered her condolences for what had happened. Qinchuan replied to Qingyu that even though the immortal clan was very powerful, it was better not to cross their temple. Qingyu thanked Qinchuan for her words, then said that it was a matter of personal revenge. So he would do it himself, but first, he would like to get the support of their temple. The blushing Qinchuan was about to ask what Qingyu meant, but he stopped her and said that she understood correctly, causing her to gasp and turn completely red. Suddenly, some of the passers-by recognized the temple maiden from Buddha Heart Temple, and the guy the whole town was talking about. They were jealous of the fact that he changed beauties every day. He'd already been seen with Princess Yu and Warner from Dugu House. Unexpectedly, Qingyu was surrounded by a crowd discussing him and Qinchuan. He coughed and immediately pulled Qinchuan's hand, suggesting that they go for a walk somewhere else. To the next street, Fadi Li followed Mr. Wang and asked him to join them. Wang Qilan asked if he was sure, and the fat man replied that he had served the forging and smelting clan for many years without sparing himself. But they had treated him like trash, and if Mr. Wang did not refuse, he would be killed. Then Fadi Li whispered in Wang Qian's ear that he had recently acquired about 10 slave girls, all of them from the succubus race, which made Wang Qian blush and start drooling as he imagined the succubi, and Fadi Li added that he had personally selected each one. Wang Qian accepted Fadi Li's offer, saying that he was his man from now on, and ordered him to have the succubi at his residence that evening. Suddenly, Fadi Li noticed a familiar figure and recognized Qingyu. He immediately told Mr. Wang that he was in trouble because of Qingyu. Wang Qian only looked at the temple maiden next to Qingyu and called her charming. Fadi Li began to say that it was Qingyu who stole his slave girl, who was also very pretty. And in that respect, she was not inferior to his new companion. He told Wang Qian that he had found out why Qingyu had no one to count on in the city, and it was all because of Prince Jian Nan. After hearing this, Wang Qian understood why Huang Fei would not risk dealing with him, even though he wants the prince's granddaughter, but he is afraid of angering the prince, which Huang Fei does not care about from a high bell tower. He went to Qingyu and told Fadi Li that he was his man now and would not let anyone hurt him. Qingyu was walking with Chen, when suddenly Wang Qian and Fadi Li blocked their way. Fadi Li greeted Qingyu and then asked if Huang Fei's dog had decided to change masters, which made the fat man angry. Wang Qian decided to explain to Qingyu that Fadi Li was now his servant and that Qingyu had stolen his slave, and if Huang Fei was weak enough to ask for it, Wang Qian would not hold back. Qinchuan was shocked that everyone she met was Qingyu's enemy. Qingyu asked how he planned to do this, and Wang Qian replied that he would first return the slave girl, then give up his charming companion, and from that day on, she would belong to him. Upon hearing this, Qinchuan boiled with rage and threatened to kill Wang Qian, but she was stopped by Qingyu, who suggested that Qinchuan be patient and give him a chance to handle it himself. After calming Qinchuan down, Qingyu asked Wang Qian what he would do if he refused. Hearing of Wang Qian's disobedience, Wang Qian got angry and told Qingyu that he would behead him. Qingyu agreed and started kneading his neck, saying that his joints were stiff. Wang Qian began to prepare his attack, telling Qingyu that he had chosen his own death and that he would be tested with the newly learned black entry-level technique of Thunder Palm, which he used to summon a thunder aura. That knocked down Fadi Li and changed the weather. Qinchuan warned Qingyu that the Thunder Palm was a very powerful technique and offered to deal with Wang Qian, but Qingyu refused, asking her not to bother, saying that he could easily handle it since it was only an entry-level black technique. Wang Qian, who was mad with power, cheered and said that he had bought this technique from Huang Fei for a huge amount of money, and now was the perfect chance to test its power. Wang Qian gathered the thunderstorm energy into a ball and shot the thunderbolt at Qingyu, but Qingyu, instead of dodging, took a lungful of air and summoned the dragon ghost Yazi, roaring loudly, smashing the enemy's technique and sending it flying. Seeing how easily his new master had lost, Fadi Li panicked. Qingyu sighed and told Qinchuan that this technique was worthless, which shocked her. Qinchuan thought that Wang Xuan's cultivation level was at the 4th spiritual realm, and he had used an initial black level technique. But he still couldn't repel an attack from Qingyu. She thought that Qingyu had also used a black level technique. After dealing with the obstacle, Qingyu approached the panicked Fadi Li and threatened him, telling him that it was his turn. Afraid of being killed, Fadi Li immediately hit his head on the ground and begged for mercy in exchange for all his possessions. Qingyu asked him if he had all of his possessions, to which he agreed, and upon hearing this, Qingyu offered Qinchuan a look at him, and she agreed. After receiving her agreement, Qingyu kicked Fadi Li and ordered him to lead them. Fadi Li's leaves. Qingyu walked around the house and looked at Fadi Li's belongings, then asked if these were all his belongings, to which Fadi Li nervously agreed. Not getting the answer he wanted, Qingyu glared at the fat man and said that this was not enough to trade for his life. Fadi Li started to beg for mercy again, saying that this is really all his stuff and he has nothing else. But Qingyu was not enough and prepared to attack. But suddenly Fadi Li remembered that he still had a slave market. Qingyu demanded Fadi Li to show him the slaves, and Fadi Li immediately started to open the secret door by pressing the right tile. After pressing it, a huge door opened, from behind which came a source of stinky smell. Qinchuan immediately covered her nose from the foul smell, and Qingyu asked the fat man what kind of freak would he be to keep someone in such a horrible place, although he knew the fat man was foul. But at this moment, he surpassed Qingyu's expectations. Qingyu grabbed Fadi Li's clothes and dragged him into the room, while asking Qinchuan to be more patient. Inside the hall, there were many cages. Qinchuan was shocked by the condition of the slaves. Emaciated and mutilated, they waited in fear for their fate. Suddenly, one of the slaves tried to attack Fadi Li but was stopped by the shackles. He wanted to take revenge on Fadi Li for exterminating his kind and making him a slave. Qinchuan was furious and wanted to punish Fadi Li for all his evil deeds. But Fadi Li begged for mercy and promised that he would never do such things again. Qingyu said that it was hard to even call him a person now, and dragged him away. Suddenly, Qingyu stopped at one of the cages, saw the frightened succubi inside, and asked Fadi Li if the succubi belonged to him. Fadi Li immediately started bragging that this was his latest acquisition, and these succubi were first-class goods. Qingyu told the fatty that he was satisfied with it, and the fatty asked if he could leave now, and Qingyu agreed, saying that he would not kill him. Fadi Li was happy with his newfound freedom and was about to leave. Suddenly, Qinchuan stabbed him in the chest, saying that Qingyu's mercy didn't mean that she would just let him go. Wiping the blood from her hand, Qinchuan told the fat man that a person who abused slaves like that deserved nothing but death. Qinchuan asked Qingyu what they would do with the slaves, and Qingyu replied that they were all very unhappy people and that he would ask the courtesan Nan to decide their fate. Qinchuan accepted the decision and called Qingyu merciful. After a while, the prince's subordinates under Li Yu's command ran into the marketplace. Li Yu ordered her subordinates to release all the slaves immediately. After giving the order, she told Qingyu that Fadi Li had gotten off too easy and that he should have been locked up in this place until he redeemed himself. To which Qingyu replied that killing one fat man would not change the overall situation of slave abuse, and reminded her that her main goal was to completely abolish the slave system. Qingyu asked Li Yu to keep Mrs. Lum company, warning her that he would not be here for dinner, and then left. Upon hearing this refusal, Li Yu was immediately flushed with anger. She was furious that he would not taste the food she had so diligently prepared, and said that she would not forgive him for such a thing next time. Seeing this scene, Qinchuan was relieved that Qingyu and Li Yu's relationship had not turned into something serious. So Li Yu touched her and asked her why she was blushing. Qinchuan immediately started to deny that she was blushing, making Li Yu wonder what was going on. Tiana drawing court. Surrounded by many talismans, Qingyu was meditating to prepare for the sacred fire competition. He wanted to use every moment to advance his cultivation before the competition. Divine Spear Clan. The head of the Divine Spear Clan, Wang Tichen, greeted his guest and said that he was honored that Mr. Liu had paid a visit to their humble abode. Liu Julan of the Ruthless Sword School asked to stop idle chatter and asked if the Divine Spear Clan could provide a worthy candidate to participate in the Sacred Fire competition. Wang Tichen panicked and didn't know what to say when he saw that Liu Julan had lost faith in them, saying that they were becoming more and more worthless with each generation. He said that the Polar Sun clan had already recruited a disciple from the Forging and Casting clan, and the Jasper Fairy clan had bet on the Moonlight School, while the Buddha Heart Temple was still unclear. Liu Julan took out a holy flame and said that he would give it to their clan. Seeing this, Wang Tichen was puzzled for a moment, but after a second, he was overjoyed and started drooling because he had received a rank 6 holy flame. Liu Julan confirmed that it was a 6th-rank sacred flame and said that he called it a soul-devouring flame, and that he hoped his fire and support would help their disciple become a competitive fighter. Wang Tichen fell to his knees and started to thank his benefactor when Wang Xian suddenly ran into the room. Wang Xian sobbed and asked his father to stand up for him. Liu Julan saw this and decided to keep silent. When Wang Xian noticed the guest, he asked his father who it was, and Wang Tichen ordered him to stop squealing like a pig and introduced him as Mr. Liu Julan of the Ruthless Sword School. Leaving his son confused, Liu Julan left the flame and went away, hoping that these two would not disappoint him. As soon as the guest left, Wang Xian began to question his father about the flame in front of him. Upon hearing this question, Wang Tichen slapped his son's head and called him an ass, explaining that it was a 6th-rank holy flame. Wang Xian stared at the flame in shock. Then his father told him that the Ruthless Sword School had decided to bet on their clan and said that Wang Xian must learn this fire immediately to win the Sacred Fire competition. Wang Xian drooled at his newfound power and began to laugh out loud. He was confident that even though he couldn't defeat Xianbia with the Thunder Palm, he could defeat him with the 6th level of Holy Fire and his innate fighting talent. He was confident that he had reached a whole new level. Then he promised Qing Yu that his days were numbered. When Wang Tichen noticed his son's condition, he asked who had betrayed him, but Wang Tichen replied that it didn't matter and immediately left on his way. Laughing out loud, thinking about what had happened, Wang Tichen was happy that his son was able to obtain the Holy Fire, and he was happy that his clan would soon be well. In Tiana City, Huang Fei was waiting for his mentor to arrive. When he saw the palanquin, he immediately greeted his mentor and then invited his disciple to get into the palanquin, that they immediately go to the Prince of Jianan, which Huang Fei immediately agreed to. The mentor explained that he had only returned for 2 things. First, to marry Huang Fei to Li Yu, and second, to help Huang Fei win the Sacred Fire competition. Huang Fei decided to tell the mentor about Qing Yu of the Divine Sword Empire. And this time, the mentor was immediately interested in him. A short time later, after listening to the disciple, the mentor realized that the rumors were not false, and that Qing Yu had indeed gained something during his time in the Desolate Lands, and began to ponder about his strength. Suddenly remembering the flash he had seen on the way to the city, he assumed that it was Qing Yu's divine weapon. Huang Fei warned the mentor that Qing Yu possessed an incredibly powerful holy fire, and that not even Chulin could defeat him, saying that Qing Yu should never participate in the holy fire competition. The mentor told the disciple not to worry, as he had methods to prevent Qing Yu from winning, and took out a blue sacred fire, explaining to the disciple that it was his 6th-rank sacred fire, the chilling underworld flame, and telling him that he had cultivated it for many years, and now it was just short of the 7th rank, and with his sacred technique, Huang Fei would be able to absorb the fire in the shortest possible time. Huang Fei was shocked to hear about the 7th-rank holy fire. The mentor began to explain to his disciple that sacred fires above the 7th rank were very rare, so he assumed that Qin Yu's sacred fire was also at the 6th rank, which meant that with his chilling underworld flame, victory was guaranteed. After accepting the flame, Huang Fei immediately began to quickly assimilate it using a secret technique, and after assimilating it, he thanked his mentor and promised not to disappoint him. But mentally, he mocked Qing Yu, who had nothing, and promised himself that he would destroy him in the upcoming competition. Prince Jin Nan's residence. Li Yu was crying and begging her grandfather to do something because Huang Fei and his mentor would be here any minute. Jin Nan said that Qing Yu should go to Qing Yu, which made him spit out his tea in surprise. He was exhausted from always having to stand up for Li Yu. Li Yu went to Qing Yu and asked him to show himself to Huang Fei so that he would not interfere with her anymore, which made Qing Yu sigh. Huang Fei and his mentor entered the mansion and immediately greeted the prince. Qing Yu looked at Huang Fei and wondered what had happened to his sacred flame, because recently he had been the 5th rank and became the 6th rank and was very close to the 7th rank, and then realized that it was the Taoist elder. Huang Fei approached Li Yu and greeted her, warning her that the mentor had come to marry her today. Li Yu immediately grabbed Qing Yu and pulled her towards him, reminding Huang Fei that she already had a fiancé, and said that she didn't really know Huang Fei, and although they had played as children, nothing more, then asked him to stop coming here with this proposal. The Taoist elder asked Qing Yu if he was indeed the same Qing Yu from the Sacred Sword Empire, and Qin Yu confirmed that he was. The elder immediately asked Qin Yu if he really thought he was worthy to marry Li Yu. After all, he was just a foreigner, a member of a defeated family. The elder pointed at his disciple and described his bright future as the winner of the Sacred Fire competition, then asked who Qing Yu was. Li Yu decided to stand up for Qing Yu, saying that he too had a holy fire and that he would be the winner of the competition. Qing Yu doubted Li Yu's stamina because he knew that this was the reaction the old man was waiting for. He had deliberately provoked Li Yu to say this, and he also hoped to undermine Qing Yu's morale. Qing Yu was sure that they would want to take his life in this competition, so he thought that they would see who was who. The Taoist elder was happy that Li Yu had fallen for his words, and said that if Qing Yu could miraculously win the competition, then of course Huang Fei was no match for him, and then asked what would happen if Qing Yu lost. Li Yu immediately refuted the elder's words that Qing Yu might lose. Then Huang Fei offered Li Yu to marry him immediately if he were to win the Sacred Fire competition. He was sure that she would not dare to refuse since she was so confident of her victory. Of course, Li Yu could not control her impulse and immediately accepted the bet. She turned to Qing Yu and asked if he had heard their conversation, because he had to win, or else she would end up in the clutches of that monster. Satisfied with the bet, the Taoist elder warned that everything would be settled after the competition, and then hurriedly left. Looking at the backs of those who were leaving, Li Yu began to complain about how they had annoyed her, and then asked Qing Yu to teach them a lesson during the competition. After hearing this, Qing Yu decided to warn Li Yu that Huang Fei was no longer the same as before. He was rank 5, but now he was a strong rank 6, close to rank 7. Li Yu said that this weakling was nothing, after which she realized what Qing Yu had said and was afraid of the possibility of marrying Huang Fei, and immediately demanded an answer from Qing Yu as to why he hadn't warned her before. Qing Yu sighed and said that he was no longer confident of winning, and that Li Yu would still have to become Huang Fei's bride. Deeply affected by what she heard, Li Yu sat down and began to cry for how impulsive she had been. Prince Jiannan laughed at this scene and asked Qing Yu to stop bullying Li Yu because he had long suspected that for Qing Yu, there was no difference in the level of an opponent's holy fire, whether it was 6th level or 7th level. Seeing the crying Li Yu's face, Qing Yu immediately woke up and pretended that everything was fine. In the night of the same day, Qing Yu was absorbing the herbal pills. When he finally opened his eyes, summoned the spirit energy of dragon spirit Yazi in one hand and the 9-legged golden raven in the other, and combined them to form a yellow and purple ball. Suddenly it exploded and began to be absorbed into Qing Yu before bursting into a blue flame. After finishing his meditation, Qing Yu sighed. He had reached the 3rd spiritual level just in time. Tomorrow would be a momentous day. Then he fell onto the bed exhausted. The site of the Sacred Fire competition. The spectators were rejoicing. In anticipation of the competition, Prince Jiannan Wang was eager for the competition to finally begin, while Qin Chuan confidently hoped that Qing Yu would win, and the Taoist elder sitting on the highest seat was completely confident in his disciple's victory. The spectators were excited for the competition to begin, while some were angry because they didn't possess the holy fire. Huang Fei looked at the people around him and mentally called them a bunch of talentless cockroaches who naively believed that they had a chance to win, because he was sure that he would emerge victorious while the others were destined to crawl before him. After looking at the confident Huang Fei, Wang Xian asked Huang Xian if he thought he could win the competition, but instead of answering, Huang Fei asked Huang Xian what he was doing here since he had no holy fire, to which Huang Xian smugly replied that he would have to see his holy fire soon, and then a spark of enmity flashed between the two. At that moment, Qing Yu entered the ring and saw their common enemy Huang Fei, and Huang Xian immediately switched to him, making a temporary peace because of their common enemy. Qing Yu mentally called the two of the medians, then greeted them and said that he hoped to see how they would perform today and that they would not embarrass themselves too much. Angered by these words, Huang Xian and Huang Fei began to threaten Qing Yu, saying that he would not live to see the end of the day and that they would see who would smile last. One of the representatives of the 4 major sects began to praise the assembled talents, but she singled out Qing Yu in particular. Suddenly, her ward recognized Qing Yu and immediately jumped towards him. Landing slowly with an umbrella, coming closer, Li Xian, when sure that it was indeed Qingyu. When Qingyu saw her friend, he immediately greeted her, saying that he hadn't seen her since she went to cultivate in the Jasper Fairy Clan 3 years ago. He complimented her, saying that she had blossomed into a graceful maiden. But in return, she also said that he had changed a lot since the last time they met, admitting that she hadn't expected to see him at the Sacred Fire competition. To which Qingyu replied that there was no way she could miss such an event. Li Qingyu suddenly became sad and offered her condolences to Qingyu for what her sister and father had done to his family, betraying the Xian family after they had done so much for the good of the empire. Yu stroked Li Qinyu's head and asked her not to worry. After all, it wasn't her fault, it was just between them. The Jasper Fairy Lady realized that it was Qingyu who had killed Emperor Li Qingyu. Thinking about the fact that he had been friends with her ward since childhood, she realized that they had a chance to lure Qingyu into their clan if he won. Thinking how nice the Jasper Fairy Clan girl was talking to Qingyu, the people around her started to talk about him, calling him the chief lavalier of Tianhe City, and some even bet that they would see him today, at least in the company of 3 beautiful maidens. Suddenly Qingyu was approached by one, or who jokingly told Qingyu that no matter how he met him, he would always have a beautiful maiden with him. Qingyu laughed and asked Wanner not to exaggerate. The embarrassed Xian raised her umbrella and said goodbye to Qingyu, saying she had to go. Flying off, she wished him good luck in the competition. Qingyu asked him not to worry about him, promising that he would never let go of the victory. The representative of the Jasper Fairies told her ward that if Qingyu won the competition, their clan could only count on her. Suddenly, everyone was surprised when another person entered the ring. Everyone immediately started talking about Chuhani from Moonlight School. According to the head of Moonlight School, she was their best nugget in the past 100 years. Although she was only 16 years old, she had already reached the 5th level of the spiritual realm. With the 6th rank of Holy Fire, some people hardly recognized her. After all, she had been in seclusion for 3 whole years, and before that, she was just a little snotty girl. Chuhani walked up to Qingyu, causing Huang Fei and Huang Xuan to burn with rage as all the beauties walked up to him. Chuhani told Qingyu that her destiny was tied to the Xian family, and that they would definitely meet again. But if their meeting happens in this arena, she will not spare him. Qingyu grinned at the departing Chuhani and thought about how funny she was. After a while, most of the participants had already gathered in the arena. Suddenly, a few demonesses arrived and began to greet everyone. Qingyu looked at the red demoness and wondered about her identity. The red demoness walked over to Qingyu to greet him, which made Wanner wonder how many people Qingyu knew. Qingyu knew this demoness from his previous life. As she was the winner of the competition in his previous life, all he knew was that her past was unknown, and she called herself a free cultivator. From his memories, Qingyu guessed that she had already reached the 8th level of the spirit world, and her holy fire was no lower than the 8th level. And the strangest thing about her was that no one had seen her after her victory, so Qingyu decided that he would definitely find out who she was in this life. Suddenly, the Taoist old man announced that the competition was about to begin, stopping the roar of the crowd, and then stepped into the ring with Prince Jin Nan. The prince asked for silence and announced that today would be a great event for the Tianan Empire, where the winner of the Sacred Fire competition would be announced. The prince wished the participants good luck and then invited the representatives of the 4 major sects to come out. Jumping onto the stage, they immediately began to call for a huge stone. Huang Fei was shocked to recognize the heavenly firestone. Huang Xian began to describe it, saying that this stone was the most mysterious object in the entire Tianan Empire, and perhaps as old as heaven and earth. He said that just being close to it helps to concentrate its holy fire, and some even managed to increase their rank. Because of its incredible value, this stone belongs to all 4 major sections. While the people around him were astonished at this treasure, Qingyu laughed inwardly at the fact that such a small stone could cause them so much awe. He wondered what would happen if they knew that there was a whole mountain of this stone in the desert lands. Qinchuan came out and made a speech, saying that everyone here knew about this stone, and that it was a true shrine for every sacred fire wielder, explaining that there were 4 major sects that had the right to possess it, and that they passed it around every 3 months. But if the winner of the Sacred Fire competition joined one of the sects, then that sect would have sole possession of the stone for the next year. The crowd cheered when they saw the stone, while Qin Chuan prayed for Qing Yu to win. Chulin drew the attention of the crowd and began to explain that the rules of the competition were quite simple, saying that there would only be 3 rounds. In the first round, the participants would duel and the winners would advance to the second round. But before that, they all had to draw lots. Chulin called out a large number of tablets, and everyone took turns taking them. When it was Qing Yu's turn, he greeted Chulin and asked if Chulin had cheated on the lottery since he was responsible for it. And Chulin told Qing Yu not to look down on him and to communicate more respectfully. Qing Yu said that even if he cheated, it does not guarantee his victory. Chulin agreed with Qing Yu's words, but suggested to see what round Qing Yu can reach first. Qing Yu taunted Chulin, saying that he would have to watch Qing Yu's victory with his eyes open. Holding back his anger, Chulin told the participants to look at their boards and began to explain that each board had a number on it, and those with the same number would fight. Looking at his tablet, Qing Yu saw the number 5 and was interested to see who would fall under his hand in the first round. Chulin announced for those with the same number to enter the arena, while the rest should leave the arena immediately. The first duel. In the first round, a metamorphic-clad Cyclops clashed with a bald man. They immediately bowed to each other, after which the Cyclops released a flame from his mouth, throwing his opponent out of the arena and laughing viciously with an easy victory. Huang Fei was annoyed and said that the idiots with first-class holy fire had come to take a chance, to which Huang Xian replied that their empire had an unlimited supply of idiots. The next 3 rounds were just as fast, with the people with stronger holy fire easily defeating the people with weaker holy fire. The 5th duel. It was Qing Yu's turn. His opponent was a tall man with chains on his body. The big guy mockingly admitted that Qing Yu had a pretty face and that he should give up early if he didn't want to lose his life. Qing Yu insulted the big guy with a gesture and told him to stop talking and attack. The big guy got angry and summoned a phantom tiger and prepared to kill Qing Yu, which Qing Yu couldn't agree to. Huang Shuang evaluated the big guy and realized that he could have gone far if he hadn't been caught by Qing Yu. The big guy jumped at Qing Yu and tried to swat him like a fly, but Qing Yu kicked him away, sending him over the edge of the arena. Shuhani was surprised, as she had expected Qing Yu to be much weaker. Qing Yu said that he was bored and left the arena, while Huang Shuang looked at his back and said that he didn't have much time left. The 6th round was won by Huang Fei, who burned his opponent instantly. And in the 7th round, Huang Shuang, the unnamed contestant, and Shuhani also had no trouble fighting. Chulin was bored watching these one-sided fights, so he suggested to the Taoist old man to place spits. The old man agreed, but he was curious what the other esteemed gentlemen would decide. The representatives of the Ruthless Sword School and the Jasper Fairy clan supported this idea. Chulin decided to give Huang Fei a 3rd-rank bone and muscle-strengthening pill, and the Taoist old man also wagered on Huang Fei, giving him his own forged sword of inflexibility. Qin Chuan praised the gentleman for betting quite valuable items, and decided to make a corresponding bet from the Buddha Heart clan. Her bet would be the heavenly crystal strengthened armor, which she would bet on Qing Yu's victory. Lu Julan wagered a 3rd-tier ruthlessness pill on Huang Xian, and the Jasper Fairy representative wagered a lower black-level floating clouds technique on Shuhani's victory. The spectators marveled at the wealth of the 4 major sects, as they were willing to wager such valuable items for fun, while some residents hoped to join the Corps of Engines if they were not accepted into one of the major sects, as it would be better than their current lives. When the free cultivator heard about the bounty, she asked the gentleman what would happen to the bounty if none of their candidates won, and Chulin told her that they would give everything to the winner of the competition. The girl began to think about it and said that according to her estimation, the winner would be. Pointing her finger at Qing Yu, she announced to everyone that only he and she had a chance. Qing Yu was shocked. Suddenly, all the arrows were aimed at him. Huang Shuan started shouting that Qing Yu would have had a chance if Huang Xian had not been involved. But they were out of luck, and now he was determined to win. Some of the people gathered in the arena announced to everyone around that they also had a chance. Chulin climbed onto the fighting part of the arena and announced that he was going to move on to the 2nd round, and that he was going to do so on a every-man-for-himself basis. Everyone immediately surrounded Qing Yu, causing Qing Yu to conclude that many of them had already been bribed, making him think that they were naive fools. Chulin continued to explain, saying that the second round would last until a single incense burned out, and the last 4 contestants left standing would advance to the third round. He then added that if the first round had eliminated the weakest, then the second round would be a true test of fire, and that all contestants would only be allowed to use the power of their sacred fire. Cold weapons and hand-to-hand combat were forbidden. As Chulin announced the start of the second round, the crowd cheered in anticipation of the spectacle, and everyone around Qingyu immediately summoned their flames with the intention of killing him. Qingyu invited them to attack if they thought they could cause him even a little trouble. The opponents immediately attacked Qingyu, and one of them shouted that his mouth wouldn't close before he died, causing many flames to shoot at Qingyu at once. Li Yu was panicked because Qingyu was being attacked by the crowd, while Li Qingyao had warm feelings for him and was worried about him. All the fires hit Qingyu. Each of his opponents had a rank 4 holy fire, and they had been practicing this joint technique for a long time for this moment, believing that if he didn't die from it, his skin would at least peel off. Standing in the middle of the fire, Qingyu taunted his opponents, saying that he couldn't feel his skin peeling off, and that he didn't feel the results of their training very well. And now that they were finished, he offered to start surprising them and summoned a pillar of flame. The Taoist old man was satisfied with his calculations, as he only saw a rank 6 holy fire. Li Yu, on the other hand, cheered all over Qingyu after recognizing the 6th rank flame. Qingyu asked Huang Xian and Huang Fei why they were sending small fish at him if they were so eager to kill him. Furious, Huang Fei and Huang Xian immediately summoned their holy fires. Huang Fei replied to Qingyu that even if he had a 6th-ranked fire, there would always be bigger fish, and Huang Xian showed his 6th-ranked fire. Li Yu was shocked that even Huang Xian had a 6th-rank holy fire. At that moment, Chulin realized that the ruthless sword school was also claimed. Huang Fei and Huang Xian told Qingyu that even prayers wouldn't help him fight the 2 6th-ranked sacred fire wielders, and immediately launched a joint attack of red and blue flames. Without changing his face, Qingyu admitted that he was just warming up, then asked why they all thought that his holy fire was only 6th rank, and immediately became serious, summoning the silhouette of a giant golden 9-tailed raven to devour Huang Fei and Huang Xian's flames. The Taoist old man was terrified as he tried to figure out what rank Qingyu was. This was not a 7th-class fire, or even an 8th-class fire. This was a 9th-class holy fire. Chulin was shocked by the 9th-rank fire after all. Even the fire of the head of the Polar Sun clan was barely approaching the 8th rank. Everyone in the arena was shocked by what they saw. Huang Xian and Huang Fei couldn't believe it, while Prince Jin Nan was glad that he hadn't made a mistake in betting on Qingyu. Because even in the history of their Tianhe Empire, there were no more than 10 9th-ranked divine fire marshals, and the weakest of them had long since surpassed the peak of the spiritual realm. The prince realized that among those currently alive, not only in the Tianhe Empire, but even on the continent itself, there was no one stronger than Qingyu. The prince laughed out loud and said that he was surprised to find a 9th-class sacred flame fortune changer living in his city. Qinchuan thought about how she used to think that her mentor was the strongest person in the world, but he was only an 8th-ranked sacred fire. And closed her eyes, she began to imagine Qingyu's great future, and that one day he would replace her head. Li Qinyao looked at Qingyu in awe, thinking that this was the fire Qingyu had found while wandering the desert. Her father had rejected Qingyu in order to be related to the immortal clan, and as a result, he himself died at his hands, depriving the empire of the divine sword, the main talent of the celestial empire. Looking up at the sky, Li Qinyao asked what her father was feeling right now as he watched them. Qingyu had exposed Huang Xian and Huang Fei in public, saying that they were plotting against him. But unfortunately for them, they didn't even realize how pathetic they were in front of the 9th-rank holy fire, and attacked them with the flame, smashing them to pieces. Qingyu didn't want to kill them now. After all, they could still be of use to him, and their deaths would only come after the ancient relic was activated. Qingyu concluded that the competition should be over, since now that everyone was convinced that he possessed a 9th-rank holy fire, there was no point in the 3rd round. Qingyu began to gather fire in his hand. Creating a huge fireball, the onlookers wondered what he was doing, while the free cultivator realized that he was going to use heavenly suppressing fire. At that moment, she realized that she had not come to the human world for nothing. After summoning a huge amount of fire, Qing Yu used miracle fire suppression, causing the fireball to explode, sending flames into Qin Yu's opponents, who saw this and immediately tried to escape, but it was too late. Prince Jin Nan was satisfied with the result of the competition, because in the history of the competition, there had never been a case where a contestant burned out all of his opponent's flames in the second round. All of Qing Yu's opponents were lying outside the arena. Chuhani, who had managed to dodge, only saw Qing Yu as a madman. At this moment, the free cultivator who had taken no damage realized that her father was right when he said that the world of mere mortals could be fun and interesting, and she hoped that when they met again, Qing Yu would be even stronger. Qing Yu was the only one standing on the arena, and he announced that since he was the only one left, it was likely that he would be the winner of the competition. The representatives of the four great clans were shocked at the quick end of the competition. Huang Fei wanted to curse Qing Yu for taking the holy flame away from him and making him the winner. Huang Fei went crazy and started shouting that Qing Yu should live at the bottom of society in the Sacred Sword Empire instead of being a great warrior in their Xianhai Empire. He shouted that he would kill him no matter what it took, because Qing Yu was and would always be a lowlife of the first spiritual realm. Suddenly, Huang Fei's muscles swelled, and he burst into a blue flame, ready to become the victor by any means necessary and sure that no one would be able to stop him. He attacked Qing Yu from behind and prepared to kill him with a single blow. Qing Chuan tried to warn Qing Yu of the threat. Qing Yu said that he wanted to give him a gift of life, but since Huang Fei refused the gift, Qing Yu summoned the Yaji dragon and immediately struck Huang Fei, who was surprised by the sudden stunt, knocking him into the wall. Bleeding, Huang Fei couldn't understand why he couldn't win. Finally enraged, he shouted that scum like Qing Yu should only crawl at his feet, and that he would not rest until he took Qing Yu's life. Calling Huang Fei scum, Qing Yu threw the god of war spear at Huang Fei, and the spear pierced Huang Fei and stuck him in the wall. The old Taoist was immediately able to identify the divine grade weapon, and confirmed his thoughts that this outbreak was because of Qing Yu, and he was furious that Qing Yu possessed both a divine grade weapon and a 9th rank holy flame. Chulin was furious with Qing Yu and threatened him for killing the Polar Sun clan disciple. Qing Yu returned the spear and asked if it was okay for Huang Fei to try to kill him, and Qing Yu had to put up with it, threatening Chulin that he would be killed if he kept yapping like that. Chulin called Qing Yu a madman, but still dared to fight him. Suddenly a hand appeared in front of him, and Qing Chuan told Chulin to stop, since Qing Yu was now under the protection of the temple, and if he wanted to fight him, he would have to ask the temple's permission first, or else he would become their enemy. Qing Yu asked Qing Chuan not to interfere in their battle after all. He didn't mind if Chulin went to the afterlife after his disciple. Hearing Qing Yu belittle him, Chulin became furious and flew into the air, after which he folded his hands in Namaste and used the black mid-level technique of polar sun at the zenith, summoning a huge sun. Qing Chuan was surprised to see this technique, as only the top 3 disciples of the Polar Sun clan could master it, and when used properly, it was just as destructive as the top black techniques. Chulin was sure that even with the 9th level holy fire, Qing Yu would not be able to resist the mid-level black technique, so she directed the sun at Qing Yu. Seeing the sun flying towards him, Qing Yu grinned, because this was the perfect opportunity to use the war god's spear to its full potential, and use the earthly, high-level, heavenly thunder spear technique to pierce through the huge sundae. Chulin was shocked to see Qing Yu's strength. Then he was hit by Li Xianyao and Huang Chuan's attack, and immediately realized that it was an earth-level technique, while Li Yu wondered how many more tricks Qing Yu had hidden. And the Taoist old man was furious that Qing Yu kept fighting back. After Qing Yu's attack, Chulin was defeated. Qing Yu put the spear of the god of war around his neck and prepared to send him to Huang Fei. Qing Chuan tried to warn Qing Yu not to kill Chulin, but Qing Yu plunged the spear into him. On his deathbed, Chulin told the Taoist old man to deal with Qing Yu, or he would have no way to explain himself to the Polar Sun clan. The Taoist old man demanded that Qing Yu let Chulin go, and threw a jade ring at him, but Qing Yu blocked him by summoning Dragon Yazi and shattered the ring. Chulin begged for mercy one last time and was then killed by Qing Yu, who kept his word and sent Chulin to his protege in the afterlife. The Taoist old man was furious. First, Qing Yu killed his favorite disciple, And then the spiritual son of the Polar Sun clan? He would not let Qing Yu go, claiming that even the ninth rank holy fire would not help him. When Qing Yu heard this, he laughed and became serious, suggesting that the old dog should make sure that he himself was not destroyed. Clutching his spear tighter, Qing Yu told the old man that he had harmed his beloved, mocked her in every way, and said that he had long considered him his sworn enemy. Qing Yu immediately understood why he had resented the Taoist old man all this time, and then wondered who the girl he called his beloved was. The Taoist old man had no idea how he had provoked such hatred towards himself. Although he was young, he was able to kill Chulin easily. The old man realized that with his 9th level sacred fire and earth level techniques, Qing Yu was extremely talented. However, he had long since reached the peak of the spiritual realm, and killing Qing Yu was like crushing an ant for him. Lu Yulin realized that the old man had really decided to kill Qing Yu. After all, the combination of the divine weapon and the top-level black technique was far enough to deal with Qing Yu. The old man whipped Qing Yu, but Qing Yu summoned the powers of the dragon Yazi and the golden nine-legged raven, and tried to deflect the attack with his whip. The Taoist old man told Qing Yu that he was too weak, and broke through the spear attack, sending him into the air, sure that Qing Yu was incapable of doing anything. After Qing Yu regained his balance after the attack, Qing Yu asked Prince Jin Nan to throw him a power release pill. The prince reacted immediately and threw the pill to Qing Yu. Who caught it? Qing Yu immediately ate the pill, and his aura began to strengthen. The Taoist old man laughed at Qing Yu's plan. After all, it would take many years to master the 4-component power release pill, and Qing Yu was foolish enough to expect a breakthrough as soon as he swallowed it. Suddenly, the old man felt a shock, and Qing Yu was able to break through and gain the strength of a Swanee lion. The old man couldn't understand how it was possible to absorb the pill so quickly, and now that Qing Yu's strength was at the peak of the spiritual realm, he couldn't believe such a rapid development. Qing Yu aimed his spear at the Taoist old man, using the powers of the 3 spirits at the same time, and offered the man a taste of the spear once more before attacking him. The old man immediately reacted to Qing Yu's attack and used his purple whip as a shield, barely withstanding Qing Yu's attack. The shockwave from the attack was felt by all the spectators. Even Prince Jin Nan was surprised by such a huge force, but when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. There was a huge hole in the arena, and the Taoist old man was bleeding. The old man couldn't stand it. He fell to his knees, and then Qing Yu came over to him. At the same time, Qing Chuan was becoming more and more amazed at Qing Yu's strength. After all, he was able to make a breakthrough during the battle and defeat the Taoist old man at the peak of the spiritual realm. The prince could not believe what he had seen. But Lu Julan was glad that he had not accidentally snacked in front of this demon. Otherwise, the entire ruthless sword school would have been doomed to death. Qing Yu stood in front of the wounded old man who was in a desperate situation. The old man admitted his defeat. He offered to give Qing Yu anything he wanted as long as he did not kill him. But Qing Yu replied that he only wanted his death. Suddenly, Qing Yu's body became heavy and symbols appeared on the ground, forming a magic circle around Qing Yu. Seeing this, Li Xianyu was excited about what was happening. Seeing Jian Yu trapped inside the magic circle, the old man began to laugh madly, realizing that Qing Yu was the main talent of the continent. Yet he was so inexperienced, the old man began to explain to the trapped Qing Yu that he had spent many years to create this magic circle. The essence of the circle was that once someone was inside, their soul would immediately begin to decompose into a shell. The old man told Jian Yu that he had lived in this world for over 100 years and had managed to destroy many lives with this technique. While Qing Yu was just a young boy who had yet to see anything in this world, but had time to be proud. After that, the old man activated the magic circle, causing Qing Yu's soul to burn, killing Xian Yu, and the old man wanted to take his holy fire. Suddenly, the magic circle was damaged, and the old man was shocked that the magic circle he had used for so many years could not work on Jian Yu. Jian Yu grabbed the old man and told him that he had seen things in the desert that he had never dreamed of. But his magic circle was fine. It was just that Jian Yu's techniques against the soul did not work. Jian Yu called the old man a miserable old dog because he thought he had everything under control since he had been trampling this land for over 100 years. And most people had no idea how much evil he could do in that time. But Qin Yu knew much more about him. The Taoist old man began to beg for mercy, promising not to raise his hand against Qing Yu again, saying that by killing Chulin, Qing Yu had insulted the Polar Sun clan, but by killing him, the clan would never rest until they took revenge. The old man begged Qing Yu not to kill him, and in return, he even agreed to be his messenger, and was even willing to help the immortal clan take revenge. Qing Yu launched a series of attacks on the old man's arm, shredding it to pieces, but the old man asked Qing Yu to be smarter, because even the protection of Buddha Heart Temple would not save him from the wrath of the Polar Sun clan, and by saving his life, Qing Yu would be saving his own life. Qing Yu stepped on the old man's foot and said that he did not need to save his life because it belonged to him alone, and no one could take it away from him. And he certainly could not rely on the old man who set such conditions, and then broke the old man's leg. The old man started shouting that Qing Yu was a real demon, and Qing Yu was a little surprised that it was the old man who called him a demon. He told the old man that he didn't even know how Qing Yu was able to stop himself from attacking him when they first met at the prince's residence. But at that moment, he was too weak and kept telling himself that he had to be patient for a little longer. But now, Qing Yu punched the old man's arm again, telling him that his anger could not be contained. The old man on his deathbed laughed softly. After all, dying at the hands of a great warrior is not so shameful. But before he dies, he just wants to know what he could have done to make Qing Yu so angry. Qing Yu kicked the old man with all his might and said that in the first year of his reign, on the orders of Liqingha, he had captured Liqingha and not only crushed all her bones, but also chained her in the death pit of the desolate lands. The death pit is known as one of the worst places to torture people, as even the slightest touch to the skin there turns into excruciating pain, a fate far worse than death. Qing Yu's tears flowed as he told about the old man torturing Liqingha. The old man panicked, not knowing what Qing Yu was talking about. After all, Liqingha was still alive. He cried out with all his might that he was innocent and begged not to be killed for no reason. Qing Yu gathered the holy fire in his hand and sent the old man straight to hell, leaving no ashes behind. The arena was silent, and Li Yue, his grandfather, Liqingha, and Wanar were happy that Qing Yu had won. Qing Yu raised his head to the sky and said that the Taoist elder was dead, and the next in line would be this couple. Sacred Sword Empire. Zhao Dian performed a blood ritual on Qing Yu under the supervision of his Xiao Huang. Zhao Dian realized that everything depended on his ability to awaken the immortality seal, so he ordered it to appear. Suddenly, Zhao Dian's body was enveloped by a powerful energy. That surprised even Xiao Huan. After completing the transformation, Zhao Dian sighed as his body glowed with energy. Zhao Dian began to rejoice, shouting that he had awakened the immortal seal, and Zhao Huang praised Zhao Dian, suggesting that Zhao Dian take Liqingha A as his wife, since her blood could awaken the immortal seal, and as a faithful wife, she would obey unconditionally. However, he could not imagine that instead of the immortal seal, Zhao Dian could awaken the almighty seal. So he laughed, because he had never heard that anyone from the Zhao family had managed to do so in the past 10,000 years. In fact, among all the immortals, one could count on one's fingers those who had managed to awaken the Supreme Seal, while Zhao Dian had managed to awaken the Supreme Seal. Zhao Huang was glad that he could finally return to the immortals, since they would no longer have anything to do with the ordinary layman. Zhao Huang suggested that Zhao Dian return to the immortals to further develop his strength, saying that they would be able to unite all the immortals, and the members of the Zhao clan would become their rulers. Zhao Dian replied to his uncle that he should follow the rituals, because the one who awakens the Supreme Seal should become the head of the family. When Zhao Huang heard this, he was indignant for a moment, but he had to agree anyway. But Zhao Dian was dissatisfied with his uncle's behavior and ordered him to kneel down. Zhao Huang immediately understood everything and could not contain his laughter. He liked Zhao Dian's determination and was sure that this was what their ruler should be, a cold-blooded tyrant. Zhao Huang kneeled down and introduced himself as Zhao Huang, an immortal of the Zhao family in the 147th generation, and welcomed Zhao Dian as the new head of their family. Zhao Dian ordered his uncle to spread the news of the new ruler to all the members of the clan so that they would come down to this world to bow before him, and Zhao Huang accepted this order without hesitation. Zhao Dian let his uncle stand up, and then Zhao Huang asked what they should do with Liqingha, to which Zhao Dian replied that although she was a mere mortal, she was able to get into his heart, because she could be affectionate, so he wanted her to stay by his side. Zhao Huang agreed and looked at his consort, Prince Jin Nan's residence. Prince Jin Nan praised Liqinghe, saying that he had lived in this world for many years, but no one had ever been able to defeat him like Qing Yu, because before he was 18 years old, Qing Yu was able to defeat the Taoist old man. Then the prince warned Qing Yu that the Taoist old man was closely related to the Polar Sun clan, and since Qing Yu had killed both the old man and Shulin, the clan would never stop until he took revenge. Qinghe offered Qing Yu to join the Buddha Heart Temple, guaranteeing him complete safety, because even though their temple was slightly inferior in strength to the Polar Sun clan, they would never dare to declare war on them. The Jasper Fairy envoy intervened and said that the Jasper Fairy clan was also capable of protecting Qing Yu, so he didn't need to join the Buddha Heart Temple. Qinghe asked Bai Feifei what she was implying, and Bai Feifei replied that Liqinghe was their best student and would most likely be their next chief. And most importantly, she had grown up with Qing Yu and was his loyal friend, so she was sure that this was a good reason to choose her Jasper Fairy clan. After that, Feifei spoke to Qing Yu on behalf of the chief and promised that if he joined their clan, Liqinghe would be appointed as the deputy chief of their clan for 3 years, and Qing Yu himself would take the position of manager, which was the same as a deputy in terms of authority. Qing Yu and Qin Xuan got angry with Bai Feifei and offered Qing Yu similar terms from the Buddha Heart Temple. In the middle of this argument, Prince Jin Nan realized that he couldn't give any advice in this situation and left the decision up to Qing Yu. Qing Yu made up his mind and told the envoys that he would not join any of their clans, shocking them, and then added that he would still go to Buddha Heart Temple to train for a while. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu realized that the Heavenly Stone would still be the sole possession of their temple. And since she was happy with Qing Yu's decision, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. She had to accept the fact that he would not set foot in their clan. After all, given his talent, they would only shackle him when he deserved better. Disappointed by Qing Yu's choice, Bai Feifei immediately apologized and decided to leave. Looking at the departing envoy's back, Qing Yu remembered the grudge from his past life. In the past life, when the Taoist old man came to the Qi clan and demanded that they give him Liqinghe, they gave her up without any objection. So Qing Yu decided that his clan would no longer exist in this life. Prince Jin Nan called Qing Yu over and held out a ring, explaining that it contained all the stakes of the 4 great clans. Qing Yu closed the palm of the prince's hand and said that he didn't need it, which surprised the prince. So Qing Yu offered to keep the ring as a memento of his great army and wished the prince to live out his old age without poverty. Hearing about the great army, the prince lowered his gaze to his old hands, and tears flowed from his eyes. He began to cry, remembering his army. Qing Yu bowed to the prince and began to recount the exploits of Prince Jin Nan's great army, which had won hundreds of battles and made the sky red. 9 of the prince's sons and 40 of his grandsons had died defending the human race on the borders of the empire. Qing Yu admitted that he knew that the prince had given away almost all of his wealth to help the relatives of the fallen warriors, and the prince himself had almost lost his once productive cultivation after suffering a concussion. Qing Yu recognized that the prince was a true hero, so he wanted to express his gratitude to him on behalf of all the survivors of his great army. The prince thanked Qing Yu for his kind words and was about to say something to him, but Qing Yu interrupted him and told him not to worry, and vowed that no matter how high he reached in his cultivation, he would always protect the human race and deal ruthlessly with its enemies for the sake of the world's prosperity. Divine Spear Clan, Ancestor Worship Temple. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian knelt in front of their ancestral altar. Wang Tiqiang slapped his forehead on the ground and apologized to his great-grandfather for his infirmity and for never being able to restore their clan to greatness. The wounded Huang Xian tried to apologize to his father, but his father slapped him and ordered him to beat his forehead on the ground and repent. Huang Xian immediately began to beat his forehead on the ground, justifying to his great-grandfather that it was not that he was weak, but that his opponent was inhumanly strong, so Huang Xian could not do anything. Wang Tiqiang began to threaten his son for daring to make excuses in front of the ancestor, and was about to strike him when suddenly the shrine lit up with blue fire, forming the image of their ancestor. The ancestor was ashamed that his descendants had degenerated and become so pathetic, and Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian were shocked to see the ancestor. The ancestor sighed and said that he couldn't take it anymore, saying that Huang Xian had the Wang bloodline in him, so he would be able to open his spiritual consciousness, after which he would be obligated to revive the clan and restore it to its former greatness. The ancestor raised his hand to his chest and called out the tablet, telling his descendant that it was a unique token of their clan that would open the way to the mountain abode where he had cultivated during his lifetime. After handing over the tablet, the ancestor instructed the descendant to go to that place and gather all his treasures for the prosperity of his clan, after which his spirit dissipated. Huang Xian grabbed the tablet and immediately started bragging to his father about their ancestor giving him the tablet. Wang Tiqiang recalled the stories his grandfather had told him, that during his great-grandfather's time, their clan was one of the greatest on the continent. No one could compare to him back then, but one day, he had insulted the immortal clan, causing their clan to instantly fall into decline. Wang Tiqiang suggested that if his son could retrieve the treasures from the mountain dwelling, they would have a hope of rebirth. Huang Xian smiled, because unlike Qing Yu, who had found something in the desert lands, Huang Xian had the legacy of a great ancestor. Suddenly, someone behind them began to applaud. The stranger said that he did not know that the Divine Spear clan was founded by the descendants of a once great family, and he must have bet on them for a reason. Huang Xian and his father immediately turned around and saw Chulin's face. Huang Xian immediately fell down in fear as he was a ghost, after which Chulin took off his hood and said that he was quite alive. Huang Xian asked how he had survived since he had personally seen Qing Yu take his life. Chulin laughed and revealed that a year ago, the Polar Sun clan had 18 sons, and he was the last of them. But now he was the 5th son, and now the Polar Sun clan had 5 sons. Chulin asked if they could guess where the other 13 sons had gone, and he told them that he had made his way up through flesh and blood, and when he killed the 8th son, he found the imaginary death technique on his body. After the story, Chulin asked Huang Xian if he wanted to kill Qing Yu, to which Huang Xian replied that he would not be able to rest until he did so. Chulin told Huang Xian that he now had the perfect opportunity to do so, suggesting that he lure Qing Yu to the mountain retreat where they would kill him, and also promising that he would not touch the Wang family's legacy as he only wanted Qing Yu's 9th-rank sacred fire. Huang Xian asked Chulin how he was going to kill Qing Yu, since even the Taoist old man was no match for him, but Chulin only replied that he had his own methods. After killing the Taoist old man, Qing Yu's next step might be to return to the Divine Sword Empire. So there was no time to lose, and therefore, if we fail to lure Qing Yu to the mountain abode tomorrow, the Wang family will not like the consequences. Saying that, this Chulin immediately disappeared from the temple. Afraid of the sentence, Huang Xian asked his father what they should do, to which he replied that they had no choice but to go to Qing Yu tomorrow and invite him politely, as the success of this case would depend on their fate. Tianhe Inn, Wu Shi and her sister. Wu Yu bowed to Qing Yu and sincerely congratulated him on winning the Sacred Fire competition, after which they were even more interested in the Great Wasteland because Qing Yu had found something there that helped him defeat the Taoist elder. Qing Yu told them that the events of the competition were nothing to worry about, but more importantly, he was going to the Divine Sword Empire tomorrow to take revenge on his enemies. So, Qing Yu stood up and whispered to the sisters that he had a job for them, the description of which surprised them. The next day, Prince Jin Nan's residence. Qing Yu and his friends gathered at the prince's residence to see Qing Yu off. Warner wished Qing Yu a safe journey. Li Yu asked him to be careful on the way, because even though he killed the Taoist old man, Zhao Dian has more powerful patrons. Qing Yu asked her not to worry, promising that Zhao Dian would not escape death this time. Wan Shuang told Qing Yu that she had decided to go with him. After his revenge, they would return to Buddha Heart Temple. Suddenly, a messenger ran into the residence, saying that the prince was visited by Mr. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian from the Divine Spear clan. Hearing the unexpected news, the prince allowed them to enter. Qing Yu, on the other hand, began to guess the purpose of their visit. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian entered the palace and bowed to the Lord. The prince asked about the purpose of their visit, and Huang Xian knelt down and bowed, saying that he had come to apologize to Qing Yu, then admitted that he had thought too much of himself and had been too rude to him. Wang Tiqiang put his hand on his son's head and began to beg Qing Yu for leniency so that Qing Yu would not take revenge on his son. Huang Xian raised his head and offered to share with Qing Yu as compensation for his inappropriate behavior. Suddenly, Huang Xian began to look around for additional years. But Qing told him to continue. After all, everyone here was his own. Huang Xian continued, revealing that he and his father had accidentally discovered the ancient mountain abode of a prominent warrior, after which he offered Qing Yu to share the treasures left there with him. At that moment, Qing Yu was convinced of his hunch, but he clearly remembered that this had happened much later in his previous life. Qin Chuan assumed that Huang Xian wanted to lure Qing Yu into a cave where they would be ambushed, and then asked if he thought Qing Yu was greedy and stupid enough to fall for this trick, which made Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian terrified as their fate was sealed. Wang Tiqiang started to say that it was completely wrong. They just wanted to apologize. Huang Xian at that moment mentally prayed that Qing Yu would fall for it. But Li Yu intervened and demanded that they stop this cheap divorce and offer it to someone else. Suddenly, Qing Yu agreed to go to the mountain retreat, saying that he believed in their sincerity. Wang Tiqiang rejoiced at these words and said that the place was in the Qiman mountain range, west of the city, and the sooner they went there, the better, because if they left tomorrow morning, they could reach their destination in about a day, to which Qing Yu agreed without hesitation. Wang Tiqiang made his son bow. Before they hurriedly left, Li Yu started to point her finger at Qing Yu for agreeing to go with them because it was obvious that they were setting a trap for him. To which Qing Yu replied that even if she realized it, how could he not understand? And if he agreed, then he shouldn't have any problems. Qin Chuan offered to go with Qing Yu, but Qing Yu replied that he could handle it on his own. Finally, the prince told Qing Yu that they all knew about his strength, but he should still be careful because his self-confidence could lead him to his grave. Qing Yu took the prince's advice. The next day, at the foot of Qiman Mountain. After arriving there, Qing Yu jumped down from the dinosaur and began to think about his past life. Warner had a hard time here because she was the one who was summoned to this place in his past life. So Qing Yu thought that his victory in the Sacred Fire competition could change the course of future events. Wang Tiqiang interrupted Qing Yu's thoughts by informing him that the ancient abode was at the foot of the mountain and that there was a cave ahead of them, which they were about to enter. Qing Yu ordered them to show him the way, wondering if they had a plan for retreat or if they were prepared to die if they failed. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Tiqiang informed Qing Yu that they had arrived at their destination, and then struck the mountain with a shout, causing the passage inside to open. Wang Tiqiang motioned for Qing Yu to go ahead of him, inside the mountain dwelling. Upon entering the mountain abode, Qing Yu and his companions saw a huge statue of Ancestor Wang and 3 pedestals of relics. Upon getting closer, Huang Xian was shocked to recognize the relics as first-class divine weapons. But to his regret, Wang Tiqiang offered Qing Yu to take all 3 treasures. After looking at the statue of Wang's ancestor, Qing Yu realized that there was a soul inside, which probably belonged to the master of the abode, and all 3 items on the pedestals had a magical seal on them, so only those who were recognized by the statue could take the weapons. If an outsider tried to take the weapons, his body would be torn to shreds. But Qing Yu was already at a level where he was not afraid of such tricks. Qing Yu reached out his hand and picked up the divine spear, and immediately a fiery aura began to surround him, threatening to burn him to death. As the aura began to gather, Qing Yu began to inhale a lungful of air, and then exhaled with such force that the aura dissipated. After solving the problem, Qing Yu hid the divine spear in his ring. He planned to use the power of these 3 divine weapons to strengthen the spear of the god of war. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian were shocked to see that Qing Yu had overcome the trap. Suddenly a space opened at the feet of the statue and a token flew out. Qing Yu immediately recognized it as an immortal seal token, and the immortal seal could only be awakened by immortals or their descendants. After awakening the immortal seal, the power of the one who awakened it would increase depending on the original level. At worst, the body would be 10 times stronger. But for a mere mortal, there was only one way to awaken this seal. Kill the immortal and use a secret technique to peel off the seal. Qing Yu remembered that in his previous life, Huang Xian had acquired a seal and wanted to unlock the immortal seal. However, his seal was not complete. Huang Xian was surprised to see the token, as his ancestor had left him a terrifying opportunity for development. Qing Yu reminded Huang Xian that he had a similar token and demanded that he return it. Suddenly, 5 sinister figures appeared. The head of the Death Clan, Hoshijin, surrounded by servants, demanding that Qing Yu give him his life first. Qing Yu immediately recognized the head of the Death Clan, who haughtily asked Qing Yu about these rumors, to which Qing Yu replied that few people in the Tianhe Empire had not heard of such a freak who was neither a boy, a girl, a man, or even a devil. After insulting Hoshijin enough, Qing Yu decided to thank him for giving him two beautiful female warriors, the Wu sisters. Angered that Qing Yu was proud to have won the Sacred Fire competition, Hoshijin admitted that he had heard about the recent killing of the Taoist old man and some other lowlifes. But he decided to tell Qing Yu that the Death Clan was much more dangerous than he thought. Hoshijin decided to introduce his servants. They were the best fighters of their clan. Each of them was at the peak of the spiritual realm, and together with him, there were 5 of them. Hoshijin was sure that Qing Yu had no chance of survival, and even if he had escaped from their clan once, that trick wouldn't work a second time. Hoshijin ordered his servants to kill Qing Yu, and the 4 of them immediately pounced on him. Qing Yu took out the spear of the god of war and decided to tell the assassins that the fact that he was able to kill the Taoist old man should indicate to them that he could kill several fighters at the peak of the spiritual realm. Then he swung the spear and summoned the spirit powers of Dragon Yazi and the 9-legged golden raven, scattered his enemies, shocking Huangxian and Wang Ticheng. Qing Yu asked Hoshijin if he had any other tricks, and Hoshijin laughed and told Qing Yu that their Death Clan was actually famous for possessing the secret art of making puppets. As the 4 assassins stood behind the head, Hoshijin explained to Qing Yu that he had long ago turned them into controllable puppets that were almost impossible to destroy, and that although Qing Yu was strong, he had no way to kill immortal beings. As soon as the assassins tried to attack Qing Yu again, he summoned the dragon spirit Yazi once more, who grabbed the assassins, squeezed their hands into a ball, and threw it next to Hoshijin. Hoshijin shouted, outraged that Qing Yu had destroyed the puppets he had used a huge amount of spiritual energy and blood to create, and was then punched in the face. Qing Yu grabbed Hoshijin's collar and began to question him about the blood he had, demanding to know how many lives Hoshijin had ruined for this. Qing Yu stabbed Hoshijin in the stomach, calling him a monster who could not be forgiven by humans or gods. Hoshijin coughed up blood from the blow, and Qing Yu stabbed him with the spear of the god of war, vowing that he would avenge all the innocent souls ruined by the Death Clan today, and used his holy fire on him, causing an explosion. After inspecting the Death Clan chief's body, Qing Yu asked Wang Ticheng and Huangxian if this was all they had prepared against him, causing them to be horrified. Suddenly, Hoshijin's hand moved. Hoshijin stood up and asked Qing Yu how dare he. Hearing these words from behind, Qing Yu was confused. Hoshijin continued to repeat his question without stopping as he suddenly began to absorb a huge amount of dark red energy, turning him into a puppet. Qing Yu called Hoshijin pathetic for choosing to turn into a puppet, but Hoshijin immediately dodged and shouted that he was only half a puppet, and immediately begged Qing Yu to kill him. Qing Yu raised his god of war spear and hit Hoshijin, but he was too strong, causing Qing Yu to fly back from the blow. Qing Yu thought about the fact that Hoshijin's body had become much stronger after his transformation into a puppet, and he was now as strong as the first level of the destruction realm. Hoshijin once again jumped at Qing Yu and threw a few slashes at him, then continued to overwhelm him, asking him what he could do now. Hoshijin threw Qing Yu away once again and congratulated him, saying that Qing Yu would be the first puppet in history to possess a 9th rank of holy fire. Thinking that Dragon Yazi's strength was not enough to resist the destruction realm at this moment, Qing Yu stood up and told Hoshijin to get ready, as he had something to show him. Qing Yu summoned all 3 animal spirits, and then absorbed the energy of the 9-legged golden raven and the lion Suwani into the dragon spirit Yazi. Hoshijin was panicked by the fact that Qing Yu possessed the body strengthening technique, and immediately attacked him to prevent him from using the technique. As soon as Hoshijin approached Qing Yu, he disappeared as he hit the ground and threw Mr. Wang away. After the attack, Hoshijin looked at his hand and regretted that he didn't know that killing Qing Yu wouldn't be that easy. He decided that even though he had wasted a lot of resources, it was worth it to finally put an end to the matter with Qing Yu. Hoshijin suddenly felt an unusual aura and was shocked. He couldn't understand how this could be. Qing Yu, who was partially covered in scales, asked Hoshijin If he liked this kind of reception, Ho Shijin was shocked that Qing Yu seemed to be a werewolf instead of a human, while Huang Shan wondered if Qing Yu was half dragon. Qing Yu thought about it. He had only strengthened his body with the power of Dragon Yazi, but since his cultivation had limits, the power of all his legendary beasts was only enough to strengthen his right arm. But the final result was equivalent to the third level of the destruction realm. Qing Yu slashed at the air with his right hand, causing Ho Shijin to be hit by the terrifying power of the Yazi dragon's energy, sending him flying into the distance. After being defeated, Ho Shijin returned to his original body, spat out the blood, and admitted that this was the end of his life, saying that he had used the blood of thousands of people to create a puppet body. But he couldn't take the blow. Qing Yu raised his hand and was about to finish off Ho Shijin. Suddenly, Ho Shijin called out to Chulin to save him. Chulin informed Ho Shijin that he had disappointed him, then told Qing Yu that this was not the end and that they would definitely meet again. Chulin immediately left the mountain dwelling, and Ho Shijin shouted at him how he dared to leave him. Qing Yu told Ho Shijin that he was finished now, and Ho Shijin replied that Qing Yu would not be able to kill him, because after that, he would not be able to take revenge on Zhao Dian. Qing Yu was interested in the reason for this, and Ho Shijin told him that Zhao Dian had been able to awaken the Almighty Seal, and that he was now preparing to ascend to heaven. Ho Shijin admitted that Qing Yu himself could find the place of ascension, but it might take him weeks, and by that time, Zhao Dian would already be in the realm of immortals. Ho Shijin promised to tell Qing Yu about the ascension place if he would keep him alive and let him go. Qing Yu agreed to the deal, but Ho Shijin demanded that Qing Yu swear on his soul that he would not kill him. Qing Yu raised his hand and swore on his soul that he would not kill Ho Shijin. Then Ho Shijin sighed and said that according to the information obtained by his clan, the ascension procedure would take place on Mount Chai Feng in the southwest of the Divine Sword Empire. He said that Qing Yu had a maximum of 10 days, and if he did not make it in time, Zhao Dian would be in the heavenly realm, and Qing Yu would not be able to take revenge in this life. Qing Yu thanked Ho Shijin for this valuable information and decided to kill him quickly. Ho Shijin reminded Qing Yu that Qing Yu did not keep his word, and he had already pledged his soul, and if he broke his vow, the heavens would surely rain down their punishment on him and blow Qing Yu's soul to smithereens. Ho Shijin asked if Qing Yu was really willing to defy heaven. Qing Yu squeezed Ho Shijin's hand, took his life, and threw his body to the ground. Qing Yu said that he wouldn't keep his word in front of such scum. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky and landed on Qing Yu. Huang Xian rejoiced that the heavenly punishment would incinerate his enemy, but the lightning dissipated, and Qing Yu appeared out of the smoke, covered by Lion Suani without a scratch. Qing Yu thanked Lion Suani and immediately asked Huang Xian for a token. Huang Xian gave the token to Qing Yu and asked Qing Yu to repel him, promising that he wouldn't tell anyone about what happened here, and that Qing Yu was a werewolf. Wang Tiqiang sat down on his knees and muttered that he would not touch his son, but rather kill him, because after Huang Xian's death, their entire lineage would be broken. Qing Yu decided to annoy Mr. Wang by telling them that he would not spare them. Especially Yazi was very angry with them, and there would be no mercy from him. Qing Yu raised his hand and shot energy at Huang Xian and his father, Wang Tiqiang. Killing them after solving all the problems, Qing Yu decided to test what these tokens could do and connected them, causing them to dissolve into a stream of energy and be absorbed into Dragon Yazi's scale-covered right hand. Qing Yu asked the dragon if it would absorb the power of the immortality seal, and the dragon agreed. So Qing Yu told the dragon that it was ready to be absorbed. The tremendous energy began to be absorbed into the dragon's hand, increasing in size, and Qing Yu realized that Dragon Yazi could not absorb all of the energy of the 7th-ranked immortality seal, so he decided to use the remaining energy to increase his own spiritual power. Under the pressure of such a huge amount of energy, even the ground collapsed. After Qing Yu finished absorbing the energy of the seal, he looked at his hand and estimated that the strength of Dragon Yaji's hand had increased by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation had now reached the peak of the spiritual realm. Qing Yu analyzed that his fighting strength was enough to defeat an opponent at the 3rd stage of the destructive realm, and with Dragon Yazi's hand, he would be able to defeat an opponent even at the 5th stage. With this strength, Qing Yu didn't care what seal Zhao Dian had awakened. His days were numbered. Qing Yu calculated that his journey to Him Ti would take 9 days, and he would not have time to return to Tianhe. So he decided to go directly to Zhao Dian, and then he wrote a letter in the air for Wu Yu, telling her to tell Prince Jin Nan and the others that Qing Yu had gone to take revenge alone, and that he would return to Tianhe once he killed Zhao Dian. After sending the message, Qing Yu set off on his journey. Chiefing Mountain, Zhao Dian, Liqunha, and Zhao Huang stood on the cliff. Liqunha asked her husband if she would be laughed at in the Heavenly Kingdom, and he replied that no one would dare laugh at her because he would be with her. Zhao Dian promised Liqunha that when he became the Lord of Immortals, he would make her the Empress of all humans. Upon hearing this, Liqunha thanked Zhao Dian, while Zhao Huang stood behind him with a serious face in anticipation. Suddenly the sky lit up and a passage opened at the spot of the lightning. An energy ladder appeared, and two immortals emerged from the passage. Zhao Xianer greeted her lord, and then explained to him that she could not enter the world of the living because her cultivation was too strong and would bring chaos to the world of the living, so she would not be able to descend personally. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huang told his nephew that Zhao Xianer was talking nonsense about chaos, and that this upstart was just trying to intimidate them from the doorstep. Zhao Dian asked his uncle not to get upset because he would not let her live after such an insult, and then told Liqunha to go to the immortal world with him. Suddenly, someone flying in from far away called out to Zhao Dian, and when Zhao Dian, his wife, and his uncle turned around, they saw Qing Yu landing next to them. Recognizing Qing Yu, Zhao Dian looked at him haughtily as if he were scum, but Qing Yu would not let him go until their differences were resolved. Zhao Xianer immediately assumed that it was the same Qing Yu from the rumors and realized that she thought this day would be special for a reason. Then her brother confirmed that it was indeed him and offered to kill him. Zhao Xianer told him that there was no point in interfering since Zhao Dexian had awakened the Almighty Seal, and it should be no problem for him to deal with a mortal. And if Zhao Dayan still could not kill a mortal, then he was not worthy to rule her Zhao clan at the top of the world, and her brother had to agree. Qing Yu and Liqunha were ready to fight Zhao Dian, but Liqunha was in a panic because her father's killer had caught up with them. After testing Qing Yu's strength, Zhao Dian praised him, saying that only a few people could reach the peak of the spirit world in such a short time, and Qing Yu said that he did not like him anymore, but roared and begged his uncle for help. Zhao Dian laughed out loud because Qing Yu was trying to annoy him, and asked him if he thought he had become worthy of challenging an immortal just by reaching the peak of the spiritual realm. Zhao Dian confessed that he used to be jealous of Qing Yu for what he was able to achieve in the desolate lands, but now it was all trash to him. Zhao Dian ordered his uncle to kill Qing Yu, and Qing Yu immediately jumped on him. Zhao Huang advised Qing Yu that it would be better for him to sit in a corner like a scared mouse after being expelled from the Divine Sword Empire, instead of coming here to die. To which Qing Yu replied that Zhao Huang thought too much of himself, and then struck back. Zhao Xianer asked Zhao Fengting how many blows he thought Qing Yu could take, to which Qing Yu replied that he could not take a single blow because he could easily deal with not only Zhao Huang, but also Zhao Dian. Hearing this, Zhao Xianer asked her brother how Zhao Dian, who was in the destruction realm with the Supreme Seal, could be inferior to Qing Yu. Zhao Fengting explained that although Qing Yu was only at the peak of the spiritual realm, his body possessed a fierce power of an unknown nature. Then he suggested that Qing Yu had probably found it in the desert lands, and most importantly, he could even handle Zhao Xianer. Zhao Dian stepped onto the stairs and explained to Liqunha that Zhao Huang had put all his power into his punch, so he had no doubt that Qing Yu was already dead. Then he said that they should go. Suddenly, Qing Yu asked Zhao Dian from the cloud of smoke why he was in such a hurry to leave. Zhao Huang, whose neck was grabbed by Qing Yu, called his opponent a scoundrel because he was at the destructive realm stage and was hiding his strength by deceiving him. At this point, Zhao Huang regretted not killing Qing Yu when he still had a chance, to which Qing Yu replied that unlike Qing Yu, Zhao Huang had no second chance and took his life by breaking his neck. Qing Yu threw Zhao Huang's body and told Zhao Dian that his uncle was a weakling. Zhao Dian was furious at his uncle's death and immediately released his seal energy, while Qing Yu prepared for battle, anticipating the power of the immortal seal. Zhao Dian pulled out his divine weapon and told Qing Yu that things had changed a lot since his defeat. Qing Yu immediately realized that Zhao Dian's strength had surpassed the peak of the spiritual realm, that he had entered the stage of destruction, and that the immortal seal also strengthened his divine weapon, making him harder to deal with than puppets. Zhao Dian attacked Qing Yu and ordered him to die, causing Qing Yu to use the heavenly Thunder Spear technique to block the attack. But he was thrown back by the power of Zhao Dian's strike. As he approached Qing Yu, Zhao Dian told him that he was no longer his opponent, and delivered a horizontal blade strike that Qing Yu managed to dodge. Then Zhao Dian swung his leg in preparation for a vertical strike, but Qing Yu grabbed his leg and knocked Zhao Dian to the ground, telling him that it was too early to celebrate victory. Qing Yu and Zhao Dian pushed off the ground with such force that small craters formed and came together in a series of collisions. Qing Yu hit Zhao Dian with his knee, sending him into the air, and jumped at him with his second technique. Second strike, Heavenly Thunder Spear, knocking him down. Spirit of Fury, knocking Zhao Dian to the ground. Qing Yu ordered Zhao Dian to get out as he couldn't die easily from such a blow. Zhao Dian began to release even more energy, then tauntingly told Qing Yu that not only could he not kill him, but he would not be able to harm a single hair on his body, admitting that he knew from the beginning that Qing Yu had no chance. But he had no idea that the omnipotent seal would be so effective. After some thought, Qing Yu realized that he had never heard of the omnipotent seal, but he assumed that the omnipotent seal was superior to the immortal seal. At this moment, Zhao Dian was immediately behind Qing Yu, who had no time to react to this jump, and dealt him a series of punches on his back, then struck his chest with his fist, boasting that he could not withstand even a single blow. The force of this blow caused the ground to be covered in cracks. Zhao Dian shouted that while Qing Yu's strength was running out, his body was constantly flowing with power, and Qing Yu replied that he was disgusted by the sight of Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian muttered that Qing Yu was only pitying him, but admitted that he could have a great future if fate favored him, as his destiny was only to become a stepping stone on the path to greatness. Zhao Dian created a small palm-sized energy ball, which then grew to a huge size and threw it at Qing Yu. Zhao Dian asked Qing Yu not to be upset about his impending death, as being a stepping stone on the path to greatness was a death for a mere mortal, and Qing Yu was more fortunate than the other lowlifes in this world. Zhao Xian'er and Zhao Fengfeng watched the battle between Qing Yu and Zhao Dian. After seeing Zhao Dian kill Qing Yu, Zhao Xian'er was disappointed in Qing Yu and told her brother that his predictions had not come true. Not hearing an answer, Zhao Xian'er asked what had happened and looked at her worried brother, to which Zhao Fengfeng replied that it was not the end. Zhao Dian rejoiced at Qing Yu's death, for at that moment he realized that he had truly ended the hustle and bustle of this world, and that he was about to become an immortal king in the world of immortals. Suddenly, a huge dragon hand appeared at the site of the explosion, followed by the silhouette of the dragon spirit Yazi, whose aura frightened Zhao Dian. Qing Yu asked Zhao Dian where he was going, since it was time for the second round. Zhao Dian wondered where the feeling of unbridled fear that made his hands tremble came from. For the almighty seal holder could not be in awe of an ordinary mortal bug. Shocked by what she saw, Zhao Xian'er removed the broken staff from her mouth and asked her brother what was going on, for she felt a chill from Qing Yu's strength, and even if he had gained strength in the desert lands, it shouldn't affect immortal seal holders like that. Zhao Fengfeng replied that the strength of the legendary desolate beasts was comparable to that of the immortals, but he himself was confused. After all, he shouldn't be in awe of them. Whereupon he speculated that Qing Yu was able to subdue one of the strongest beasts from the desolate lands. Zhao Fengfeng advised his sister to let him finish off Qing Yu, as he might evolve to the point where it would be a disaster for them. Zhao Xian'er smiled mischievously and told her brother that Zhao Dian and Qing Yu's feud was their own business, and that only fools oppress young talents while wise men draw them to their side. She explained to her brother that from her point of view, it would be good for them if Qing Yu could kill Zhao Dian. Zhao Fengfeng suggested that she think it over, because even if she was right, she could not guarantee. Zhao Xian'er interrupted Zhao Fengfeng with an angry expression and told him that they were not debating here, and that she was only informing him of her decision, which Zhao Fengfeng did not dare to disagree with. Qing Yu walked over to Zhao Dian and asked him if he was afraid, as his hands trembled with fear. Furious, Zhao Dian picked up his sword again and asked Qing Yu who he thought he was, if he thought he could scare an immortal. After all, the Supreme Seal was the pinnacle of development, and everyone should kneel before the face of the holder of the supreme seal. Zhao Dian lunged at Qing Yu, saying that he was no exception, and punched him in the cheek with his fist, then began to deliver a series of blows with his blade, shouting in vain that Qing Yu could never defeat him. Zhao Fengfeng, who watched the battle, was embarrassed as Zhao Dian acted like a buffoon, while Zhao Xianer chuckled softly as she thought about what she would offer Qing Yu to win him over. Enraged, Zhao Dian shouted that he would win and was about to stab Qing Yu in the chest, blood splattering. Zhao Dian smiled contentedly, but suddenly he coughed up blood in shock as he realized that it wasn't him who had pierced Qing Yu with his blade, but Qing Yu who had punched a hole in him and grabbed his core. Zhao Dian shook and tried to threaten again, but Qing Yu snatched his soul away, causing Zhao Dian to fall to the ground exhausted. Qing Yu admitted that he had realized many things that day. For example, he understood why great wars like to play with their victims like cats with sparrows. After all, these sensations are the sweetest. Saying this, Qing Yu crushed Zhao Dian's core, after which the core energy began to form the Almighty Seal. Zhao Dian wondered how he could lose. After all, he possessed the Almighty Seal. So Zhao Dian reached out to Zhao Xianer and Zhao Fengfeng and ordered them to help him. Qing Yu glanced at the immortals, but Zhao Fengfeng remained indifferent, and Zhao Xianer replied to Zhao Dian that she couldn't help him even if she wanted to. Hearing this refusal, Zhao Dian started to threaten Zhao Xianer, but abruptly groaned at Qing Yu's blow, after which he turned to dust. After killing Zhao Dian, Qing Yu walked towards Liqingha. She couldn't move for fear. Qing Yu approached her and asked her if she regretted her decision. Liqingha cried and replied that she didn't regret it. She didn't regret it because all she did was to become stronger. She wanted to become the ruler of this world, to rule over all people. After saying this, Liqingha asked Qing Yu to end it soon. Qing Yu confirmed that Liqingha was right. After all, everyone has their own choices. And she was not wrong in her choice. Qing Yu said that she was able to succeed and still become the empress of this world. After hearing that she had made the right choice to become the empress of this world, Liqingha started laughing madly, while shedding tears. But at that moment, Qing Yu took her life, and her body fell at his feet. Qing Yu closed his eyes and said that it was over, looking at the immortals standing above him. Zhao Xianer asked Qing Yu if he knew the consequences of killing Zhao Dian, to which Qing Yu replied that he would like to know. Zhao Xianer sighed and explained to Qing Yu that Zhao Dian had awakened the Almighty Seal and was destined to become the head of all the immortals of the Zhao family. So logically, she should avenge Zhao Dian. When Qing Yu heard this, he said that besides him, only Zhao Xianer wanted to kill Zhao Dian so badly. So he asked her to not hold back and rejoice that Zhao Dian was dead. Zhao Fengfeng shouted that this was nonsense and that Qing Yu didn't know anything. To which Qing Yu replied that Fengfeng hadn't changed and still reacted to everything with the same sour face. Zhao Xianer and Zhao Fengfeng blurted out, and then Zhao Xianer began to think about how Qing Yu knew Zhao Fengfeng's name, because he couldn't have overheard the immortals' conversation, because the immortals' conversations were protected by a magic barrier. And Zhao Fengfeng was trying to understand why Qing Yu was talking to him, as if they had known each other for a long time. Qing Yu thought that he was lucky to kill Zhao Dian so easily, because if these two weren't here, the battle would have been much bloodier. He remembered that in his past life, Zhao Xianer was the leader of the immortal clan with at least an 8th level immortal seal. But she was not evil in temperament, and she almost never killed innocent people. In his past life, it was only because of her support that he was able to resist Zhao Dian for a long time. But unfortunately, in the end, Zhao Dian killed her. As for Zhao Fengfeng, before he died, he had begged Qing Yu to kill Zhao Dian, but Qing Yu was unable to do so at that time, and only fulfilled his request now. Qing Yu raised his head and ordered the immortals to go down. Zhao Xianer called him curious, but decided to go down, with his brother anyway. Qing Yu held out his hand with the supreme seal, and said that since he had killed Zhao Dian, the seal belonged to him. Zhao Fengfeng protested, and Zhao Xianer explained that the heavenly seal would be of no use to him. And although people could awaken the immortal seal with secret techniques, the heavenly seal was something else. The supreme seal is much more valuable than any immortal seal, and those who can awaken it are only born once every 1,000 years, and it can only be absorbed by the immortals of the Zhao family. And if Qing Yu doesn't believe it, he can try it himself. Qing Yu tried to absorb the seal, but it did not yield. Zhao Xianer said that he had now personally verified that she had not deceived him. And Qing Yu thought that he could not absorb the seal, but if he could awaken the fifth son of the dragon Taod, he might be able to absorb this seal, which would become stronger. But Tao Te would not appear until he reached the peak of the destruction realm. Zhao Xianer smiled slyly and offered Qing Yu to give up the omnipotent seal in exchange for a third-level divine weapon and a seventh-level immortality seal. But Qing Yu immediately refused, saying that these things were not even close to the omnipotent seal. Zhao Xianer said that Qing Yu knew the whole story of his feud with Zhao Dian and asked what he thought about it. Qing Yu replied that she was heaven's favorite, whereupon Zhao Xianer smiled and offered to become Qing Yu's fiancée and later his wife. When Qing Yu heard this, he was stunned. But after a moment, his face fell in disgust. Zhao Fengfeng immediately protested to his sister not to do it, and then asked Qing Yu why he had a frown on his face when he heard the proposal, if it was because he didn't like her. Qing Yu asked if Fengfeng wanted him to accept, but he immediately refused. Zhao Xianer said that she was completely serious, then pointed her finger at Qing Yu, and said that although he was not strong enough to be her husband, he had great potential and she was willing to personally help him develop, and when he became strong enough, she would marry him. With a slight blush, Zhao Xianer promised Qing Yu that she would not hide their relationship during the premarital period and that she would immediately announce her decision to the Zhao family. Fengfeng wanted to stop his sister, but he didn't dare because it was her decision. Zhao Xianer said that even though he had lost Li Qinghe, she was still better than her. Qing Yu mentally praised Zhao Xianer for being determined to do such a thing to win her over. But Qing Yu grabbed Zhao Xianer's hand and apologized, saying that her offer was very tempting, but he still refused. Zhao Xianer asked Qing Yu to directly answer what he was afraid of, to which he replied that he wasn't afraid of anything, he just wasn't interested in her. Zhao Xianer became angry and asked Qing Yu not to test the limits of her kindness. After all, she had personally opened her heart, and although he was strong, he would hardly be able to defeat her and her brother. Qing Yu replied that he was willing to fight them to the death, which made Zhao Fengfeng furious that Qing Yu refused to take his sister as his wife. Qing Yu reminded them that they wouldn't be able to kill him, and although they had some trump cards, he wasn't that easy either, and if they didn't kill him, the Zhao immortal bloodline would have another hidden threat. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengfeng could only tiptoe with restraint. Qing Yu reminded them that he had an all-high seal and said that he could pass it on to another immortal clan. Zhao Fengfeng thought this was a threat, but Qing Yu replied that he was not threatening, but merely explaining the balance of power. Zhao Xianer told Qing Yu and her brother to stop fighting, and asked what Qing Yu wanted in exchange for the omnipotent seal. Qing Yu said that first, he wanted a 4th-level divine weapon, and second, he wanted 10 9th-level divine pills. At this moment, Qing Yu thought that the omnipotent seal was not of much value to him, and keeping it to strengthen the dragon a bit in the future was useless, since one could get something useful right now. And thirdly, Qing Yu asked for 3 7th-level immortality seals. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengfeng immediately started screaming and called it robbery, to which Qing Yu replied that he was glad that Fengfeng realized this, but it was pointless to say it out loud. Zhao Xianer explained to Qing Yu that she could give him a 4th-level divine weapon, but the 9th-level pills were too valuable, and she didn't have that many. But in exchange, she was willing to give him 1 rank 9 pill, 10 rank 8 pills, 50 rank 7 pills, and of course, 3 7-stage immortality seals. Zhao Fengfeng wanted to warn his sister that it wasn't worth it, but she asked him not to worry about it since these things were plentiful. She asked Qing Yu if he agreed to the deal, to which he said yes, and they raised their hands to seal the deal with a handshake, but Qing Yu missed Zhao Xianer's hand. Qing Yu replied that he thought she was going to give him something, but for some reason, she held out her hand. At that moment, Zhao Xianer held back as much as she could to avoid getting angry. The immortals were climbing the stairs to return to the immortal world. Zhao Xianer held the almighty seal in her hand, happy that she had managed to get it, while Zhao Fengfeng, who was walking behind her, said that he could not let Qing Yu go unpunished for his arrogance, and that he was not willing to swallow this insult so easily. Zhao Xianer replied to her brother that he would have to hold on to his grudge. After all, it was nothing compared to getting the seal. Zhao Xianer turned around and told her brother that Qing Yu was more cunning than he seemed and thought about his next move much further than others. She reminded her brother of the rumors that he had gained something incredible in the desolate lands that made him so strong. But she was sure that it wasn't that simple. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng asked what she meant, and Zhao Xian'er replied that this Qing Yu might not be the same as before. As soon as the immortals disappeared, the free cultivator came out from behind the cliff, happy that she had seen something interesting. Namely that Qing Yu had skillfully used the wasteland beast, and that he had reached an agreement with the Zhao family immortals. She was sure that her parents would be very pleased, and that they would soon have another great warlord. Then she laughed in anticipation of her upcoming meeting with Qing Yu, and she left by jumping off the cliff. 10 days later, Tianhe City. Qinchuan was standing at the city gate waiting for Qing Yu, when she suddenly saw a familiar silhouette. She greeted Qing Yu and congratulated him. Qing Yu confirmed that he had indeed settled the old matters and suggested that they go to see Prince Jin Nan together. Qinchuan tilted her head sadly and replied that Prince Jin Nan and his granddaughter had already left, leading Qing Yu to believe that it was because of the werewolf attack. Qinchuan gave Qing Yu a letter from Li Yu, in which Li Yu congratulated Qing Yu for killing Zhao Dian and said that she wanted to prepare something festive to celebrate his arrival. But the situation at the border had become very difficult, so she and her grandfather had to leave immediately. She wrote that she had decided to join her grandfather's great army, and although Qing Yu didn't know it, she could wield a spear without being inferior to him. Li Yu wished Qing Yu good luck in the Buddha Heart Temple, as she was sure that he would be even stronger by the time they met again. But she would definitely be, as she had no other choice. At the end of the letter, Li Yu said goodbye to Qing Yu as she had to leave. After reading the letter, Qing Yu prayed for her to come back alive. Qinchuan asked Qing Yu not to worry about the prince and his granddaughter, saying that they would definitely repel the werewolf invasion. Qing Yu said that they should go as well, to which Qinchuan agreed. After a while, the carriage was moving at full speed. Inside the carriage were Qing Yu, Jiurayu, Warner, and Qinchuan. Qing Yu said that he hadn't expected Warner to go to Buddha Heart Temple on business as well, to which she replied that she had long planned to open a branch of her auction house there and she was happy to share the road with him. After listening to Warner, Qing Yu waved his head in agreement with her. At that moment, Jiurayu pulled his sleeve and asked him where Aunts Wu Yue and Wu Shi were now. Qing Yu replied that they were already waiting for them in Buddha Heart City. Half a month later, Buddha Heart City. Qing Yu and the girls arrived at Buddha Heart City. Jiurayu looked out of the window and marveled at such a big city. And Warner agreed that this city was indeed much bigger than Tianhe. Qinchuan told them that they would first rest in the city, and after a few days, they would go to the temple. Suddenly, Qing Yu saw something happening nearby. Qinchuan wanted to say something, but didn't dare. Until Qing Yu asked, she explained that they were free warriors who were recruiting new recruits for their teams. There was no influence of powerful schools or temples behind them, so in order to make some money in a short time, they have to. Qing Yu was ahead of Qinchuan and said that they were going to the desert lands. When Qinchuan heard Qing Yu's sad tone, Qinchuan wanted to ask Qing Yu about it, but he left the conversation saying that everyone has their own way and suggested that they go on their way. In front of the huge mansion, when Qing Yu and the girls got out of the carriage, Jiurayu waved her hands in delight at the huge mansion. Qinchuan said that the mansion was her property and suggested that Qing Yu and Jiurayu stay there, to which Qing Yu replied that they would have a good rest today and go for a walk tomorrow. Night in Qing Yu's room. Qing Yu meditated in his room surrounded by divine weapons, then took out the God of War spear and used heavenly fire suppression to improve the God of War spear at the expense of the other weapons. By sacrificing an extra divine weapon, Qing Yu was able to upgrade the War God's spear to a 4th grade divine weapon. After upgrading the spear, Qing Yu took out 3 7th grade immortality seals and was about to offer them to the dragon Yazi, but the dragon ate them all in one bite without listening to Qing Yu and regurgitated them, causing Qing Yu to complain that he had left him nothing and Yazi to smile. Qing Yu chased away Yazi's dragon spirit, calling it heartless, and thought that after absorbing the 3 7th stage immortality seals, he would be able to use both dragon hands at once, and when the next breakthrough occurred, he would enter the stage of the destruction realm. Qing Yu took out the pills he had obtained from the deal with Zhao Xian'er and began to consume them, thinking that an ordinary 7th class pill could instantly raise a 9th class spiritual realm warrior to the peak, and with 50 such pills, Qingyu should at least break through to the destructive realm stage. As soon as Qingyu broke through, a powerful aura of the destructive realm level roared around the mansion. Qingyu was able to break through to the first level, and he could rightfully consider that he had taken a big step towards greatness. The path to greatness consisted of 7 stages: spiritual division, destruction, emptiness, fusion, ascension, immutability, and supremacy. After entering the destructive realm, an energy crystal capable of storing spiritual energy is formed in the body, allowing a warrior at the first stage of the destructive realm to store 10 times more energy than a warrior at the peak of the spiritual realm. As they moved up to the next level, the amount of energy also increased by 10 times. But Qingyu's energy increased by 100 times instead of 10 times. Qingyu calculated that at this moment, with his strength in Dragon Yazi's hands, he could overwhelm a warrior at the 5th stage of the destructive realm and even get a head start on the peak of the destructive realm. And if he fought to the death, he could even finish off a warrior at the 1st stage of the void realm. At this moment, there was no one stronger than Qingyu in the entire Tianhe Empire. And after all, in his previous life, he had reached such heights when he was 40 years old, while in this life, he was only 18 years old. When Qingyu reached the desolate realm, he decided to return to the desolate lands. Qingyu remembered that the wasteland realm was divided into 7 borders. The first was the border of the desolate lands. The border of the wasteland realm was mostly filled with wild beasts, the strongest of which had reached the peak of the spiritual realm, but most of them were at the 1st and 2nd stages. The second border is a huge depression. Most warriors believe that there is nothing scarier in life than this, and even Qingyu thought so in his previous life, because then he could not imagine what other dangers lurked in the desolate lands. In his previous life, Qingyu's carelessness had caused him to fall through a crevice and end up in a most unusual place, the heart of the desolate lands. At that moment, the legacy of the desolate lands came to him. Qingyu asked him to wait for his friends for a while, as he would soon awaken and summon them all, and he wanted to see with his own eyes the last 8 wasteland beasts that he had failed to subdue in his previous life. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, interrupting Qingyu's thoughts. Qingyu allowed the guest to enter the room. Wu Yu bowed to the master and reported that she and her sister had completed the task, collected all the treasures of the Death Clan, and destroyed all the remaining puppets. After finishing the report, Wu Yu handed the loot to Qingyu, and after looking at the treasures, Qingyu took the 9-tailed phoenix for himself and gave the treasures to his sisters. Wu Yu thanked the Lord for his generosity. Qingyu asked Wu Shi, and Wu Yu replied that her sister had already contacted Liqinghe and was currently in a state of stealth. Hearing this, Qingyu asked Wu Yue to tell her sister to be careful, because the cloaking technique he'd given her was very effective, but it still couldn't show its full potential because of Wu Shi's cultivation. One mistake, and she would be discovered, and once discovered, she would be killed. Hearing this, Wu Yu became nervous and immediately agreed with Qingyu and left, after which Qingyu looked at the moon. The next day, Buddha Heart City. Qingyu and the girls went for a walk. Qingyu remembered that Buddha Heart City's wine was famous throughout the Tianhe Empire, so he decided not to miss the opportunity. Suddenly, Jiroyu started jumping up and down and asked for wine. But Qingyu said that it was too early for her to drink it, so Jiroyu got upset and went to Wu Yu to cry. At the tavern, at the entrance of the pub, Qinchuan recognized a man. Qingyu asked who he was, and Qinchuan replied that she couldn't stand that man. It was Qinchuan of the Ice and Flame sect. Seeing Qinchuan and her companions, Qinchuan immediately realized that Qingyu was standing next to her and suggested that he join their sect because in the Buddha Heart Temple, he would only waste his 9th rank holy fire. But Qinchuan interrupted Qinchuan, saying that their temple had high hopes for Qingyu's arrival. And so, Qinchuan's face was covered with vessels of anger, and he said that he was most annoyed by people who interrupted other people's conversations. But he would forgive her since he was in a good mood today, and finally reminded her that there would be consequences if it happened again. Qinchuan held a grudge against Qinchuan, so Qinchuan approached Qingyu and asked him to go with him. But Qingyu had no intention of leaving and asked who he was. Qinchuan turned around and replied that he had forgotten that Qingyu was from the village, then said that he was the chief disciple of the Ice and Flame sect. Qingyu said that he had heard of this sect, to which Qinchuan replied that Qingyu was not completely ignorant since he had heard of their sect, and ordered Qingyu to go with him because there was already a position worthy of Qingyu in their sect. He said that a talented young man like Qingyu would only be wasting his time in the Tianhe Empire, and by joining their sect, he would be able to rise to the position of an administrator in just a few years. Qingyu replied that he was judged too lowly and that he had heard that their sect was subservient to immortals and even gave their wives and daughters to them just to please their masters. After saying that, Qingyu apologized because he did not want to become a part of the puppet master sect. Qinchuan laughed at the way Qingyu wiped Qinchuan's nose. And then Qinchuan finally became furious and prepared to kill Qingyu, but suddenly Qingyu put his hand on Qinchuan's shoulder and told him that their sect had no moral core, and that being a member of their sect was like living on one's knees. Besides, the thing he hates the most are the willless wimps who worship immortals. And Qingyu used the power of the Yaji dragon to force Qinchuan to his knees. Qinchuan couldn't understand how he, who was at the third stage of the destruction realm, could be kneecapped by a small child. At that moment, Qingyu let him go and went to the tavern with the girls, telling them that this snail was not worth giving up plans to drink wine. Qinchuan, who was on his knees, biting his lip to the point of bleeding, vowed that he would destroy Qingyu. On the second floor of the inn, Qingyu enjoyed the wine and praised it in front of Qinchuan, saying that it was worthy of its fame. Qinchuan assumed that Qinchuan had already rushed to report the matter and advised Qingyu to go to Buddha Heart Temple as soon as possible. But Qingyu told her that there was no need to worry about a second-rate sect. Qinchuan mentally prayed that her father and mentor would be able to handle the situation. Suddenly, someone on the street started shouting about perversion. Qinchuan was immediately horrified that someone in their city was molesting girls and apologized to Qingyu, saying that she would be back soon, but Qingyu decided to go with her. The entrance hall of the inn. A crowd of people gathered around the man and the girl, discussing what had happened. The girl, who covered her ass, called the man a shameless impertinence for offering her a drink and finally touching her ass. The satisfied man, with a third-person hand mark on his face, replied to the girl that the uncle was a very responsible man and that this was his method of divination and he could not afford to be careless in his work as every detail was important. He went over to the girl and took her by the chin and told her that her uncle was not deceiving her and that the uncle would never dare to insult such a beautiful girl, because the uncle had been a noble man all his life and had no intention of straying from the righteous path. His uncle only helps beautiful girls to find their destiny so that everything will go well in their lives. His words made the girl herself doubt that he was a pervert, but the man replied that he often encountered misunderstandings, and it hurt him. But even after that, he did not give up his work and steadfastly continued to carry the heavy burden of being a fortune teller. Qinchuan boiled with rage when he heard that the man had stunned the girl, and Qingyu, who admired him, called him cool. Suddenly, the uncle pulled his hand to the girl's chest and offered her a fortune elsewhere. But he was interrupted by Qinchuan, who appeared behind her back and wanted to taste his blood. The uncle immediately moved away from the girl and greeted little Qinchuan, then immediately offered to read her fortune. But his hand was grabbed by Qingyu, who suggested that he be the one to read the fortune, not Qinchuan. The uncle immediately released his hand and waved Qingyu away, saying that he wouldn't tell fortunes for people like him, then took out a handkerchief to wipe his hand, shocked that this guy had become a pervert at such a young age. Qinchuan shyly introduced her uncle. It was Shita Jinyu, a freelance employee of Buddha Heart Temple. He was very good in every way except Qinchuan sighed at his behavior. Upon hearing this name, Qingyu remembered Shita Jinyu, the second son of the Shita family, who had been very talented since childhood, had already broken through to the destructive realm stage at the age of 18, and could have had an illustrious future. But he decided to join Buddha Heart Temple as an ordinary servant. In his own words, only Buddha Heart Temple had a sufficient collection of beauties to bring him joy in life. He was always very open and cheerful, and his favorite pastime was pretending to be a fortune teller to touch girls in various places. But he could also be called the greatest of human heroes. After all, the last time the demon race attacked, he single-handedly forced them to retreat, and thanks to him, the Buddha Heart Temple continued to sleep peacefully. In the end, he fell at the hands of the demon empress. But just before he died, he managed to pinch her ass. After that incident, the demon empress could not get rid of that heavy memory for many years. Although he was not a decent person, he was an excellent warrior. Shita Jinyu asked Qingyu not to look at him with that look, because it scared him. Qinchuan reminded Shita Jinyu that his father and mentor had strictly forbidden him to molest other girls, and threatened to report the incident as soon as she returned to the temple. Shita Jinyu immediately began to beg for mercy, pleading for another chance, but Qinchuan refused. Unexpectedly, Qingyu asked Qinchuan to forgive Shita Jinyu on the condition that it would not happen again. Out of respect for Qingyu, Qinchuan agreed to forgive Shita Jinyu and immediately offered to return to the wine. On the second floor, the tipsy Shita Jinyu called Qingyu his brother and talked about how joining the Buddha Heart Temple was the right decision. And lustfully groping the air with his hand, he began to say that his brother would soon see what kind of white-skinned female disciples would beg. At that moment, Shita Jinyu felt Qinchuan's murderous aura and decided to stop. Then asked if that horned girl was Qingyu's slave. Qingyu asked what he wanted to say, and Shita Jinyu advised him to be careful with her, as she could bring a lot of trouble in the future. And Qingyu could not help but agree. Qingyu mentally praised Shita Jinyu for realizing what kind of family Jirowayu was, and immediately Shita Jinyu began to giggle lustily, scaring Jirowayu, and said that when she grows up, she will be an indescribable beauty, and judging from his experience, she will be pursued by many cables, causing them a lot of trouble, because not everyone is as decent as Uncle Shita. After saying that, Qingyu was disappointed in Shita Jinyu and realized that he had overestimated him. Qinchuan got to the point. She asked Shita Jinyu for help, more specifically for his family. Qingyu was interested, so Qinchuan went on to talk about the situation with the Ice and Flame sect. After listening to Shita's story, Zheng Yue agreed that they were serious opponents, but not for his family. He asked them to stay out of it, saying that he would handle it himself. Suddenly, Qingyu remembered how he had brought Qinchuan to his knees, shocking his uncle, who then patted Qingyu on the shoulder and praised him for finally finding someone to kick their nose at, and promised that he would definitely protect them. Qingyu thanked his uncle and asked for more wine to be brought to them, as his uncle didn't deserve to go home sober. Sitting next to the elders, Ji Ruyu complained that she was bored here and wanted to go for a walk. Qingyu suggested that she take a walk with Qinchuan and Wu Yu, so she happily agreed, and the three of them left. Before they left, Qinchuan wondered what Qingyu wanted to talk to Shita Jinyu about alone. Shita Jinyu and Wu Yu immediately understood why Qingyu had suggested that the girls go for a walk and asked what he wanted to talk about. Confirming his uncle's suspicion, Qingyu said that he wanted to borrow something from him while jabbing his finger on the table. After realizing what Qingyu was hinting at, Shita Jinyu immediately refused Qingyu, saying that he couldn't give someone something so valuable to him. 3 hours later, leaning on Qingyu, Shita Jinyu happily shouted that it would be good to drink some more, and said that from now on, Qingyu was like a brother to him, and that he would do anything for him. Qingyu sighed at the thought of Qinchuan calling him uncle. Suddenly, Qingyu felt something that confused his uncle. Qingyu told him that the girls were in trouble. Shita Jinyu asked if the Ice and Flame sect had attacked them, and Qingyu replied that he didn't know, asking his uncle to stay here for now while he went after them. Shita Jinyu said he would go to the rescue as well, but Qingyu refused, saying that Wu Yu had signaled him that the kidnapper wanted Qingyu to come alone. Zitu Zhongyu asked Qingyu to be careful, and Qingyu jumped towards the girls. Somewhere in the mountain forest, the free cultivator wondered why Qingyu hadn't arrived yet and called him careless. Suddenly, she saw a silhouette, and Qingyu was walking towards her with a war god spear, and clearly evil intentions. She greeted Qingyu sweetly with her arms crossed on her chest and started to wave her hand to call him over. But suddenly, Qingyu threw his spear at her, creating a huge fireball that even surprised the free cultivator, and immediately Qingyu jumped through the flames and grabbed her neck, saying that she was obviously looking for death. The free cultivator tried to remind Qingyu that it was her, but he only asked who she was, and she asked Qingyu to loosen his grip. The free cultivator realized that Qingyu had a fiery temperament, but she was really looking forward to meeting him. Qingyu asked her if she was a member of the Ice and Flame sect, and she wrinkled her face and said that the sect was just a bunch of pathetic immortal clan minions, and that Qingyu thought too little of her. Qingyu looked at the girl's condition and asked her why she forced him to come here. but with a slightly flushed face, she asked Qingyu to stop strangling her first. Qingyu let go of the free cultivator's neck, and she immediately explained that she was looking for him to offer to join her clan since the wasteland beast was a part of it. Immediately surprised by what he heard, Qingyu asked the cultivator who she was and mentally inquired how she knew about the Yazi dragon. The cultivator asked Qingyu not to be nervous and began to reincarnate, saying that now that the power of the wasteland beast was connecting them, she was willing to admit that her father was one of the guardians of the wasteland. He was a black dragon. Qingyu was surprised by what he heard and asked about the black dragon. After evaluating Qingyu's appearance, the dragon daughter realized that he was surprised sincerely and really did not know about her father, which confirmed his rebirth. The dragon daughter asked Qingyu if he knew if the desolate lands were so vast, to which Qingyu immediately replied that he did not know. She began to explain that the desolate lands stretched for hundreds of millions of kilometers and that it was larger than the immortal world in area. The desolate lands was divided into 7 natural borders, and each border was under the control of one of the princes, and her father was one of those princes belonging to the 7th border. The dragon daughter explained that her father was no inferior to the head of the immortal clan in terms of his position and in terms of his cultivation. Even the strongest creatures of the immortal race were unable to harm him. Realizing how dangerous he was, Qingyu asked Yazu if he knew anything about him, since he had never met him in the 10 years he had been in the desert lands. Dragon Yazi growled at Qingyu that the Black King was his little brother, so Qingyu teased Yazi that he was trying to trick him. The dragon daughter told Qingyu that in his position, it would be natural for him to join her clan, and she was even willing to give him time to collect himself, after which she would take him to her father. Qingyu thanked her for the invitation, but still declined as he was used to moving on his own. The black dragon daughter began to lose patience and asked Qingyu if he thought she was deceiving him or if he was afraid of something else, but Qingyu replied that he was simply not interested. The dragon daughter told Qingyu that he was no longer of the human race and that only with them could he feel like he belonged, then asked if he was rejecting her because he liked Zhao Xianer. Hearing this, Qingyu immediately realized that during the fight with Zhao Dian, the dragon daughter was hiding nearby and he hadn't noticed her. Qingyu replied that he was not interested in Zhao Xianer, but he would not join the wasteland beasts either. Realizing that Qingyu could not be persuaded, the dragon daughter sighed and told Qingyu that in that case, the doors of her clan would be open to him forever. Qingyu turned away from the dragon daughter and went to the girls, telling them that he did not like their working methods and that there would be no mercy next time. The dragon daughter puffed up her cheeks and called Qingyu a bore. Then she pointed her finger at Jirowayu and asked for permission to take her with her, because this girl had the blood of the ancient succubus race, and if she was not helped, she would not be able to reach her full potential in the future and would grow up to be a mediocre succubus. But if Qingyu gave her Jirowayu, she would ask her father to purify her blood and get rid of the succubus blood, and she would grow up to be just like her and have a family in the form of her clan. Qingyu considered the dragon daughter's proposal and asked her how he could trust her, to which she replied that it was very simple because their clan had a special spell to make a contract, and as long as they both kept their word, they would both live. But if one of them decided to betray the other, they would die a quick death. Qingyu asked Yazi what he thought of this method. Then he nodded and said that it was fine. Qingyu agreed to make a treaty with the dragon daughter, after which she walked up to him and kissed him on the lips. Shocking Qingyu, suddenly radiating energy circles of contract. Signing appeared below them. Dragon Spirit Yazi watched from the side with a satisfied face and said that this was all he could do for his brother Blackie. The energy began to dissipate, and the contract signs appeared on the hands of Qingyu and the dragon daughter. And then they ended the kiss. The dragon daughter explained to Qingyu that from now on, their lives would depend on each other. And if he ever changed his mind, he could just call out to her with his heart, and she would immediately feel it. And if he got into trouble, her clan would always be ready to help him. Qingyu was confused by this way of making a contract, to which the dragon daughter said that all they needed to do to make a contract was to touch each other with any part of their skin. Then she picked up Jiroyu and said goodbye to Qingyu. Qingyu rubbed his head, realizing that he had probably been tricked, and even speculated that Yazi might be a sent spy. At that moment, the girls woke up, and Wu Yue immediately panicked and tried to find Ji Ruoyu. Qin Yu told her not to worry as she was fine, but Wu Yue immediately started to apologize for what had happened. And Qian Shuang joined her. Qin Yu made it clear that he didn't blame them for anything and told them that Ji Ruoyu should be fine, then turned around and left. Looking at Qin Yu's back, Wu Yue blamed herself for her failure and assured herself that if she wanted to keep her reputation in the eyes of her master, she should not let something like this happen again. Meanwhile, Qian Shuang pondered over his words that Ji Ruoyu would be fine. Qin Yu's temporary home. Qin Yu, the girls, and Zitu Zhengyu gathered in his room. Zitu Zhengyu asked his little brother if he was hurt in the recent fight, to which Qin Yu replied that he was fine and the incident was just a misunderstanding. Qian Shuang was surprised to hear Zitu call Qin Yu, and Zitu Zhengyu laughed and explained that he and Qin Yu could now be considered brothers, and from now on, she should call Qin Yu uncle. Qian Shuang was astonished at what she heard, but Qin Yu stood up and explained that Zitu Zhengyu was just joking, and then wished the boys a good night's sleep, as they would be going to Buddha Heart Temple in the morning. Qian Shuang told Qin Yu that the temple was already preparing to welcome them, and Qin Yu was intrigued by their warm welcome. At the gate of Buddha Heart Temple, many people were waiting for Qin Yu to arrive. The old man excitedly stated that the 9th-ranked Holy Fire Warrior should definitely be lured to their side, which was agreed upon by the 2 thugs who called him Father. While the angry man behind them cared little about the Holy Fire, suddenly a stagecoach appeared on the horizon, and the old man immediately realized that it was Qin Yu and ordered them to get ready. Qin Yu pulled back the curtain and asked Qian Shuang why Zitu Zhengyu had run off somewhere, to which she replied that his mentor Tening was at the meeting, and every time he saw Zitu, he wanted to beat him. Qin Yu sighed and said that he wasn't even surprised. As soon as Qin Yu stepped out of the carriage, Tening immediately greeted him, walked over to Qin Yu and put his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder, saying that he had a good figure and a strong body, which meant that all the potential was there. And his children told Qin Yu that if he, who possessed the 9th rank of Holy Fire, began to study blacksmithing, he could achieve incredible things, and he even had the potential to become a great master blacksmith. Hearing this, Qin Yu laughed softly. He was sure that if they knew what his 9th heavenly destruction fire was capable of, they would not be having so much fun. Qian Shuang greeted Uncle Tay and said that his enthusiasm was pouring out of him, to which he replied that there was nothing wrong with that. It was not every day that one would meet such a talent. Then he explained to Qian Shuang that her father and mentor were supposed to meet them as well, but they were distracted by some business, to which she replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The man behind Taning's back laughed as he walked up to Qin Yu and welcomed him as the newest member of Buddha Heart Temple. Qian Shuang then introduced him as Bai Feifan, one of her temple brothers and the most talented novice, and although he only possessed the 7th rank of Holy Fire, his success in forging was amazing, and he also excelled in brewing elixirs, which was something he had no peer in, and most importantly, he had already reached the peak of the spiritual realm in his cultivation. He was also very friendly, and she hoped that Qin Yu would be able to befriend him. Bai Feifan embarrassedly put his hand on his head and told Qian Shuang that she was praising him too much, and it was not worth burdening a travel-weary guest, to which Qin Yu agreed that it was very tactful of him. Qin Yu thought about the fact that when he saw Bai Feifan, he realized that he smelled like the polar sun sect. Bai Feifan told Qin Yu that they were having a banquet today to celebrate his arrival, and that as an elder, he would be honored to teach him everything he knew. Qin Yu thanked Bai Feifan, and he offered to call him simply Brother Bai. Qian Shuang was pleased that Qin Yu and Bai Feifan were getting along so well, and was sure that they would soon become good friends. Whereupon Taining laughed out loud and explained that it was only natural for everyone to live together in their temple, and then invited Qian Shuang to go inside, while the brothers looked at each other behind their backs. Inside Buddha Heart Temple, the maidens of Buddha Heart Temple greeted Qin Yu, which made Qin Yu feel embarrassed and mentally agreed with Zitu Zhengyu's choice. Bai Feifan explained to Qin Yu that their temple has always been characterized by inner tranquility and mild rules. And although they don't live under strict restrictions, but he has something to deliver. Leng Qianshuang is the personal disciple of the clan chief, and her father, Leng Ningpo, is the strongest warrior of their temple. He wanted to say that whoever marries Leng Qianshuang will control the temple in the future, and there are countless people who dream of that. Therefore, Qin Yu should be more careful in what he says and does so, as not to get into trouble carelessly. When Qin Yu asked if Brother Bai was also dreaming about it, he said no, saying that she was like a little sister to him. All the more reason for him to do his best to forge and brew elixirs. Qin Yu praised Brother Bai and said that with this approach, he will definitely achieve great success. And then asked if the Buddha Heart Temple is allowed to train martial techniques from other schools and temples. To which Brother Bai replied that it is forbidden, and they only train what their mentors have given them. But he can continue to develop martial techniques that he started to master before joining their temple. Qin Yu was satisfied with what he heard, thinking that Brother Bai was a rather curious character. While Bai Feifan himself began to suspect that Qin Yu had figured him out. Whereupon he explained that the main hall was ahead, suggesting that he follow him. The temple attendant came into the main hall and greeted the chief teacher, the temple maiden, and Brother Bai, then reported that everything was ready for the banquet to begin. After sitting down at the table, Xianshuang asked where the other masters and novices were, to which he replied that some of them were on their way, while others had left with the temple chief. But they should arrive soon as well. Dai Ning advised Qin Yu to eat more today and enjoy himself, as they would be holding the temple's acceptance ceremony tomorrow, to which Qin Yu happily agreed. A short time later, Da Ning looked thoughtfully into the bowl and wondered why the others had not arrived yet. Qianshuang asked her uncle what business her father and mentor had left for, and he told her that there were werewolves on a mountain not far from their temple, and that their leader was at the 7th stage of the destruction realm. And although he was not very strong, he was very clever, cunning, and crafty. He kept appearing and disappearing, so their father and mentor decided to deal with him personally. Qin Yu explained that the beast at the 7th level of the destructive realm was dangerous, but it was not a serious opponent for the head of the temple, especially since she is not alone, but in the company of Qianshuang's father. Dao Ning agreed, but he still felt uneasy in his soul, so he said that he was being too vain, and that they must be delayed for some other reason, after which he offered to drink wine. Suddenly loud footsteps were heard, and a man entered the hall, shocking everyone, calling out to his daughter with a satisfied grin and shouting that Daddy was back. And the mentor couldn't find words for his behavior. Leng Ningpo looked at his daughter and noticed that she was a little thin. And Qianshuang sighed and explained to her father that he was one of the most respected members of the temple and could be more careful about his appearance. Leng Ningpo threw the monkey body off his shoulder and laughed out loud, asking who she was showing off for, since everyone here was a member. Then he looked at Qin Yu and praised his proud posture and handsome appearance. But Cheating Yu just remained silent. Leng Ningpo asked his daughter why Qin Yu was so grumpy, and she asked him what was wrong. And he explained that it was one of the generals of the werewolf vanguard, the four-eyed monkey caterpillar. Leng Ningpo was surprised by Qin Yu's knowledge, as he had never heard of such werewolves, and praised him for his broad-mindedness. He explained that although he was fast, he was not good at fighting, which made him think that he was too weak for a general. Mentor Qianshuang approached Qin Yu and told him that they had arranged today's feast in honor of his arrival, and suggested that they enjoy the feast instead of thinking about that dead creep. Qianshuang introduced the mentor, who was the head of their temple, Fu Yao, and Qin Yu greeted her. He explained that although this werewolf was weak, its appearance in this area was alarming, so he asked the temple chief for a private audience. The temple chief thought about it and suggested that Qin Yu follow her. Tening rubbed his head and asked Qianshuang what could have made her new friend so confused, to which she replied that judging from Qin Yu's face, it was something serious. Bai Beifan sat gloomily at the table and thought about the fact that Qin Yu had already muddied the waters on the first day. In the temple chief's office, the temple chief explained to Qin Yu that it was just the two of them, so he could talk freely. And then Qin Yu said that the four-eyed monkey caterpillars were very intelligent, observant, agile, and cunning, and that they were one of the few intelligent creatures in the werewolf ranks. That's why they are sent out before the main army arrives to scout the situation and gather information to provide the werewolf army with information before the battle. Fu Yao asked if Qin Yu was referring to the werewolf invasion. Qin Yu thought about the fact that in his past life, before the large-scale werewolf invasion, people sometimes noticed the four-eyed creatures watching them, but they didn't pay much attention to them, thinking that they were just randomly lost ordinary beasts. It wasn't until people realized that larger creatures were coming after them that they began to realize what was going on. And then an army of them came, and the delayed realization of the problem led to a great loss of life. However, in his past life, the monkey caterpillars had appeared much earlier than now. Chinyu confirmed that the threat of invasion was real and said that they would grow like grass out of the ground, in countless numbers to take over the territories currently occupied by humans, and when they came, the entire Buddha Heart Temple would be covered in blood. Fu Yao asked how he knew all this, to which Chinyu replied that he was not trying to deceive her. He explained that after the first appearance of the monkey caster, it would not take a month for the main forces to arrive, and her temple should start preparing in advance. Fu Yao asked why she should believe that, and Chinyu said she shouldn't, but it was up to her. Fu Yao thought about Qian Shuang's words, how Chinyu always amazed her with his insight, and agreed with him, then offered to go with her. She took out a stone and opened the locked door. After a while, Fu Yao summoned all the temple mentors. Senior mentor Tening, second mentor Leng Ningpo, third mentor Mo Lin Feng, and fourth mentor Zheng Qingfeng. Fu Yao ordered Chinyu to tell them everything he knew about the werewolf invasion in detail, and Chinyu agreed, then began to tell them everything while showing their progress on the map. In the forest near the Buddha Heart Temple, Bai Fefan was sitting there thinking that Chinyu was too cloudy, and assumed that he was talking to the head to betray him. Suddenly he sensed something, and asked Chuling not to come here whenever he felt like it. Chuling came out from behind a tree and asked the second spiritual son not to be upset because his mentor had given him a cloaking spell, so that no one would notice his aura appearing here, and then joked that Bai Fefan's psyche was too shaky for a second spiritual son. Bai Fefan demanded that Chulin tell him why he had come, or else he would kill him on the spot, and Chulin immediately said that he understood the reason for his nervous behavior. After all, he was afraid that Chinyu would be able to reveal his true identity, but there was no need to worry about that. Chulin explained that he had received information from their fourth mentor that Chinyu was not communicating with the temple chief about him, but about another more important matter. Bai Feifan asked what the matter was, and Chulin told him that it was a werewolf invasion. They would soon appear at the Buddha Heart Temple, which would give their Polar Sun clan a unique opportunity. After all, they would stand aside during the invasion, and when the temple fell, they would simply take everything that belonged to them. Bai Feifan grabbed Chulin by the neck and angrily explained that this temple was his territory, and by recruiting people here, he was trying to challenge them. Chulin said that the fall of Buddha Heart Temple was all Bai Feifan's doing, and that all he wanted was Chinyu. Bai Feifan assumed that Chulin wanted to take the 9th rank of the sacred fire, and Chulin explained that he did not have the talent for alchemy and blacksmithing that he did, and he was not a great fighter like the first spiritual son, but by obtaining Chinyu's sacred fire, he still had hope of taking his rightful place in the sun, and he would not miss that chance. Bai Feifan asked Chulin why he would allow another serious opponent to appear, and Chulin replied that Bai Feifan could care less about him, and immediately swore to the heavens that he would leave the Polar Sun Temple as soon as he could obtain the 9th ranked holy fire. Bai Feifan tisked, then let go of Chulin's neck, and promised to give him the holy fire when everything was over. Chulin thanked the second spiritual son and wished him good luck in capturing the Buddha Heart Temple, warning him that he would be nearby if he needed help. As soon as Chulin left, Bai Feifan immediately decided that a scum like Chulin did not deserve a rank 9 holy fire and decided to take him on personally. 9 days later, a disgruntled guard complained that they had to keep a constant vigil because of the newcomer's words, saying that he hadn't heard of werewolf invasions before. Inside the temple, Chinyu greeted the head of the temple and asked her how the preparations for the battle were going, to which Fu Yao replied that she had already alerted all the neighboring temples to form a defensive line, and if his words were confirmed, they would be aware of any incursions in their area. Suddenly, a messenger ran into the room and reported that Chief Lan had reported that about 100 werewolves, mostly at the 3rd stage of the spiritual realm, had been spotted 100 li northwest of Buddha Heart City, and they completely matched the description of the assault squad. Fu Yao ordered a message to Len to continue reinforcing the defense lines and spread the news to all the major temples. If the first squad was close, they would soon face a real test of strength, and after hearing the message, the messenger immediately ran away. Chinyu was about to bow after the messenger when the temple chief suddenly stopped him. As she had a request for Chinyu, Chinyu agreed to listen to the request, and Fu Yao told him that she had a daughter named Yetong, and she would like him to take her with him. She is very talented, but she has a very fiery temper, and with Qin Yu, she would have a better chance of staying out of trouble. Qin Yu agreed to the request. Fu Yao thanked him and handed her daughter into his hands with a calm heart, then said that she knew that Qin Yu would not join their temple, which made Qin Yu wonder if she had guessed it herself. Fu Yao explained that she understood the fact that her temple would not be able to offer him anything substantial, since he had already obtained decent booty in the desert lands, and assumed that he had come to her temple for a spiritual source. Qin Yu confirmed the leader's speculation, calling her very astute, and admitted that he only wanted to spend 3 months here to temper his body in the springs and then leave. Qin Yu thought about the fact that the spring strengthens the bones and joints, which is very useful for strengthening the body. And although he is already quite strong, such hardening will not be superfluous. After receiving confirmation of Qin Yu's hunch, Fu Yao told him that taking care of Ye Tong would be a favor to him. Qin Yu said that he would teach her a martial art before he left, and if Ye Tong could learn it completely, she would no longer have to worry about her daughter's safety in the future. Fu Yao was happy to hear this news and said that she would ask Ye Tong to come to the training arena, and Qin Yu agreed and bowed out immediately. The training arena of Buddha's Heart Temple. Qin Yu sensed Ye Tong's arrival. Ye Tong threw a huge shuriken at Qin Yu from behind and shouted at him to keep his eyes open. Qin Yu caught the shuriken with his 2 fingers and smiled. Then he dodged Ye Tong's next attack and was hit by 5 shurikens flying from above, but he was able to dodge them at the last moment and was immediately overtaken by the other shurikens from all sides. After testing what the rank 9 Sacred Fire wielder was capable of, Ye Tong was clearly unimpressed. So Qin Yu asked if she was testing him. Ye Tong revealed that her mother wanted her to inherit Qin Yu's battle experience, but he was much weaker than she thought. Qin Yu said he would teach her the first lesson: never take an opponent lightly, and immediately tied her up. Ye Tong asked why she couldn't move, and Qin Yu stomped on the ground, causing the shurikens to fall to the ground, and said that she had lost. Ye Tong assumed that Qin Yu had deceived her about his skills in order to lower her guard and lure her into the trap he had set for her. Qin Yu stroked her head and praised her for being smart, so she still accepted defeat, admitted that he was good at something, and asked him to set her free. Whereupon Qin Yu snapped his fingers and the flaming ropes immediately dissipated, feeling the ground beneath his feet. Ye Tong turned around and ordered Qin Yu to leave. In the forest, there were many warriors gathered in the forest, waiting to attack. Ye Tong said that she had heard that Qin Yu and Sister Chanshuang were on good terms, and he asked her if she wanted to tell him to stay away from her. Ye Tong rejected the suggestion, saying that they were good for each other, but there was someone. He should watch out for who interested Qin Yu, and that was Bai Feifan. Qin Yu asked why. He should be afraid of him, and Ye Tong told him that Bai Feifan was very cunning and could trick anyone, but not her. Every time she passes by him, she feels a very dark energy. So she thinks he is not a good person, but she has no proof. Qin Yu praised Ye Tong, saying that her intuition was very accurate, and she agreed, saying that he should watch out for Bai Feifang if he wanted things to work out with Qianshuang. After that, Qin Yu suddenly asked if she liked anyone, and she immediately said no, and Qin Yu asked what she thought of him. Ye Tong admitted that from her first impressions. She felt that he was strong and principled, so she could rely on him. She said that she liked that kind of person. After which she blushed and said that if Sister Chanshuang didn't mind, they could do couple cultivation together. At this unexpected suggestion, Qin Yu grabbed his head with one hand and coughed, admitting that he was joking, and immediately suggested that they continue on their way. Ye Tong mentally scoffed at the fact that Qin Yu was trying to embarrass her. After all, she would make anyone blush. The next person on the path was a man who immediately greeted Qin Yu and Ye Tong, then introduced himself as the senior disciple of Zhen Xuan Black Tiger School, then reported that they had already set up a position around the forest and had everything under control. Ye Tong said that she knew him. He was the most promising disciple of Black Tiger School in the past 100 years. And since he was here, she was calm. Hearing this man's name, Qin Yu thought that he had heard it before, but he couldn't remember where and when. Zhen Xuan started rubbing his head in embarrassment at the praise, saying that Ye Tong was exaggerating. After all, he was still far away from her and Qin Yu. Then he asked them to follow him to show them their place in the garrison. Qin Yu thought that Zhen Xuan was able to give a naive girl the impression of a caring and good-natured guy, but he smelled a hint of cunning in him. Then he wondered why Zhen Xuan had reported the situation to them when they first met. Night, Qin Yu roasted a chicken on the fire and gave one leg to Ye Tong, then took the other for himself. And Ye Tong asked if the werewolves could come to them that night. Qin Yu confirmed that it was possible, and if they didn't come tonight, they would come tomorrow or a few days later. Qin Yu asked Ye Tong about Zhen Xuan. Ye Tong revealed that he was a senior student of Black Tiger School and was 20 years old. He was the son of an ordinary cultivator, but he had joined Black Tiger School 5 years ago, and an incredible talent had been discovered in him immediately. He was a born swordsman with 7th rank holy fire. Ye Tong confessed that although she was considered talented in the temple, she was inferior to him, and she was also sure that he had already reached the destructive realm stage, and although her temple had tried to lure him over, he had refused their offer. After thinking about it, Qin Yu concluded that something was wrong. But Ye Tong suddenly remembered that a year ago, he had killed a 3rd stage destructive realm werewolf at the peak of the spiritual realm, and he had become famous after that incident. Suddenly, Qin Yu shouted that he remembered, and Ye Tong was startled and let go of the chicken leg, asking why he was scaring her so much, and ordered him to return the leg he had caught. And after receiving the leg back, Ye Tong swallowed it whole so that Qin Yu would not have a chance to steal it again. Qin Yu remembered that in his previous life, the werewolf invasion had come in waves, and the humans had suffered great losses. But the werewolves also had their own problems. The most intelligent among them decided to recruit spies among the humans. They were able to bribe many of them, and they also sought out and recruited gifted children to various sex schools and temples. And the most famous traitor among the humans was called the Devil Swordsman. The Devil Swordsman was very stealthy in his movements, but when he arrived, he left only a mountain of corpses. It was believed that he had killed at least 1 million people, and because he had always been so mysterious, even Qin Yu had only vague memories of him. Lowly born, amazingly talented, born in the Tianhe Empire, a born swordsman. Zhen Xuan is the Devil Swordsman. Qin Yu wondered if Zhen Xuan was a werewolf assassin now, or if he had not betrayed the human race yet. Suddenly there was an explosion, and Qin Yu and Ye Tong immediately realized that it was the werewolves and ran towards them. Hordes of werewolves were running through the forest, and the men were trying to stop their attack when a huge werewolf suddenly appeared under one of the warriors and was about to eat him. The man had time to say goodbye to his life when suddenly a huge sword fell from the sky and split the giant werewolf worm in two. Zhen Xuan was furious because he had been waiting for these creatures for a long time. Seeing Zhen Xuan, the warriors were filled with fighting spirit and were ready to fight even harder. Zhen Xuan used the sparkling sword technique and created a large number of swords that rained down on the werewolves. After dealing with them with ease, he said that it was just a walk in the park after watching the battle. Ye Tong was delighted with Zhen Xuan's cultivation and said that he had invented the sparkling sword battle technique himself and suggested that it probably belonged to the black level. But Qin Yu rejected this assumption. He said that this technique was strong enough to belong to the Earth realm and admitted that as a warrior at the first level of the destruction realm, he indeed had terrifying strength. Seeing Zhen Xuan coming towards him, Zhen Xuan stepped down from the giant sword and greeted Qin Yu with Ye Tong. Ye Tong praised him for his work, to which Zhen Xuan replied that it was just a small fish and that he had done nothing wrong. So he asked Qin Yu if they should continue to operate in this forest. Qin Yu told him that they would send out a few dozen advanced troops before the main werewolf army attacked. At the moment, they had repelled the attack of the shell beetles, which were rather weak creatures, but with each wave, the werewolves would become more and more terrifying, which made Zhen Xuan sigh as he realized that he would not be able to rest anytime soon. Whereupon Ye Tong tried to cheer him up by saying that the werewolves would not go through them. Instead, they would defeat them together. Suddenly, Zhen Xuan felt something and looked at his palm. There was a small wound on it, which surprised Zhen Xuan because he couldn't have been injured in such an easy fight. Seeing the wound, Ye Tong advised him to treat the wound as soon as possible before it got infected, to which he agreed and wished them a good night as he went to his room. At that moment, Qin Yu realized what was going on. Zhen Xuan had betrayed the humans and gone over to the werewolf side because of the red scorpion. The red scorpion has a special position in the werewolf army. The upper part of her body is human and the lower part is scorpion. She has stealth techniques and a natural ability to control others' minds, and that's why she plays a big role in the war between werewolves and humans. She stealthily attacks the best human warriors, then penetrates their minds and lures them over to the werewolf side. Behind every scorpion is a military advisor who helps formulate a plan of action, and the military advisors themselves have all the information about the werewolf invasion. This means that capturing a military advisor is like capturing the general staff. In his previous life, Qin Yu had heard rumors that a werewolf military advisor had been seen near the Buddha Heart Temple, but it was only in this life that he found confirmation. Qin Yu clenched his fist and decided that he could deal with the military advisor personally. As this invasion was unlikely to involve anyone above the destructive realm, he vowed that he would not let the werewolves flood the temple grounds with human blood in this life. In a certain cave, Tiger the werewolf smelled a scorpion and asked if she had succeeded in capturing the strong fighter, which she confirmed by saying that he was hooked, and all that was left was to wait a little longer. Tiger explained that Zhen Xuan was very important to them as a natural swordsman, and that she had done a great job capturing him. He said that when the Buddha Heart Temple fell, he would report her contribution to the Empress herself, and she would be rewarded according to her merits. Red Scorpion thanked the Tiger General, and he told her that there was a rumor that there was a 9th-rank Holy Fire Wielder in the human camp, Qin Yu, and he wanted her to capture him as well. Red Scorpion wanted to warn that a 9th-rank Holy Fire Wielder should be immune, but the Tiger General refuted that, saying that Qin Yu's cultivation was still too weak, meaning that he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of his fire to the fullest. And he also had a plan. He will assign an elite unit to help her, and when they attack from the flank. After a while. After listening to the plan, the Red Scorpion recognized the Tiger General's genius for military cunning and was fully confident that they would succeed. The Tiger General let the Scorpion go, and the Scorpion bowed and left, after which the General dreamed that this war was a great way to prove himself. He should take the chance to prove to the Empress that he was the best candidate to be the military leader of all the werewolves. A few days later in the forest was filled with explosions as Yetong cut down the werewolves. After the battle ended, Qin Yu approached her and praised her for her work. In the second wave, she was less confident. But in the fourth wave, she was chopping like an experienced warrior. Then she bit the chicken leg. Yetong asked if he had learned this technique in the desert lands, to which he said while biting the leg that it was no big deal, but if she mastered it completely, she would be unrivaled in the Buddha Heart Temple. Yetong said that he was too low in her clan, but she was still grateful to him, and then asked how she could thank him. When Qin Yu thought about it, Yetong came closer and offered to sacrifice himself as a gift. But Qin Yu embarrassedly replied that it was better not to. Yetong realized that when Qin Yu was embarrassed, he looked very cute, so he offered to be her little brother, which made Qin Yu giggle in embarrassment. Yetong asked Qin Yu how much time they had left before the main enemy army would arrive. Qin Yu thought about it and replied that there would be 7 false attacks before they brought the whole army, and only after that would the real invasion begin, which was estimated to happen within a few weeks. Qin Yu thought about something strange, namely that he had not been able to track down the Red Scorpion in the past 4 waves. But considering that he was a 9th-rank sacred flame burner and had defended the Buddha Heart Temple, he could not help but attract the attention of the military advisor. After thinking about it, Qin Yu was depressed, thinking that he had lost his former charm and had become invisible to others. Suddenly, Zhen Xuan arrived and reported that one of the garrisons 30 kilometers away had been attacked by an elite group of werewolves, all of whom were at the 7th level of the spiritual realm. They were disciples of the Steel Fist School and the Great Swordsman Temple, about 50 people in total, and almost all of them were killed. Qin Yu asked how many werewolves had attacked them, and Zhen Xuan reported that one of the disciples from the Great Swordsman Temple had managed to leave some notes, offered them to Qin Yu to look at, and then took out a coil and said that according to him, the werewolf group consisted of 16 individuals, and after the attack, they split into 2 groups and left. Zhen Xuan reported that since they were closest to them, they should catch up with them immediately and destroy them. Zhen Xuan admitted that he couldn't catch up with the 2 squads by himself, so he suggested that he go to one, and Qin Yu and Yetong would catch up with the other. Yetong told Zhen Xuan that he might as well not think about it, because if the werewolves were really only at the 7th level of the spirit realm, and there were only 8 of them, the 2 of them would have no problem dealing with it. Qinyu realized that it had started, because according to the description, these werewolves were the guards of the military advisor. Zhenshuan took out a token and handed it to Ye Tong, saying that they could use it to find their werewolf squad and ask them to take care of themselves. After all, if they defeat the werewolf army, they will drink for 3 days and 3 nights, to which Ye Tong happily agreed. Zhenshuan immediately went to catch up with one of the squads, after which Ye Tong suggested that Qinyu move out. On the battlefield. When they arrived at the battlefield, Qinyu and Ye Tong saw the devastation in the many bodies of their comrades in arms. Ye Tong was even angrier at the werewolves, and Qinyu remembered how more blood had been spilled during the werewolf invasion in his previous life. Ye Tong took out a token and offered to move forward to finish them off. Qinyu held out his hand, and the token pointed in the direction of the mountains, and they set off after them. In the mountains, Ye Tong said that she could clearly feel the aura of the werewolves and that they were nearby. But Qinyu said that it wasn't like that because they were surrounded, seeing the werewolf troop. Ye Tong was terrified because these werewolf tigers were not at the 7th level of the spiritual realm at all, but at the peak, and Qinyu estimated that there were not 8 but at least 16 of them. While there were about 1,000 small individuals in the rear guard, Ye Tong cursed. After all, they had been ambushed, and although they could kill 8 werewolf tigers, 16 was beyond their capabilities. She was sure that although Qinyu was able to kill the Taoist old man, he was alone while in the face of the current threat. All they had to think about was retreating. But that was no easy task either. Ye Tong looked at Qinyu and decided that she had no choice. She created many shurikens and ordered Qinyu to escape and spread the news about these werewolves while she distracted them. If she were to die, she wanted him to avenge her by killing all the werewolves. Ye Tong was about to attack when Qinyu suddenly grabbed her arm and said that it was too early to say goodbye to her life, and that this gang was no big deal to him. Ye Tong replied that she knew he was strong, but even he couldn't handle so many werewolves. But Qinyu said that she hadn't even seen what he was capable of, and suggested that she watch carefully. A powerful aura rose around Qinyu, and he took out the spear of the god of war. Holding it in his hand, he said that he was now irresistible, and asked Ye Tong not to fall in love with him. The chief of the werewolves gave the order to attack, and they all rushed towards Qinyu at once. Qinyu prepared himself and jumped high, then used the 3rd lightning spear technique, Ancestor Spirit Spear, to destroy all the werewolves around him. Ye Tong was amazed that Qinyu was able to kill them all with a single strike, and Qinyu told her that he had warned her that he would be irresistible. Mentally, Qinyu boasted that the 3rd lightning spear was already a heaven-level weapon, and using it together with a heaven-level technique created an amazing effect. The Red Scorpion was shocked that her elite squad was so easily defeated. 16 of the Tiger General's personal guards and 1,000 lesser individuals fell from a single blow. She raised her tail and threw a sting at Qinyu, satisfied with the result after all. They didn't even expect Qinyu to be that strong, but at least it was good that the operation was successful. After all, the stronger Qinyu was, the more benefits he would bring to their race. One day, he will turn his spear against his own allies and tower over a mountain of their bodies. He would be their main weapon in the war against the humans. The Red Scorpion disappeared into the ground, and Qinyu, who saw it, was satisfied that the plan had succeeded. Ye Tong asked Qinyu what had happened, but he just told them to go back. At the garrison, Ye Tong complained about Zhenshuan's misinformation, but Zhenshuan just rubbed his head and apologized, promising that it would not happen again. Then he asked Qinyu if he would forgive him. Qinyu put his hand on Zhenshuan's shoulder and said that he would forgive him because they would soon be like brothers, and there was no way to solve big problems without brotherly support. Zhenshuan agreed, and Ye Tong was amazed at how close the two of them had suddenly become. Zhenshuan suggested that Qinyu talk to him tonight, and Qinyu immediately agreed. Good night. Qinyu arrived at the meeting place, where Zhenshuan informed him that they would soon be the right and left hand of the Tiger General, which pleased Qinyu, who said that he was counting on their mutual support. Zhenshuan praised Qinyu for these words, and Qinyu asked when he would be able to meet the Tiger General, to which Zhenshuan replied that Qinyu should not be in a hurry and that there was a time for everything. Soon the Tiger General would organize a massive attack, and they would have to repel it to gain respect from the people. And when they had achieved unquestionable authority, only then would they earn an audience with the Tiger General. Qin Yu thought that the tiger was a general for a reason, because he was a master of waiting, and he did not want to rely on Zhen Xuan alone. Zhen Xuan put his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder and pulled him closer to tell him about the Tiger General's immediate plans. Meanwhile, Chu Lin appeared behind their backs. Overhearing their conversation and realizing that the two of them had decided to switch to the werewolf side, he was sure that the heavens were favoring him. After all, he had originally hoped to take control of the Buddha Heart Temple with the help of Bai Fei Fang and his man in the temple. But now that they would no longer be needed. After thinking about it, Chu Lin immediately left. At the garrison, Ye Tong slept on her bed while Qin Yu sat next to her, thinking that in order to find the Tiger General, he had to break through to the second level of the destruction realm and summon the bull Quinya. And when he found the location of the general and his six, he would blow the place to smithereens. Qin Yu put up a barrier and used his inner vision to look at the 9 crystals inside him, including 8 pink crystals and 1 white crystal. He was going to take the 8th grade pills. He had traded with Zhao Xuaner. If he took 10 of these pills, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the destruction realm immediately. Qin Yu had originally planned to strengthen his body before doing so, but now there was no time for that. After absorbing the pills, Qin Yu's body absorbed even more energy than before. But due to the premature breakthrough, he felt unimaginable pain as his muscles tore. Qin Yu summoned the dragon spirit Yazi and began to transform into dragon form, this time covering not only his hands, but also all other parts of his body with scales. Inner vision. Qin Yu once again used the inner vision, where 2 near-white crystals turned yellow and purple, causing Qin Yu's scales to explode. Shattering the barrier he had placed earlier, Qin Yu sighed heavily after standing up, his muscles whimpering and steam escaping from his body. Finally moving to the 3rd step, Qin Yu was ready. He took out a nature scroll and summoned his old new friend. The Qin Yu bull then greeted it, and it immediately entered the mark on Qin Yu's forehead. Using the power of the Qin Yu bull, Qin Yu began to search for the location of the Tiger General, and when he found it, Qin Yu covered all traces of it and woke up Ye Tong. When Ye Tong woke up, she didn't understand what was going on, and asked Qin Yu if it was her turn to guard, to which he replied that he had to go away for the night, and that she was now in charge of the tent, to which she lazily agreed. The Tiger General's lair. The Tiger General praised the Red Scorpion for subduing the natural swordsman and the 9th-ranked sacred fire wielder, for without them, their plans were doomed to failure. He said that the preparatory stages had been completed and only the slaughter would follow. The Red Scorpion congratulated the general on his victory and acknowledged that victory in the war was primarily his merit. The Tiger General told the Red Scorpion that if he was promoted, she would roll around like cheese and butter. And then he raised his fist on his head and chuckled contentedly, because as a battle general and military advisor at the same time, no one could compete with him for promotion. Qin Yu suddenly told the general that he was rejoicing too soon, causing the Tiger General and the Red Scorpion to be shocked. The Red Scorpion, surprisedly, asked who he was, and Qin Yu replied that she had seen him just yesterday, but now she couldn't remember him. At that moment, the Red Scorpion realized that it was Qin Yu and wanted to ask how he had defeated the mind control. But the Tiger General admitted that he had miscalculated, because the power of the 9th rank holy fire was greater than he could have imagined. Qin Yu pretended to have fallen under its influence, while he himself found a way to discover its location. When the Tiger General rose from his throne, he realized that Qin Yu was much stronger than Zhen Xuan. The Tiger General towered over Qin Yu at full height, assuming that since Qin Yu had come here alone, he believed that he could handle him. Qin Yu confirmed this, and the Tiger General immediately revealed that he was well aware of his background. His family had done their best for the good of the people, but they had been wiped out by the people in gratitude. The Tiger General asked Qin Yu why he was still on their side after all this. Humans are greedy and mean by nature, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their personal goals. They will only continue to bicker, decay, and degenerate, and the fight for a piece of land will be their doomsday. The Tiger General explained to Qin Yu that they were different, because they had the unity of the high and the low, and one day they would unite all the territories under one authority, and only then would there be peace in the world. He suggested that Qin Yu leave the human race and join the werewolves, because none of the werewolves would discriminate against him because of his origin. And once he joined them, he would become a loyal friend and brother of the werewolf race, a member of the family. The Tiger General promised Qin Yu a great future in their ranks. After listening to this propaganda, Qin Yu asked if this was his last word. He didn't even try to deny that it was exciting. But he and the werewolves had an irreconcilable enmity, and today he was going to kill the Tiger General. The Tiger General snorted unhappily and admitted that Qin Yu's words only reinforced his belief that humans were hopeless. Then he jumped up with one foot to step on Qin Yu, saying that he was sorry to kill such a warrior, for whom he had big plans, and then he crushed Qin Yu. Qin Yu caught the general's foot, and while he was barely holding it back, he could tell that the Tiger General was at the peak of the destruction realm. The Tiger General appreciated Qin Yu's toughness, but in his report, he revealed that he had crushed more than one of them and once again tried to hit Qin Yu with his foot, enveloping him in an aura. Such a powerful, imminent attack made Qin Yu's ears spurt blood, causing him to curse and catch the Tiger General's kick with his body, after which he struck Qin Yu with his powerful fist. After dealing with the problem, the Tiger General regretted that he had to kill such a good warrior by human standards, and realized that he deserved to have his body treated with respect after death. So he ordered the Red Scorpion to distribute Qin Yu's flesh to the werewolves as a fitting tribute to him. The Red Scorpion gladly accepted the order and giggled as she walked towards Qin Yu's body. Suddenly it was startled, and the Tiger General sensed an aura of surprise directed at Qin Yu. The Red Scorpion shouted in horror that he was not a human, but rather a wasteland beast, prompting Qin Yu to ask what the big deal was, and if they still wanted him in their ranks. After realizing that Qin Yu was a wasteland beast, the Tiger General asked how he was allowed to leave his post, whereupon Qin Yu dispatched the Red Scorpion with a single blow, asking why they cared when he could have just gone AWOL. At that moment, the shocked Tiger General suggested that Qin Yu was actually a wasteland beast who had been recruited by humans. And if that was the case, then he should report it to the Empress as soon as possible, because if the wasteland beasts and humans united, their position would be drastically worsened. Tiger General created a portal and said goodbye to Qin Yu, saying that they would meet again. But Qin Yu snarled and tried to hit Tiger General, which he barely dodged. Qin Yu wondered why he was trying to escape, to which the Tiger General replied that he didn't want to waste time killing him, but apparently, if he wasn't killed, he wouldn't be able to leave. The Tiger General summoned his huge axe and rushed towards Qin Yu to strike. But Qin Yu did not dodge and blocked it with his fist, causing the axe to crumble, surprising the general, after which they broke the distance between them. The Tiger General was astonished that Qin Yu was able to break the axe gifted by the Empress with a single blow, as he suddenly noticed Qin Yu's aura approaching. Swinging his fist, Qin Yu said that the general had underestimated him too much, and in a war such mistakes were unforgivable, and struck out with his hand, knocking the Tiger General into the wall. After a moment, Qin Yu sensed something wrong and blocked the blow with his hand. Being thrown back, the Tiger General emerged from the dust cloud, stripped off his armor, and held a huge whip in his hand, cursing the wasteland beast. After assessing the blow that Qin Yu had received, he realized that the peak-destroying realm was quite a serious force. The Tiger General jumped off the ground and immediately flew towards Qin Yu to strike him. But Qin Yu was able to block his blow, shattering his armor, and the general was already preparing another attack, which Qin Yu blocked with his other hand and was thrown back. Bleeding, Qin Yu told Tiger General that it was his hour of death. Tiger General begged him not to write him off too early, because if that was all he was capable of, he wouldn't be able to reach the rank of general. Then a mark shone on his forehead and his arm grew back. Then he told Qin Yu that he hadn't even activated his innate skill, Tiger Fury, which made him stronger for a short period of time. Without this skill, Qin Yu's strength was comparable to his strength. But now, the Tiger General immediately stood beside Qin Yu and punched his fist with all his might, saying that Qin Yu was no match for him now. Qin Yu spat out blood, and the general immediately bit his shoulder, and Qin Yu retaliated by headbutting him. After throwing the general away, Qin Yu prepared to strike at him with his energized fist. But the Tiger General was able to dodge the attack instantly and used the body strapping technique, causing Qin Yu to be grabbed by many claws. Qin Yu had to admit that this technique would cause him trouble, as the general suddenly decided to finish off the immobilized victim and intended to pierce Qin Yu with his claws, wanting to deal with the desolate thing. However, Qin Yu used the power of the nine-legged golden raven to get rid of the restraints and blind the Tiger General at the same time. The Tiger General was surprised by the sudden flash of light as Qin Yu's foot suddenly flew into his face, sending him flying. The Tiger General admitted that he didn't expect Qin Yu to be able to get out, so he begged the Empress to share her power with him. The silhouette of the werewolf Empress appeared behind the Tiger General, and her energy entered him, filling his body with energy. The Tiger General said that the next strike would be decisive. When Qin Yu heard about the 1-2 punch, he took out the War God's spear and replied that he was fine with it, then filled the War God's spear with the power of the 4 wasteland beasts. The Tiger General created a ball of energy, and a moment later it grew to be dozens of times the size of the general. At the same time, they used their most powerful techniques, with the Tiger General using fire condensation and Qin Yu using the 4th lightning spear of Hell's Curses. As soon as the Hell's Curse collided with the fire condensation, it was consumed, and the Tiger General ordered Qin Yu to die, causing an explosion. Wounded and exhausted from the clash, the Technician General sighed heavily, took a deep breath, and began to rejoice that he was finally able to defeat Qin Yu. Suddenly, Qin Yu told him that it was too early to rejoice and pierced the Tiger General with the God of War spear, creating a huge crater. Qin Yu stopped the spear at the general's neck and swung it for a moment. The general coughed up blood, still accepting his defeat, then turned to ashes due to Qin Yu's strike. After the arduous battle was over, Qin Yu admitted that killing the enemy at the peak of the destruction realm was a very tedious task for him and collapsed without his hind legs. A few days later, Qin Yu woke up under the rays of sunlight coming through the hole in the ceiling of the cave. When he woke up, he estimated that he had been out for about 3 days. He was satisfied that he had managed to kill the werewolf general. After that, the werewolf invasion should subside, and the human race would be able to sleep peacefully. Qin Yu took the ring and took out a whole cloth to replace the torn one. After finishing his preparations, he decided to return to the camp first, since Ye Tong probably couldn't find a place to go due to the excitement. Qin Yu returned to the camp, but didn't find Ye Tong, so he assumed that she had gone to look for him. Just as suddenly, he heard the rumble of a crowd looking for him, so it was worth it for them to run closer as they prepared to catch him. Qin Yu asked them who they were, and they replied that he could not escape, that they had already surrounded this forest, and that he had no choice but to surrender. Without hearing who they were and why they had a problem with him, Qin Yu told them that he always had a solution for them. The crowd attacked Qin Yu, and some of them shouted that Qin Yu had betrayed the humans and joined the werewolves. Qin Yu summoned the dragon spirit Yazi and scattered the attackers with a mighty roar, then asked them what was going on. But enemy reinforcements were coming at him from behind. Qin Yu ordered them to stop and swung his spear, scattering the reinforcements, only to see a familiar figure come down, clearly disappointed in him. Bai Fifan admitted that he thought Qin Yu was a decent person and even accepted him as a brother, but he didn't expect Qin Yu to betray the human race and join the werewolves. He assumed that it was because of Qin Yu's betrayal that he knew about the werewolf invasion in advance, and he had staged the whole thing to fool them all, as he wanted them to act on his orders. Fortunately, they were able to uncover his criminal plot, so he offered Qin Yu only one choice. He offered to surrender, apologize, and repent. And only then did Bai Fifan promise that no one would dare desecrate his corpse. Qin Yu laughed as Bai Fifan accused him of conspiring with the werewolves, but he said that it was useless to deny the evidence, because at such a young age, he had a 9th-ranked holy fire and was already at the destruction realm. And the loot in the wasteland was just an excuse to justify what he had received from the werewolves. Bai Fifan offered Qin Yu one last time to surrender, but Qin Yu suddenly started laughing. He was amused at being accused without a single piece of evidence. Then he confessed that he had never betrayed the human race. He had lived for humans and would die for humans. Qin Yu asked Bai Feifang if he was acting on behalf of the Buddha Heart Temple, to which Bai Feifang replied that he was not only acting on their behalf, but the influential people from the Polar Sun Temple would be coming soon. The suddenly arrived Ye Tong ordered Bai Feifang to shut his rotten mouth. And along with her, Leng Qianshuang and the head of Buddha Heart Temple arrived. Fu Yao, Ye Tong told him that Qin Yu was not like that, and that she would never believe that he was a traitor. Fu Yao also admitted that she did believe him. Chan Shuang asked Bai Feifang what he was talking about, since he had been clearly told that they should treat Qin Yu as one of their own until proven guilty, and then she asked what right he had to talk to him like that. Bai Feifang explained that he was talking to Qin Yu like this because he was a traitor, and in order to draw suspicion away from the Buddha Heart Temple, they shouldn't treat him so well, because other people might think that the chief had put him up to it. At that moment, Bai Feifang decided to accuse the head. Fu Yao got angry at his subordinate for saying such a thing and explained that saying such a thing was too much. Suddenly, 3 stars flashed in the sky, and 3 people descended to earth, one of whom said that he also believed that the fish started rotting from the head of the Polar Sun clan. Pang Chao explained that this could mean that the entire Buddha Heart Temple had betrayed humanity. Along with the head, the first spiritual daughter Yan Zhoubing and Chulin arrived. Pang Chao demanded Mo Yao's impeccable explanation of how a traitor could be among them. A few seconds later, an angry crowd rushed towards him, displeased that the person they considered the greatest talent in the past 100 years was a werewolf henchman, which explained how a boy with only 9th rank holy fire could defeat a Taoist elder. Fu Yao sighed and turned to Qin Yu, explaining that since she had accepted him, she should trust him by default, but he had something to tell them, namely where he had been for the past 3 days. Qin Yu explained that the werewolf invasion was led by their military advisor, Tiger General, and 3 days ago he had found out his location and killed him, but because he was badly injured, he lost consciousness and only woke up 3 days later. Bai Feifang grinned and asked Qin Yu if he had hit his head accidentally, because no one would believe that he could kill a werewolf military advisor. Bai Feifang, fully convinced of Qin Yu's treachery, ordered Zhen Xuan to be brought in. Zhen Xuan was chained and beaten. Bai Feifang asked him to be honest, and if Zhen Xuan would only tell the truth, he wouldn't be killed. He demanded that he tell everything he knew and pushed him closer to Qin Yu. After taking a deep breath, Zhen Xuan admitted that he was indeed a traitor and that he was very guilty, in front of everyone, and that Qin Yu had also given his soul to the werewolves just like him. Qin Yu was surprised out of the blue, and the crowd was already burning with the desire to kill him because Zhen Xuan had betrayed him, and now nothing could justify him. They wanted to skin him and expose him to the scorching sun because that was the only way to cool their hatred for Qin Yu. Qin Yu clenched his fist, furious that the enemy had calculated all the moves and left him no choice but to have a bloodbath here. Ye Tong couldn't help but shout that it was all a lie, that Qin Yu was no traitor, and that it was all just a planned provocation. Then she pointed at Bai Feifang and explained that she had always suspected that there was something wrong with him, and only now was she sure that he was a man from the Polar Sun clan, and that he was the one who had set this up. Bai Feifang smiled at what he had heard and admitted that he was not offended by her nonsense, as he understood that Qin Yu had managed to mess with her mind. Bai Feifang bowed his head and asked for a verdict since all the evidence had been presented, but Fu Yao had no words to express her bewilderment. Pan Chao shouted at her that she had no right to judge, as he believed that the Buddha Heart Temple was an engaged party. He warned Fu Yao that he would take Qin Yu away, and after a few days, he would call all the neighboring temples to try him, and the Buddha Heart Temple must not hinder the investigation of this case. And for that, he needed them to hand over control of all the key resources to them. And only if their innocence was confirmed would they be returned to them. Chulin scoffed at Qin Yu, saying that he had not only brought disaster upon himself, but also upon the entire temple, which was not a very nice thing to do. Hearing the old acquaintance, Qin Yu asked if this was his plan. After all, he couldn't help but admit that everything had been thought out quite clearly, but did he really think that he would be able to capture him? Chulin asked Qin Yu if he was stupid enough to think that he could escape, suspecting that he had a plan. Yan Zhoubing told Qin Yu that on behalf of the Polar Sun clan, she was giving him one last chance to surrender without resistance, or else they would take him away crippled. The people in the crowd admired her, for at only 20 years old she had a 7th rank of holy fire, and was at the 3rd stage of the destructive realm. They were sure that Qin Yu would not be able to withstand a single blow from her and would be swatted away like a mosquito. Fu Yao demanded that they stop this nonsense, explaining that Qin Yu is part of Buddha Heart Temple, which means that they have to conduct an internal investigation first, so he will leave with them today, but if his guilt is confirmed, they will not cover for him. Pan Chao said that Yao Mo is as naive as she is beautiful. He asked how they can believe in their objectivity when Buddha Heart Temple will personally investigate. And even if he agrees, there are too many warriors here who will not be satisfied with such an arrangement, whereupon the surrounding people raised their weapons and shouted their disagreement. Fu Yao asked what would happen if she decided to do it her way, to which Pan Chao replied that they would have to fight not only the Polar Sun clan, but everyone here. Qin Yu thanked the head for his kindness, but he refused her help because it was his battle. Qin Yu realized that he had done the right thing by choosing the Buddha Heart Temple, because even under such pressure, the head would not abandon him. Qin Yu pointed his spear at Yan Zhoubing and told her that if she could withstand a single blow from him, he would surrender to her mercy. Yan Zhoubing grinned at how confident Qin Yu was and said that it was enviable, and the head of the Polar Sun told him that Qin Yu had made a fatal mistake by underestimating their temple. But Qin Yu interrupted and ordered him to shut up and told the old dog that he would be next. Yan Zhoubing was furious that Qin Yu had the audacity to insult her head and immediately attacked him to make him regret what he had done. She swung her sword, causing a huge wave of flame, but Qin Yu easily dodged it and prepared to strike her. Yan Zhoubing reprimanded herself for being trapped by the enemy and used the sun at the zenith technique. But Qin Yu was able to break through with a single strike, sending Yan Zhoubing flying. Pan Chao and Chulin were astonished at how easily they had defeated the first spiritual daughter. After landing after the attack, Qin Yu went over to Yan Zhoubing and pointed his spear at her, telling her that she had lost. But she couldn't understand how it happened, since she didn't even have time to do anything and was defeated so easily. Pan Chao was burning with rage as he thought about how Qin Yu had become so strong because of the cursed werewolves. Because not long ago, he had fought hard in the battle with the Taoist elder and barely won, while Chu Lin was mocking the talentless Yan Zhoubing, who had lost the battle before it even began. Qian Shuang wondered how Qin Yu was able to do this, while Ye Tong cheered him on. Fu Yao, on the other hand, was trying to figure out how strong Qin Yu was. Qin Yu pointed the spear of the god of war at the silent crowd, then summoned the dragon spirit Yazi and asked if they had the spirit to capture him. After seeing and smelling the sinister aura, the people began to slowly retreat. When Chu Ling suddenly began to blame Qin Yu for daring to openly speak against the human race, he suggested that they should not let this pass and that they should all attack Qin Yu at once, after which their glorious exploits would be sung about. When the warriors heard about the glory, they were filled with fighting spirit, and they all rushed at Qin Yu together. The angry Chu Lin said that no matter how strong Qin Yu was, he was still a man of flesh and bones, while Pang Chao chuckled as he wondered how long Qin Yu would last against the angry crowd. Swinging his spear upwards, Qin Yu dealt with several warriors and immediately launched a series of attacks to fend off the surrounding people. The four holy fire wielders in the crowd jumped up and shot fire at Qin Yu in unison, but he summoned the dragon spirit Yazi and dispatched them with a single strike before using the thunder spear technique to deal with the remaining people. Pang Chao covered his face with his hand from the waves of energy, and when he looked at Qin Yu, he was surprised that he was able to deal with the crowd alone. Towering over the mountain of corpses, Qin Yu asked everyone if they were capable of this. The surviving people who were not hit began to take their feet away, shouting that he could not be human but was actually a demon in the flesh. Pang Chao was surprised. He had never met anyone who could escape from a crowd of soldiers. But at the same time, he was furious that Qin Yu still did not use his spiritual power, relying only on his physical strength and fighting skills. Pang Chao accused Qin Yu of committing too many atrocities against the human race, forcing him to take things personally. Fu Yao tried to reply, but Qin Yu said that this was not their fight and that he would handle everything himself, thus quieting the crowd. Some of the remaining people began to shout at Qin Yu that his tricks could only frighten foolish soldiers. But when he defied the Polar Sun Temple, he was only moments away from death. They wanted him to pay for his treachery with his death, and since the head of their temple had personally decided to deal with him, he was no longer alive. After saying that, Qin Yu mentally laughed at those fools. Pang Chao unleashed his mighty fire aura, ready to destroy Qin Yu. Suddenly the sky was covered with purple clouds, and it began to rain. Pang Chao and Qin Yu were shocked by what they felt. Suddenly the dragon spirit Yazi appeared beside Qin Yu and advised Qin Yu to flee. Just as suddenly the clouds opened up, a scarlet moon appeared, and black chains fell from the sky. As the rest of the crowd tried to figure out what it was, blood suddenly spurted from their wounds towards the winged silhouette against the moon, causing Qin Yu to be terrified. The woman passed her finger over her lips and said, "There are too many people here." As soon as Pang Chao saw her, he started to curse the werewolf, but he suddenly felt her aura behind him. After evaluating the head of the polar sun, the werewolf said that she would be one of the first to kill him because he was too ugly, and she didn't like that kind of guy. She turned him into nothingness with a flick of her hand, creating a powerful shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet. Everyone who didn't die from her first attack was under tremendous pressure, trying to figure out who she was, and only Qin Yu knew that she was the commander of the werewolf army, but he couldn't understand what she was doing here. Seeing Qin Yu, the woman became interested in him and smelled a very familiar scent from him. And with that, she could tell that he had killed the Tiger General. Qin Yu thought that she was a servant of the Night Queen from the underworld, a blood-sucking bat who was able to immobilize ego with a single glance. And judging from her cultivation, she had already reached the first level of the fusion realm. Qin Yu figured that if he used his trump card against her while she was completely subdued, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow, so he would have to take the risk. After Qin Yu finished thinking, he used the spirit energy of the dragon spirit Yazi. The bat asked Qin Yu why he was silent, assuming that he had the courage to kill her, but was now afraid to admit it, so she raised Qin Yu's head with a finger and admitted that she liked brave people. But now he was disappointing her. Qin Yu replied that he wasn't afraid of anything. It was just that she was so ugly to him that he tried to stop himself from choking before opening his mouth. The bat sarcastically said that he was actually trying to flirt with her to arouse more interest, and now she couldn't wait to drink his blood. Qin Yu began to curse all werewolves, saying that he would rather die than let such a vile creature drink his blood, and began to gather energy for his technique. But unfortunately, the loot mouse touched his forehead and bit his shoulder. Sucking on its victim, it began to suck all the juices out of him, leaving Qin Yu looking like a dead man. After finishing its meal, it began to praise the taste while the bleeding Qin Yu lay there unable to say anything. While Qian Shuang couldn't believe what had happened, and Fu Yao started laughing madly. She was sure that they deserved all this for their sins, and now they would get what they deserved. Bai Feifang looked at Chu Lin and realized that it was just an empty shell that was starting to crack. And then he seethed with rage. At that moment, the people in the crowd realized that they had brought this disaster upon themselves, and if Qin Yu hadn't been called a traitor, they wouldn't even be here, while some of them went crazy and cursed Qin Yu for being the one to bring this punishment upon them. After looking around at the people, the bat couldn't find anyone to whet its appetite, so it decided to just kill them all. It began to unleash waves of energy that flew into the sky, creating a huge array that bade farewell to its victims. Seeing the power of the warlord, Zhen Xuan realized that he had made the right choice in betting on them, for they were so strong that they could crush an entire army. The Buddha Heart Temple maidens had already accepted their deaths. Suddenly the bat felt something and spat out a large amount of blood before falling from the sky to the ground, groaning in pain. Everyone was surprised at what happened. Even Zhen Xuan ran over to his mistress and started to ask her what was wrong with her. But the bat just brushed him off and told him to go away. Qin Yu got up from the ground and grinned as the bat demanded an answer as to what it had done to her, and he replied that it liked the blood of the wasteland beast. Upon hearing this, the bat panicked, and Qin Yu explained that the incest between werewolves and wasteland beasts was destructive to both parties. She had sucked so much blood out of him that all his internal organs were on fire. The bat shouted that this was a forbidden technique, and asked if he was afraid that the immortals would punish all the wasteland beasts for this. Qin Yu grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up, explaining that he was not a wasteland beast, but a human, and didn't care about their interspecies agreements. Then she tried to ask a question, but Qin Yu interrupted her, anticipating that she would ask where he got the wasteland beast blood from. So he told her that he wasn't generous enough to satisfy her curiosity and squeezed her neck. Bat was furious that some cockroach had managed to fool her, and since she was going to die, she wasn't going to let him live. She would use all her spiritual energy to curse them, and her punishment would ruin all the people here. She wanted Qin Yu to know that it was all on his conscience, and that he would have to live with this burden of regret for the rest of his days, whereupon she exploded. Chinyu asked her if she thought he would feel sorry for these people, and tossed what was left of her aside, saying that he didn't care about them. Fu Yao told Chinyu that everything that happened today was not his fault because these people were willing to torment him, and asked him to leave this place as soon as possible. Lung Chuan closed her eyes and said goodbye to him forever, while Ye Tong laughed out loud, pretending that the curse didn't torment her, and asked him to leave and stop thinking about her. Surprised by her words, Chinyu asked what was wrong with them. After all, it was only the death curse of a weakened werewolf, and used the destructive fire of the 9 heavens on them, then agreed that they could leave now. Seeing that Chinyu had broken the maidens' curse, the crowd gathered around him again, demanding that he save them, since they didn't want to die. They confessed that they were wrong and that they themselves had been deceived, and since he was not a traitor to the human race, he simply had to save them. They held out their hands and asked him why he was hesitating, moaning in pain. Chinyu agreed that they were all human and it was the right thing to do to stop their suffering. Then the people saw an opportunity and started asking him what he was waiting for and begging him to lift the curse. Chinyu decided to explain to them that they had misunderstood and that he was not going to reach out and save them, and they were astonished. Chinyu admitted that he wouldn't be able to forget their expressions for a long time. Without understanding what was going on, they declared him a traitor and wanted to capture him to be tried and killed. Most importantly, they wanted to do it to further their own careers. And after all that, they dared to expect him to save their lives. They just weren't worthy of it. The people in the crowd started to ask him what he was carrying. After all, he couldn't just let so many people die in front of him. When Chinyu heard this, he laughed out loud and told them that he had swum through boiling water, walked on fire, and pierced his chest through thorny bushes for their sake, and that they were just parasites who had no opinions of their own and were trying to gain favor with the strong. He realized that no matter how many of them died, he would not feel an iota of remorse. The people in the crowd coughed up blood as they died, shouting Chinyu's name. Chinyu turned around and explained that he originally wanted to put them out of their misery and let them die painlessly. But now he realized that they deserved it. Turning to the head, Chinyu said that they should take Yan Zhoubing with them and leave this place immediately. As Chinyu was leaving, some of the people behind him shouted that they had managed to spread the news of his betrayal to many sects, and that he would soon join them. Even after death, they would not leave him alone. Suddenly, Chinyu saw the bound Zhen Xuan, maddened by the death of his beloved. Realizing that he had almost forgotten him, Chinyu sighed and shot a blast of flame from his finger, instantly turning Zhen Xuan into ashes. After which they all left. On the way out, Chinyu asked the girls if they thought he had been too cruel, to which Qian Shuang replied that they had brought it on themselves, although it was still sad that those who had risen up against the werewolves had died such an ignominious death. And Ye Tong grinned and shouted that they all deserved it. Chinyu sighed and was about to say something when he suddenly fell to his knees and started panting. Qian Shuang immediately came over and asked Chinyu what was wrong with him, and Chinyu replied that he had drunk too much blood and felt weak, and said that they should leave as soon as possible, and he passed out under the cheers of the excited girls. At the same time, desert lands. A mighty black dragon lay in his lair, surrounded by desert beasts. Suddenly, a young black dragon flew to him, with a maiden on his back, then took human form. The dragoness warned her father that she had returned, and the black dragon was overjoyed that his daughter had finally returned. It was only when Ji Ruoyu saw such a huge and sinister dragon that she began to tremble with fear and sob. The black dragon pondered for a moment, and after appreciating the little girl, he thanked his daughter for giving him a baby girl with the blood of purebred werewolves, and opened his mouth to taste the delicacy, causing Ji Ruoyu to panic and wave her arms. Suddenly, the dragoness stopped her father and asked him what he was doing. She explained that she had not brought her to eat, but to purify her blood so that she could become one of them. The shocked dragon asked her daughter what she meant, and they were immediately surrounded by other desert beasts, causing Ji Ruoyu to hide behind the dragoness in fear. The dragoness was furious that her sister was being bullied and ordered them all to go to bed. So they scattered in fear and pretended to sleep. The black dragon asked his daughter if she thought werewolf blood was so easy to cleanse, adding that she'd be right back with a headache for her father. The dragon's daughter warned him of this, but she would not discuss it with him, only tell him. And she also had another piece of news for him. While traveling through the human world, she met an interesting young man. The black dragon asked what could be interesting about this man, to which the daughter replied that he had the body of a beast of the wasteland, which amazed her father. The black dragon swept his gaze over the surroundings, dispersing all the surrounding beasts. Then he took a humanoid form and asked his daughter if she was sure that this man really had the body of a wasteland beast, to which his daughter replied that his name was Chin Yu and that he possessed a rank 9 sacred fire. And although she had invited him to join the clan, he had refused. She explained that he could help them leave the desert world and move to the outside world, and so she had contracted with him. Hearing this, the black dragon was astonished that his daughter had made a contract with the first person he met, and immediately grabbed her hand to see for himself what had happened. But just by looking, he immediately saw the dragon spirit Yazi, in whom he could recognize his brother. After thinking about the situation for a bit, he accepted the fact that his daughter had made a sacred contract and agreed to purify Ji Ruyo's blood. His daughter explained to Ji Zhou that since the black dragon had given his word, he would purify her blood and not hurt her. After which, she still decided to follow the terrifying black dragon. Moving away from the girls, the black dragon suddenly started sobbing in 3 streams. He swore that he would take care of Chin Yu like his son, since he was the last pillar of Yazi. Wiping his tears, he told Jirui that they would have a big celebration in 7 months. And with a smile, he said they'd still have time to breed by then. Hearing about inbreed Ji Ruyue panicked, not knowing what he meant. Deep within the core of the earth was the werewolf palace, where their empress sat on the throne while the warlords worshipped her. The dragon warlord belittled the bat, saying that it did not originally deserve to be in the ranks of the warlords, and that it, having failed in its task, died at the hands of man. While the warlord bat was trying to nominate one of his subordinates for the bat, saying he was as good as her. And the Kappa warlord replied that that fireball could not be equal to the bat because it was too rough and dumb. Listening to this, the empress couldn't help but giggle at this, for as soon as her subordinate died, the rest of them would dramatically activate their meanderings. She already had someone in mind who could replace the bat, but right now she was only interested in someone who could kill it. Although the bat wasn't known for its immense strength, but it was still at the first stage of fusion, and in the entire area under its jurisdiction, there wouldn't be more than 7 or 8 people of comparable rank, and so it would be able to escape from them without getting harmed. The dragon warlord suggested that a unicum was able to appear among the humans, and the bloodsucker was only ruined by her arrogance. After listening to the warlord's opinions, the empress ordered them to rush to the Tianhe Empire and lure the bat assassin to their side. And if he refused, they could just kill him so neither side would have him. The dragon warlord asked why send 3 warlords at once to kill just one person, but the empress demanded with a look that they go now. After which all 3 warlords rushed into the Tianhe Empire at full speed. The very next moment, Zhao Fengsheng's silhouette appeared in front of the empress. After which the empress immediately welcomed the immortal into her home. But to her dismay, he announced that starting today, the mandatory donation amount for werewolves was doubling. Before the empress could even get a word in, Zhao Fengsheng explained that this would not be discussed. Disappearing, he explained that they had brought this burden upon themselves and ordered them not to approach Qin Yu again. Upon hearing about Qin Yu, the empress was stunned that she was brought so much trouble because of a person unknown to her. Meanwhile, in the immortal world, Zhao Xuaner was happily swinging on a swing while touching the water with her feet. Suddenly, her brother flew in and asked if such a decision was an overreaction. When she heard this, she hissed and said it would be a warning to the werewolves for daring to infringe on her betrothed. And after all, her Qin Yu is getting daintier and daintier by the day. Zhao Fengsheng asked his sister not to talk about Qin Yu unnecessarily after all. If rumors of his connection with the wasteland beast reached anyone, then suddenly Zhao Xuaner activated the almighty seal and explained that with it, she would become the next immortal ruler, and no one would dare to spread rumors about her. She explained that the feud between the immortals and the wasteland beasts had been going on for too long, and perhaps only Qin Yu would make them bow down, which would be a great achievement for them. She admitted that her brother was overly worried about it, then warned that from today onwards, he would live in the mortal world and secretly guard Qin Yu. After all, this time he was lucky to stay alive, but next time he would not be without outside protection. Hearing about all of this, Zhao Fengsheng could only be petrified from the shock he was experiencing. The secret grounds of the Buddha's Heart Temple. Qin Yu meditated in the spring to strengthen his body, the head of the temple. Fu Yao had been watching him for 10 full days, but he still hadn't awakened. Suddenly, Qian Shuang arrived and immediately bowed to her teacher, then asked if Qin Yu had come to her senses. To which Fu Yao replied that he would probably need a few more days and asked about the progress of the investigation. After which, Qian Shuang told her that Bai Feifan had indeed turned out to be a spy of the Polar Sun clan, and that he was actually their second spiritual son, and he had also currently taken the position of their head. She also told of how only after he returned did he begin to gather forces around him, convincing that the Buddha Heart Temple was involved in a conspiracy with werewolves, and unfortunately, many believed them. And now the Polar Sun clan and the Jasper Fairy clan are jointly preparing for a punitive mission along with many smaller clans. But the ruthless sword school is staying away for now. Fu Yao was angry at the realization that the world had turned upside down and now evil was pretending to be good. But even so, she was ready to fight back. She ordered Qian Shuang to summon all their mentors and strongest disciples and to find out which of the neighbors were on their side. Fu Yao thought that what was happening might be for the best, as the strongest great temple would finally be found out after many years of rivalry. After 5 days of being in the great spiritual springs, Qin Yu abruptly woke up, and energy immediately began to envelop him. After which he opened the nature scroll, and the strongest energy struck it, sputtering out the source. After finishing his meditation, Qin Yu was glad that he had managed to get to the source, as his body had strengthened much more than expected. Which means it's time for him to break through to the 5th stage of the destructive realm, which he'll be helped with by 9th grade pills and trophies from the Tiger General. He consumed all these valuables with the destructive fire of the 9 heavens and began meditating again, covering his body with the flame-soaked trophies. He then used inner vision to look at his inner world again, where 5 more crystals were infused with energy, making them lose their transparency. After that, his soul was absorbed by this energy, from which a pillar of energy even stronger than the previous time appeared. After breaking through, Qin Yu realized that he had jumped a stage and immediately found himself at the 6th stage of the destructive realm. This meant that it was time for the summoning of the 5th beast, after which Qin Yu touched the nature scroll, and the Unlun dragon descended to him. The Unlun dragon opened its huge mouth and tried to devour Qin Yu, but a moment later it entered inside the mark on his forehead, making Qin Yu much stronger. Qin Yu estimated that being at the 6th stage of the destructive realm, with the 5 beasts, his current combat power was at least at the level of the 3rd stage of the Void Realm. And his next goal is to reach the peak of the Destroying Realm and summon the 5th son of the dragon, the insatiable Taote. And once he had his strength, the cultivation that followed would be swift and leaping. Suddenly, Qin Yu realized that because of his promotion, his spiritual source had been evaporated, because of which he didn't know how he would explain himself in front of the head. Just as suddenly, the head himself arrived, interested in Qin Yu's condition due to the recent energy surge. After which she screamed because their spiritual source had been completely vaporized. After a while in the main hall of the Buddha Heart Temple, Fu Yue sat in the head seat completely petrified and covered in cracks from the shock she had experienced. Meanwhile, the girls were chatting contentedly with the recovered Qin Yu. Listening to them, Fu Yao could only let out a long sigh and suggested that they ask about what happened to the spiritual source. Qin Yu replied to the girls that he had fully recovered and had even become stronger, after which he coughed and apologized for what had happened to their source, which the temple head was glad about, for Qin Yu had realized what he had done after all. Qin Yu admitted that he had done it by accident and said that he would not allow the temple to remain at a loss during his stay here. And for that, he would give them 3 scrolls of heaven-level martial techniques as compensation for the damage. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Qian Shuang recognized that their cleric was valuable, but not so much so that they were given such valuable scrolls. And Ye Tong didn't hold back and told Qin Yu that he was too nice in front of them. Fu Yao awkwardly coughed and said that Qin Yu was really acting like a stranger, and to save everyone the embarrassment, she would keep the scrolls for now. Whereupon the girl started peering at her with a look that made her feel even more uncomfortable, and she turned away. Looking at the head's demeanor, Chin Yu had to admit that she remained a cutie even at this age. Suddenly, Lung Ningpo entered the hall and congratulated Chin Yu on his awakening. After which he bowed to the head and reported that all the subordinates were already ready to take the fight to the Polar Sun clan and the Jasper Fairy clan. But it's still unknown who else the enemies are going to lure to their side. Perhaps they will even turn to the Yinshan demon. Fu Yao pondered on this and said that he has been leading a reclusive life for decades and has not left his mountain. Especially he is too strange a person to be considered a reliable ally. The Yinshan demon is a free cultivator whose life path is unknown to anyone. 40 years ago, he had descended from Yinshan Mountain, and the sight of him terrified all people. And even then, he was already a cultivator at the first step of the Void Realm. Fu Yao revealed that she was still very young when her mentor took her to the meeting. That day, the Yinshan demon had defeated her master with just a single blow, after which she could only stare in amazement at what had become of him. Moreover, the Yinshan demon also challenged the other heads of the 4 great temples, whom he also defeated with one blow after another. Thinking over what Chin Yu said, he assumed that the head was already over 50 years old, but she immediately became furious and shouted that she was only 49. Finished talking about this topic, Fu Yao revealed that after defeating the Yinshan heads, the Yinshan demon had traveled to the wilderness alone. And although he came back from there badly wounded, but clearly not empty-handed. After his return, he challenged many temples throughout the Tianhe Empire and was never defeated. In the end, it was the Buddha Heart Temple that summoned its supreme elder who defeated the demon. After that battle, the Yinshan demon went into recluse on Yinshan Mountain, and since then, he hasn't appeared for 40 years. Chin Yu recalled some rumors from his past life. Back then, the Yinshan demon was described as an absolute madman, in whose picture neither good nor evil existed, and for the sake of cultivation enhancement, he was willing to do anything. Therefore, it was not impossible to assume that the Polar Sun clan had made him a tempting offer. Hearing this, Len Ningpo suggested that the supreme ancestor of the Buddha Heart Temple be summoned again. But Fu Yao reminded him that unfortunately, he had also gone into recluse for decades, and it wouldn't be easy to summon him. Suddenly, Dai Ning ran into the hall and immediately reported that a person from the Ruthless Sword School had arrived. Fu Yao let her enter, and Chu Hanyi walked into their hall and immediately announced that after the competition, she had officially joined the Ruthless Sword School. After which she greeted head Fu Yao and everyone here, and she also greeted Chin Yu as well, to which he responded with a slight nod. After finishing her greeting, she reported to the head of Fu Yao that she had come here to express the positions of the Divine Sword School, and that they were willing to support the Buddha Heart Temple in the war against the 2 warring clans. And in return, when it was over, they would have to give them Chin Yu for a while. They would like to utilize his rank 9 Sacred Flame for their needs, and this was their only condition. Fu Yao told Chin Yu that although he was with them now, she had no right to control his fate, so it was up to him. To which Chin Yu agreed without any problems, making Chu Hanyi happy in the process. Whereupon Chu Hanyi replied to the chapter that since Chin Yu had agreed, they were now allies, and the Ruthless Sword School would come forward at her command. Fu Yao accepted Chin Yu's decision and told them that they had a big battle ahead of them, but having such allies, they wouldn't be afraid of enemies, even if they had the Yinshan demon. After agreeing, Chu Hanyi bowed to Fu Yao's head and said that she had to return. But on her way out, she warned Chin Yu that she would be waiting for him at night in the city. After a while, Chin Yu walked outside and saw Chu Hanyi waiting for him. Moving closer, he asked her to lay out what she wanted from him. After which, Chu Hanyi turned around and asked Chin Yu to follow her. From the sudden request, Chin Yu could only rub his head, and yet he followed Chu Hanyi. Chu Hanyi led Chin Yu to the 2nd floor of the inn and asked that he go inside the room. Chin Yu asked if she would come in, but unfortunately she replied that they were not on a date here and asked him not to worry as he would not be harmed. Chin Yu thought about who might be inside the room, but still decided to go inside. Inside the room was a woman who was clearly happy that Chin Yu had come to see her. Seeing the stranger, Chin Yu asked who she was, after which tears flowed from the woman's eyes and she named him Baby Yu. Recalling the image of an old acquaintance, she said that Chin Yu had grown up very similar to him. At this moment, Chin Yu realized who was in front of him and immediately apologized to Auntie Xiao for not recognizing her right away. Auntie Xiao patted his shoulders and told him that it was no big deal since he remembered her. She said that she had been friends with his father since he was a child and was sorry for what had happened to their family. As she sat down at the table, she admitted that she knew about everything that had happened to Qin Yu, and she was sure that if his father had seen it, he would be very proud. Qin Yu slapped the bowl on the table and asked her not to worry, then promised that he would not shame their family's name. Hearing this, Auntie Xiao was happy to see how Qin Yu had grown up, and she said she was looking for a meeting with him to tell him something very important. She said that the Ruthless Sword School was not to be trusted. They said they were willing to help, but it was really a conspiracy. The Ruthless Sword School had long ago made a deal with the two clans since they were all creeps of the same litter, and at the key moment, they would shamelessly betray the Buddha Heart Temple. After thinking it over, Qin Yu said that it would indeed be in the spirit of the Ruthless Sword School. But Auntie Xiao revealed that although their plan was perfect, it was never destined to come true. And even so, Qin Yu should be careful. She revealed that although her immaculate soul sect was small, but they too had hidden powers that would soon help to disarm the Ruthless Sword School. After saying that, she handed him her ring and told him that inside it was a pill of the 9 cycles of rotation Qiyao that could come in very handy for him. And most importantly, inside the ring is the spirit of the spear god of war. Auntie Xiao said that she did not pass it on from a good life. But after all the Qin family had been through, she had no other choice. She admitted that her only hope right now was Qin Yu, and that she believed that he would be able to skillfully use this power. At this moment, Qin Yu realized that Auntie Xiao had had the spirit of the war god spear all this time. After all, in his past life, after returning from the desolate lands, he had been trying to find it for a long time. But in view of the unsuccessful attempts, he decided that it was irretrievably lost after the death of his father and grandfather. After all, by the time she returned from the desert lands, Auntie Xiao had already died from the werewolf invasion. Auntie Xiao told Qin Yu that in times like these, even honorable people can be at their worst, and that although his father was a good warrior, he died because of a despicable plot by trusted people. She wanted him to be as careful as possible now, for inattention was an unacceptable luxury, and he was the last living male of his kind. Qin Yu asked her to worry about him, for the day would come when he could bring back the former glory of the Qin family. Auntie Xiao was delighted with Qin Yu's attitude and determination, and still asked her not to tell anyone about this conversation, and to work on mastering the spear spirit as soon as possible. Qin Yu bowed to Aunt Xiao and asked her not to risk much for the sake of eliminating the Ruthless Sword School, as her life was much more important to him. Hearing this, Auntie Xiao grinned and asked her not to worry about her, as she was capable of standing up for herself, and asked her to go back to her place as soon as possible. As soon as Qin Yu left the room, Chu Hanyi asked if he could find his way to the temple by himself, to which he gave an affirmative answer and left. Looking at Qin Yu's back, Chu Hanyi was amazed at how easily this jerk rejected her proposal. Qin Yu arrived at the destroyed spiritual spring of the Buddha Heart Temple and ordered the spirit of the war god's spear to appear. After that, a huge spear flew out of the ring, piercing the night sky and causing a bright flash. Having felt such a strong will to fight and crush enemies, Qin Yu was forced to admit that this spear was one of their family's main treasures. The very spirit of the war god's spear spirit appeared before Qin Yu, emitting an enormous amount of energy. Qin Yu remembered that everything has a soul, weapon items are no exception, and when the will of the master and the weapon mutually communicate, the spirit of the weapon is born. But still, there are very few warriors who can awaken spirit weapons, and there are no more than 100 spirit weapon items on the entire continent. It wasn't until he was a child that he heard from his father that the spear of the god of war had a spirit of its own, but he never saw it. The spear spirit recognized Qin Yu as a descendant of the Qin family and asked him what he wanted. As he suddenly sensed Qin Yu's strength, and once again asked what he needed, doubting that the one was human. Qin Yu put his hand on his heart and told him that he was a proud descendant of the Qin family, and that his blood was boiling, and he himself was eager to punish his enemies. He is determined to fight for the good of the human race and destroy the werewolves, and he wants to protect law and order in his land. After listening to Qin Yu, the spear spirit laughed at his words, but still recognized that it was a great speech. But if Qin Yu wanted the spirit to be on his side, then he would have to prove himself worthy. Qin Yu admitted that he guessed that subduing the spear spirit would not be an easy task. after which he summoned the dragon spirit Yazi and said that he was fully prepared. As soon as he finished his preparations, he instantly clashed in an attack along with the spear spirit. Qin Yu used the first lightning spear. Spirit Crushing and Spirit Spear used this technique at the same time as him. After that, they clashed again, destroying the surrounding landscape with their incredible energy from the technique. Immediately after the attack, Qin Yu used the second Thunder Spear, again attacking the spirit. Just as suddenly, the war god's spear spirit was grabbed by the huge hand of the dragon spirit Yazi, after which Qin Yu immediately used the third lightning spear, the ancestor spirit. But unexpectedly, the spear spirit unwound his spear, completely blocking Qin Yu's technique. Immediately, he himself used the third lightning spear, the ancestor spirit, on Qin Yu, after which he instantly moved behind his back and prepared to use the second lightning spear, from which Qin Yu was still unable to dodge and took the blow closely. After landing, Qin Yu told the spirit that he was not going to give up, to which the latter replied that it was natural for him since he was the spirit of the spear and could master any spear technique with just a glance. And if you want to surpass in agility, it will be useless to even think about such a thing. But Qin Yu asked him not to jump to conclusions. After all, he was only probing the ground. And once again he attacked the spirit, saying that the mature game only begins now. The spear spirit noticed that even though Qin Yu had said this, nothing had changed, after which it began to repel his attacks. But suddenly, it was worth the contact of their attacks, as Qin Yu himself rushed towards the spirit. After that, he struck him with his fist, from which he flew away. After landing on the ground, the spirit complained that Qin Yu had tricked him, to which Qin Yu could only ask if this was all an excuse, and if he wished, the fight could continue. After which he revealed that he was currently using the 10 directions technique, which was close to the heaven level in terms of power, and was also a spear technique. However, the spirit is not capable of assimilating it now, for it is far beyond its comprehension. Hearing this, the spirit laughed loudly, then praised the descendant of the Qin family and still agreed to obey him. He promised to serve him faithfully. It then dissipated and flowed into the spear of the god of war, filling it with new powers. Qin Yu calculated that having a spirit war god at spear, his capabilities were practically limitless, and in a short period of time it could be transformed into a 9th grade divine spear. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu took out the 9 cycles rotation chi pill, although it was only a grade 5 pill, but it had unique characteristics. Suddenly, the 9 cycles rotation chi pill stabbed into Qin Yu without leaving a mark on him. The main feature of this pill was to protect the heart, and at the right moment, it is able to make it beat even after stopping. At this moment, Qin Yu was confident to the point that he was ready for a big battle, and the Polar Sun and Jasper Fairy clans would be destroyed. Meanwhile, at the Steel Sword School, the students bowed to the invaders and swore that they really didn't know what had happened on the last day of the battle with the werewolves. Upon hearing this, the warlords were enraged that even these lowlifes couldn't give them information about what happened in that forest. The elders said that none of the disciples had returned alive that day, and if anyone knew what might have happened there, it was the people from the Polar Sun and Jasper Fairy clans. Upon hearing of the Polar Sun clan, the Dragon Warlord decided that they should pay them a visit. Hearing this, the Steel Sword Elder hoped that the werewolves would let them live. But to their dismay, the Dragon Warlord informed these knuckleheads that he no longer needed them and took his dragon form. After which he exhaled a huge ball of flame into the Steel Sword disciples, which left only ashes from them. After which he ordered them to leave, and they immediately rushed towards the Polar Sun clan. In the Polar Sun clan head hall, Bai Feifan was drinking tea and thanking the Buddha Heart Temple for helping him become the head of the clan so quickly. Suddenly, 3 portals opened in front of him, making him immediately realize that the werewolves had come to him. The Dragon Warlord asked Feifan if he was the head of the Polar Sun clan, but he only felt their oppressive power and realized that he had to find a way to escape. Hearing no response, the Dragon Warlord decided to push Feifan, forcibly forcing him to sit on his knees. Afterwards, he walked over and asked why he was so weak since one of them was still able to kill the bloodsucker bat. Upon hearing this, Bai Feifan began to swear that he wasn't the one who did it, hoping that he wouldn't be touched. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Commander called him an idiot and explained that he wouldn't have thought of such a lowlife, but merely demanded an answer as to who had done it. Realizing that he had blundered, Bai Feifan panicked and immediately began to say that he didn't understand what had happened back then, but it was all Qin Yu's doing. The Bull Warlord said that he had never heard of such a thing, while the Kappa Warlord assumed that someone else with a fusion realm cultivation had appeared in the Empire. Hearing this, Bai Feifan explained to the werewolves that Qin Yu was actually only at the destruction realm level, which made the werewolves furious, thinking that the man in front of them dared to joke. The Dragon Warlord couldn't help himself and was already preparing to finish off Bai Feifang with a fireball, as the one began to make excuses, saying that Qin Yu was indeed at the destruction realm level, and that day their tribeswoman cursed everyone trying to kill them after she felt herself dying, then caught fire and exploded. The Kappa Warlord restrained the dragon flames with his staff and reported that, judging from the expression on Bai Feifan's face, he was telling the truth. After which the Bull Warlord reminded that no one at the level of the destroying realm was capable of killing one of them, no matter what abilities they possessed. Hearing this, the Dragon Warlord assumed that Qin Yu was only a puppet in the hands of someone powerful, and they only had to find out everything from him. Bai Feifan, fearing for his life, began to bow down to the werewolves and even swore allegiance to them until his last days. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Warlord decided that their victory was near if humans had indeed degenerated to such a point. The Kappa Warlord suggested keeping him, since they might still need him. After which, the Bull Warlord began to infuse werewolf energy into Bai Feifang, luring him to his side. Then the Dragon Warlord explained that he would henceforth serve the werewolf race. After finishing their business here, the werewolf warlords immediately left after Qin Yu. After which, Bai Feifan realized that with their strength, he was able to make a breakthrough, and as it turned out, getting the strength was very easy. Bai Feifan couldn't understand with what magical powers Qin Yu could kill a bat, but against those werewolves, he didn't stand a chance. And once he is gone, no one will be in his way of appropriating the Temple of the Buddha's heart. As soon as the werewolves left, Bai Feifan summoned his disciples, who felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of him. Then he ordered them to send out orders to gather an army, surround the Buddha Heart Temple, and notify the allies. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was practicing with the girls in the training arena of the Buddha Heart Temple. But seeing them start to sigh, he asked if they were already tired. Yetun replied that she couldn't understand why he was so strong, and that she felt as if he was getting stronger with each fight. And Qianshuang recognized that in this life, she still wouldn't be able to keep up with his development. Qin Yu told the girls that both of them were not without talent, so only hard training could lead them to success. After which, Ye Tong told him that sometimes she felt as if he was not of their generation and lectured him like an old grandfather, to which Qianshuang, standing next to him, nodded. Hearing this, Qin Yu could only rub his head in embarrassment over something like this. Suddenly, a temple disciple ran up to them and informed them that the head of the temple was calling a general assembly. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately assumed that the Polar Sun clan had started to move. A sepulchral silence remained in the meeting room as they waited for all the people to gather, and it persisted until Qin Yu arrived in the hall while greeting the head. As soon as Qin Yu arrived, Fu Yao announced that everyone was in place and began to talk about the message from the intelligence, saying that the Polar Sun clan was moving towards them and that they would arrive in 3 days. And as they approach, the day of their final battle will come to decide which great clan will remain intact. She then asked Lan's mentor if their troops were ready, to which he replied that they were ready and already awaiting the arrival of an ally. He was glad that this time they would break the horns of the Polar Sun clan and the Jasper fairies on top of that. Mo Linfeng supported mentor Lan and said that after the war was over, there should be no mention of the Polar Sun clan. Suddenly, a messenger arrived in the hall shouting that there was great trouble. He then reported that all the temples that had agreed to the alliance had one by one sent letters that they were breaking the previous arrangements. Upon hearing this, everyone except 4th Elder Zheng Linfeng was stunned by this news. Lan Ningpo assumed that such a quick change in behavior couldn't have come out of nowhere, suggesting that there was no shortage of threats from the two great sects here. After which, Dai Ning informed the chapter that even with this balance of power, they would fight until the very end. Len Ningpo seconded his words and said that being outnumbered did not guarantee their victory, and that they still had a chance. Fu Yao agreed with the words of the mentors, saying that the Buddha Heart Temple would not be intimidated and that she had faith that they would not let her down. After the end of the training camp, Qin Yu returned to the training arena once again. He asked them not to be discouraged because he was sure that victory would be on their side. Chan Shuang admitted that she felt as if Qin Yu was hiding something from her, which he immediately denied and warned that in 3 days the Polar Sun clan would be arriving, and the Jasper Fairy clan could not be worried about. After telling this, he immediately ran away from the girls, surprised because of his sudden escape during the questioning. It wasn't until then that they became fully convinced that he was really hiding something from them. In the evening of the same day, the 3 werewolf warlords arrived at the mountain near the Buddha Heart Temple. But due to the aura emanating from the temple, he could only grin as there was no one worthy inside. And the Kappa warlord suggested invading the temple and finding Qin Yu to interrogate him personally. Suddenly, immortal Zhao Fengsheng appeared behind them and asked the werewolves what they were doing here. The warlords were frightened by the immortal and immediately bowed to him, calling him Shang Shi. Zhao Fengsheng explained to the werewolves that they were not allowed to touch the Buddha Heart Temple and ordered them to leave immediately. But the dragon warlord dared to ask the immortal for an explanation of his actions. Zhao Fengsheng said that he didn't have to explain himself in front of him and suddenly slapped the dragon's cheek. Feeling this blow, the dragon warlord, starting to get angry at Shang Shi, told him that this was already too much. Just as suddenly, Zhao Fengsheng slapped the dragon warlord again and said that he hoped he wouldn't have to do it again. The dragon warlord could not help but obey the immortal and immediately disappeared with the other warlords. After 3 days near the Buddha Heart Temple, Bai Fei Fan was looming over him and dreaming of how he would capture him by the end of the day. He tried to find the aura of the werewolf warlords, but couldn't sense it, which made him think they hadn't arrived yet. Even so, it would be better if he personally presented them the captured Qin Yu on a platter. When he finished thinking, he asked his apprentice where their allies were, to which he replied that the Jasper Fairy clan had been ambushed and so would be delayed, but that the others would be joining their army soon. After listening to the report, Bai Fei Fan asked where the spiritual sons of their clan were now, after which the 7 spiritual sons appeared in front of him a moment later, and coming to their new head, they immediately greeted him. Bai Fei Fan ordered them to inform the head of the Buddha Heart Temple that he was giving them 1 day to decide to surrender if they didn't want to wallow in the blood of their people. Suddenly, the sky on Bai Fifian darkened, and from the clouds that formed, someone said that this hassle was no use to them and that it was better to entrust this matter to him. After all, he alone is enough to defeat the Buddha's Heart Temple. The Yinshan demon arrived at the Buddha Heart Temple and announced to them that although he was not bloodthirsty, the fate of their clan had already been decided. He admitted that he hoped they would soberly assess their situation and not send people to slaughter. But not heeding the demon's warnings, the disciples of the Buddha Heart Temple bravely lined up in front of the powerful enemy. Fu Yao explained to the demon that their temple would not surrender without a fight and that there were no cowards among them who could only escape. Seeing Fu Yao, the Yinshan demon recognized the girl he saw 40 years ago because of what he assumed that their destinies are connected, and therefore she should obey him and come to her senses. Besides, even given his current strength, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they could awaken their supreme mentor. Although there were strong warriors among them, none of them would be able to resist him at the moment. After saying those words, the Yinshan demon swung his cane, causing a violent impact on the ground. The force of this strike was enough to make Qian Shuang and Fu Yao kneel down, while some were barely on their feet. After feeling this power, Fu Yao estimated that the Yinshan demon was around the 6th step of the Void Destruction Realm. After demonstrating her power, the Yinshan demon was disappointed that no one could resist her. Suddenly, he noticed Qin Yu, who didn't even raise an eyebrow at this attack. Seeing him, the Yinshan demon laughed. He was ecstatic that the Buddha Heart Temple finally had a new genius. Whereupon he pointed his cane at the upstanding fellow and asked about his name. To which Qin Yu replied that he wasn't used to socializing while looking at someone from the bottom up. The Yinshan demon regarded him curiously, but still dared to come down, giving him a portion of respect in advance. It was only after that Qin Yu gave the demon his name, after which the demon admitted that he admired him, because not only did he resist the pressure, but he also stood his ground. He told Qin Yu that the Buddha Heart Temple was already doomed and therefore offered him to take over, because it would be a shame if such a talent remained unrealized. But Qin Yu ignored his words and asked under what conditions he agreed to side with the Polar Sun clan. The Yinshan demon grinned and told him that the Polar Sun clan had promised to give him their best apprentice who could continue his work. But since he had met Qin Yu, he had no use for their pathetic disciple, and if Qin Yu asked to be a disciple, they would leave this place right now. Seeing the Yin Shan demon holding a conversation with Qin Yu, Bai Feifan became furious. The demon asked Qin Yu what he thought of his proposal. But instead of answering, Qin Yu took out the spear of the god of war and suggested that the demon decide everything by himself. Upon seeing the spear, the Yin Shin demon came to anger as he immediately realized that Qin Yu was a descendant of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Empire, and immediately rushed into the attack, shouting to Qin Yu that he should definitely die after this. Preparing to attack, Qin Yu agreed that he would die, but not at his hands. Qin Yu and the demon clashed in a merciless barrage of attacks. Just as suddenly, the demon struck him with his hand, throwing Qin Yu a great distance away. Qin Yu was shocked at the immeasurable strength of the enemy, while the demon recognized Qin Yu's innate qualities since he was able to survive this blow. The Yin Shan demon praised Qin Yu since it had been years since anyone had been able to survive his strike, and recognized that a great future could have awaited him. But unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong path. After saying those words, the Yin Shan demon summoned a huge desert beast spirit with many eyes, and immediately attacked Qin Yu with his huge clawed paw, wanting to kill with just one strike. But Qin Yu summoned the dragon spirit Yazi and was able to pass through the enemy's attack with ease. After which, Yazi dispelled the Yin Shan wasteland demon beast as if it was worthless. Yin Shan demon was thrown back by the shockwave, and at the same time, he was shocked that Qin Yu was also able to tame the wasteland beast. The Yin Shan demon recognized that before his death, Qin Yu's ancestors were still able to guide him to the right path. He said that he remembered well how his grandfather Qin Hung had returned from the Great Wasteland strengthened, but even that had not saved him. While watching the fight, Fu Yao barely kept her footing and realized that the demon actually knew far less about Qin Yu than she thought. Qin Yu was angry at the demon and rushed towards him, ordering him not to even dare to even stutter about his ancestors and preparing to damage him. But the demon wasn't going to die so easily and released the demonic mist, defending against the attack. Qin Yu struck the fog and all and created many more light spears rushing towards him, which was a surprise to the demon since the spears were still able to penetrate the fog. The demon shouted at Qin Yu that he was only annoying him and released purple waves of energy, causing him to dodge. After which he unleashed his second-grade divine weapon and used the heavenly sword technique. He once again summoned the huge desolate beast, informing Qin Yu that he had only allowed himself to be shown out of curiosity, but now he had come to an end. Qin Yu mockingly said that usually such arrogant old men would usually end up badly, but the demon was certain that with such strength, Qin Yu would only have one outcome, and he was eager to see how he would sing after this strike. In order to repel the attack, Qin Yu used the fourth thunder spear, summoning a huge dragon, from which the Yin Shan demon mocked Qin Yu, saying that even if he possessed a comparable strength technique, it wouldn't equalize their strength. Just as suddenly, the war god spear spirit appeared beside Qin Yu, shocking Yin Shan demon with it, and as if passing through the fog, his spear still struck the huge desert beast, after which that one dispelled, and the spear also stabbed into the Yin Shan demon himself. And finally, the spear exploded with the demon releasing a huge amount of energy. Having survived the attack, the demon was on its last breath. He asked Qin Yu how the latter had managed to break his second-grade divine weapon, to which the latter replied that there was nothing surprising about it, as it was quite weak. Hearing this, the demon refused to believe such a thing. He refused to accept his defeat at the hands of Qin Yu. After all, he had already lost to Qin Hung once before, and now he was forced to fall at the hands of his descendant. He wanted to know why this was happening, why the Qin clan should be the main test of his life. And there was no escape from fate itself, and only after these words did the Yin Shan demon let out his last breath. Qin Yu realized that something in the demon's words didn't add up, namely that he had lost to his grandfather, causing him to assume that in just a few decades, the demon was able to become so much stronger. Qin Yu wanted to know why, after all these years, he still hadn't come to his family to take revenge. Bai Feifan was enraged that even the Yin Shan demon couldn't stop Qin Yu. One of the spiritual sons realized how strong Qin Yu was and suggested that the head retreat before it was too late. But a moment later, he was pierced by a beam of energy, instantly taking his life. Bai Feifan was enraged that someone dared to open their mouth without permission. He was sure that although Qin Yu was able to kill the Yin Shan demon, but he would be able to deal with the demon himself, he decided that it was time to take matters into his own hands. Only upon seeing Bai Feifeng did Qin Yu mock him for lying under the werewolves now as well. But the one flew towards Qin Yu, shouting that words wouldn't help since nothing would help him anymore. Just as suddenly, Qin Yu disappeared from his seat and defeated Bai Feifeng with only one punch. Then he stepped on him and rebuked him for his association with the werewolves. For having gained power, he had lost his head so much that he was unable to appreciate the gulf between them. And killing him was like squashing a bedbug. Hearing this, Bai Feifeng became frightened and started calling out to his masters for help. Hearing this, Qin Yu became worried that there might be werewolves nearby and immediately assumed that it might be the four generals. But there was only a sepulchral silence in the air, driving Bai Feifeng mad, begging for help. Still not seeing a serious opponent, Qin Yu smirked and still squashed Bai Feifeng like a bedbug. Seeing the death of the head, the remaining members of the Polar Sun clan panicked, causing Qin Yu to think that the battle was too easy. But Fu Yao told him that this is not all, because among the enemies, there is not a single mentor of the Polar Sun clan. Suddenly, the sky lit up with a flash, and a voice from the sky made a speech about how the members of the Sun clan were not afraid of anyone, and the battle was not over until victory is on their side. Two powerful experts emitting the aura of the sun appeared in the sky. One of the experts explained that they just wanted to let their babies frolic, but in no way expected them to be so weak. And the second expert supported his words and said that at key moments without them, as usual, nothing is decided. Suddenly, Chulin appeared behind them, who only saw the grandfathers rejoiced at their appearance. These two were the supreme ancestors of their clan, and judging by their appearance, they had decided to put a stop to all this ugliness themselves. The ancestor admitted that he had always known that despite Bai Feifeng's serious abilities, he would remain a helpless brat, and instead of improving himself, he would only weave intrigue. To which the second ancestor replied that it was their own fault, and what was supposed to pass as a bickering babe had in fact caused them to condescend after all these years. According to Chulin's words, the ancestors knew that Qin Yu had the power of werewolves, but judging from his last battle, his source of strength like the Yinshan demon came from the desert lands. The ancestor was enraged at the thought that such an insect could survive in the desert lands and return from there with booty. Fu Yao realized that they would not be able to handle the situation on their own, and immediately sat down on her knee, begging for the Supreme Ancestor's help. And a moment later, the Supreme Ancestor of the Buddha Heart Temple appeared on the battlefield. As he flew past Qin Yu, he praised him for his display of valor. Afterward, he met with the ancestors and suggested that their arrangements would come to an end that day because they dared to threaten his temple. The first ancestor of the Polar Sun agreed to this. They honored their arrangement for many years, but it still came to an end. The second ancestor then said that he was willing to admit that part of their responsibility lay with their clan, and so they refused to take over the temple. But in return, they demanded that Qin Yu be handed over to them. He then offered the ancestor of the Buddha Heart Temple a one-on-one fight. If the Polar Sun clan lost, he would give up 9/10 of his possessions, and if he won, he would give up Qin Yu. The Buddha Heart forefather agreed to the arrangement, causing Chu Lin to try to dissuade him by saying that they should destroy the Buddha Heart Temple. As Qin Yu suddenly agreed with his words, he was in agreement that the Polar Sun clan should no longer exist. Hearing this, Chu Lin got angry at Qin Yu and asked who he was to dare talk about destroying the Polar Sun clan. He admitted that Qin Yu was stronger than anyone in their clan, but against the background of their ancestors, he was only a lowlife. To which Qin Yu replied that by comparing him to their clan, Chu Lin was only insulting him, in that he dare not pass judgment on him, and most importantly, having Chu Lin's gift of surviving in any situation was another reason to get rid of him. The ancestors laughed from the disciples' conversation and came down to them, telling Qin Yu that a young man should not only have pride, but also the ability to realize the reality of the situation. The second ancestor of the Polar Sun recognized Qin Yu's strength, but warned him that he wouldn't even bear a single blow. The Buddha Heart ancestor appeared in front of Qin Yu and was going to personally deal with the Polar Sun ancestors. But Qin Yu, without letting him say a word, stabbed the war god's spear near the Polar Sun ancestors. Qin Yu refused the ancestors' help since this was his battle, and he must destroy the Polar Sun clan with his own hands. The Buddha Heart forefather asked Qin Yu not to let his pride cloud his mind, and said that this task was beyond him. But Qin Yu asked the ancestor to just have faith in him and not interfere. After which the ancestor looked over at Qin Yu and decided not to interfere with his battle. Fu Yao tried to change her ancestor's mind by saying that Qin Yu's youthful foolishness was raging, and that there was no way he could defeat those superior to him alone. To which the ancestor replied that this was a controversial statement, and that Qin Yu's strength was not inferior even to him. After which, Fu Yao was forced to tell him that this was not a good time for jokes. To which he replied that there was no need for him to lie, for Qin Yu was not inferior even to him, and within him was a true, fathomless force maelstrom, the depth of which was impossible to estimate. Qin Yu was blazing with fighting spirit. He suggested the ancestors start the fight first, as he wanted to see what they were capable of. Hearing this, the ancestors realized that there was something wrong here, for even old man Yeli did not obstruct the boy, which meant that there was indeed a catch. With a glance, the ancestors signaled to each other that they would proceed with the old scheme. Whereupon the first ancestor agreed to fight, but before that it would be worthwhile to change this cramped place for a more suitable one. Qin Yu could only tisk-tisk at this, but still agreed to follow them. After that, they went to a random highland where there were no extra eyes. In taking the chance, the ancestors simultaneously attacked Qin Yu, but Qin Yu tried to fend off their attacks by releasing a huge amount of energy, after which the ancestors used the heaven-level technique, union of ice and flame, creating two huge dragons, in response to which Qin Yu used the force spear, and barely managed to repel the enemy's attack, from which he was exhausted and still flew backwards. Afterwards, he still admitted that their first attack had managed to pique his interest. The first ancestor praised Qin Yu for being at the 5th stage of the destructive realm. He was still able to repel their joint attack, then admitted that they had only used the power of the destructive realm. After which they decided to show Qin Yu Vesp the horror of the void realm. After using their technique, a huge magic circle appeared above Qin Yu, emitting a powerful energy. After which they told him that once in the region of emptiness, he finds himself in unreality, and for such insects it means only one thing, namely irrevocable death, and from them came a tremendous amount of energy, turning everything into nothing. The first ancestor scoffed at how naive Qin Yu was, since he thought that after returning from the desolate lands, he had become immortal. And the second ancestor said that no one had yet been born in this world who could withstand their combined attacks. Leaving, the first ancestor told the second that he was only sorry that Yinshan demon had to fall at the hands of that bastard. Suddenly, a voice behind them asked if they were still chatting. After all, he still had something to say to them before leaving, Qin Yu muttered to their backs. Qin Yu, who had taken the dragon form, asked the ancestors why they were suddenly silent. The second ancestor was stunned that the legends of the desert land gifts were so true that Qin Yu was now able to withstand their attack. Suddenly, Qin Yu was near the second ancestor and was about to strike him with his fist. But reacting at the last moment, the ancestor managed to put up an ice shield in an attempt to defend himself from Qin Yu's attack. Unfortunately for him, the shield was not strong enough, and Qin Yu was able to easily break through the shield. Seizing the moment, the first elder tried to damage Qin Yu, but was immediately sent flying by his strike. Wasting no time, Qin Yu immediately shot a volley of energy from his hand at the ancestors. After which he summoned the war god's spear and threw it at the Polar Sun ancestors. And in order to defend against the attack, the ancestors had to take out the Mirror of Change artifact. Qin Yu looked down at them, mocking the fact that they had to use their trump card to no avail. But the first ancestor wasn't going to forgive him for forcing them to use a divine grade item. And so he used a technique that created an area of emptiness around Qin Yu using the terrain. And so Qin Yu assumed that they wanted to use this place against the Buddha Heart ancestor. Then he explained to them that they didn't know who they had to fight with, while he was fully aware of what they were preparing. Therefore, he offered the ancestors to show him what the power of the 3rd stage of the Void Realm could do. He explained that although he knew about their trap, he had fallen into it because he wanted to understand what he was capable of. Qin Yu sighed and began to use the powers of all his beasts, the dragon Yazi, the 9-legged raven, the lion Suani, the bull Queenie, and the winged dragon Unlun. He ordered them all to awaken, after which he began to exude a huge amount of energy. And after that, Qin Yu completely transformed into the form of a dragon, because of which the void region, unable to deal with such a huge power, was torn to shreds. The first elder was astonished, for he didn't expect anyone to be able to do this. Qin Yu admitted that he was disappointed in the elders and all the current warriors, for the opponents were stronger before. although he didn't refute the possibility that he was currently much stronger than all of his enemies. Taking only a step, Qin Yu found himself in close proximity to the ancestors, almost fainting from fear. And raising a finger upwards, he told them that the two of them were very lucky that today they would be able to see Qin Yu's true strength. Pointing into the sky, a wisp of energy came out from Qin Yu's finger that was able to tear apart the heavens. A moment later, a huge Tao dragon appeared from the sky, and Qin Yu used the Desolate Lands technique Tao Te Dragon Fury, after which the giant dragon directed its claws at them. Trying to survive in such a terrifying situation, the first ancestor summoned the Change Mirror, but a moment later they were attacked by the Tao Te Dragon, instantly taking their lives. After that, Qin Yu was able to sigh, although he was unable to summon the Tao Dragon himself. But even the Tao Dragon Fury technique was enough for an unconditional victory. After this technique, the ancestors were just soulless shells with grimaces of horror, and in whose eyes one could only see the primordial chaos. And their souls were consumed because the Tao Te Dragon was known for its voraciousness and left nothing behind, which made the ancestors become empty effigies. Taking the Mirror of Change, Qin Yu grabbed the two ancestors and headed back to the temple. Suddenly, Chu Lin felt as if his end was approaching. He could not believe that his ancestors could lose. After all, no one at the Destruction Realm stage would be able to do so. But even so, one could also prepare for the worst outcome, just in case. Suddenly sensing something, the ancestor of the Buddha Heart Temple started laughing loudly. Seeing this, Fu Yao couldn't help but ask how he could laugh at such a tense moment. To which he, rubbing his beard, replied that from now on, the Polar Sun clan would be at their feet. And a moment later, Qin Yu appeared between the disciples of the great clansman and threw the bodies of the two Polar Sun ancestors onto the ground. And the disciples of the Buddha Heart Temple began to rejoice heartily as the Polar Sun clan that had attacked them was destroyed. And Chu Lin, stunned by this, stood still without being able to say a word due to the shock he was experiencing. Suddenly, Qin Yu stretched out his hand to the side and shot out energy to the side, striking Chu Lin's shadow that contained his real body. Chu Lin, being on the brink of death, tried to negotiate with Qin Yu. But Qin Yu was not going to listen to his annoying enemy and destroyed him, leaving no ashes behind. Then he announced that from now on, the Polar Sun clan would no longer exist. Then he told the head of the Buddha Heart Temple that they could handle the rest on their own, and immediately left the Buddha Heart Temple, leaving everything to the disciples. At this moment, Fu Yao was more interested than ever in who he really was. On the way to his next target, Qin Yu contacted the Wu sisters via Jade Token and was told that they had managed to escape, taking Li Qingyao with them. Auntie Xiao told Qin Yu that the Jasper Fairy clan had enlisted the support of a mysterious warrior, causing her to have to retreat, so Qin Yu should be as careful as possible as the enemy was moving straight towards the Buddha Heart Temple. Hearing this, Qin Yu decided that the Jasper Fairy clan would fall next. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains, Bai Feifei tried to catch her breath after the recent fight. Afterwards, she apologized to His Highness, since without him, their trek would have ended before it began. The Emperor's ninth son, Chen Shang, asked her not to apologize for this, and asked if the Buddha Heart Temple was really on the other side of the mountain range. To which Bai Feifei replied that it was like that, except it was unknown if the Polar Sun clan had managed to capture the temple. Chen Shan said that even if they succeeded, there was nothing wrong with it, as the Jasper Fairy clan should definitely be able to handle it. Bai Feifei recognized that if her clan went it alone, they would have no guarantee of success. But with the support of the Emperor's son, their overall victory was imminent. The head of the Jasper Fairy clan thanked the Ninth Prince for his support and promised that they would serve him faithfully until their last breath if the Buddha Heart Temple fell today. Chen Shang praised the head for such words and suggested that they speed up, lest all the glory go to one Polar Sun clan. After a while, a silhouette appeared behind Chen Shang's back. He bowed to the Ninth Prince and asked him what he was doing here, as it was not His Majesty's custom to descend into the sectarian fighting. Chen Shang replied that he was looking for adventure. Life in the palace makes him so bored that he can get bored. But after these events, at least he would have something to remember. The servant sighed and admitted that he didn't even have any way to contradict His Majesty. Suddenly, they felt an incredibly strong spiritual energy, immediately after which its possessor descended towards them. Qin Yu slung his spear on his shoulder and was already preparing to engage in battle. Bai Feifei immediately recognized Qin Yu and cried out his name in surprise. Hearing this, the head of the Jasper Fairy clan was surprised, as Qin Yu had managed to reach the fifth step of the destructive realm too quickly. Qin Yu pointed his spear at the head of the Jasper Fairy clan. Then he announced to them that from today, the Jasper Fairy clan would end. Qin Yu used the thunderous spear of the nine heavens, as he suddenly noticed something unusual. Or rather, someone he knew for some unknown reason joined the expedition of the Jasper Fairy clan. This person is the Emperor's ninth son, the future ruler of the Tianhe Empire. Bai Feifei acknowledged Qin Yu's impressive achievements. However, she asked him if he had been so dizzy that he had dared to challenge their clan alone. At the same moment, the head of the Jasper Fairies pondered that since Qin Yu dared to go out alone, there must be some sort of trick here. Qin Yu couldn't help but think of the accomplishments of the future Emperor Chen Shan. Chen Shan in the future is a warrior who managed to subjugate the entire race of humans with his own strength. The Tianhe Empire never stood out from the greatness of its more powerful neighbors, and was inferior in terms of territory, army, and even the number of outstanding warriors. In his past life, Chen Shang hid his talents and ambitions for many years, steadily building up his strength in secret. One day, he successfully seized the moment and managed to take the throne of the emperor, which began his journey to greatness. At first, Chen Shang got close to the immortals, after which he received an uncountable number of heavenly seals from them, and he gradually transformed himself into an invincible warrior. In addition to that, he also took possession of many divine-class weapons, which helped him in unifying the continent under his rule. That was how he became the great emperor of the unified Tianhe Empire. When Chen Shan became the ruler of the entire human race, he led them to war against the werewolves. Under his rule, the human race was so powerful that the remaining werewolves did not even think of attacking humans again. Chen Shang is a great man, as hard and unbending as steel, but unfortunately the immortals who held it in the beginning ended up losing to the Zhao immortal clan. Unwilling to submit to Li Qinghe, he was executed by her, upon which the star of the great emperor was extinguished. From all these memories, Qin Yu sighed sorrowfully. Chen Shang told Qin Yu that he had heard about him, that he possessed a ninth stage sacred fire and was generally very successful in cultivation for his age. He then asked why Qin Yu shook his head upon seeing him. Bai Feifei asked Qin Yu whether Qin Yu knew who he was standing in front of. After all, it was himself. Chen Shan ordered Bai Feifei to shut up, because of which she, frightened by the will of the prince, could not utter a word. Qin Yu asked the ninth prince not to think badly of him, as he wasn't trying to disrespect him at all. It was just that he was suddenly overcome with sorrowful memories. Chen Shang was surprised that Qin Yu knew him. He then told Qin Yu that he was only called the ninth prince by those who didn't know him. He assumed that Qin Yu knew who he was and suggested that he call himself Brother Chen. Qin Yu accepted Brother Chen's suggestions and asked if his companion could give up his desire to kill. Turning around, the prince noticed his servant's face, whereupon he mentally told the prince that the person in front of them was too dangerous. Just when he thought that he could kill Qin Yu stealthily, he immediately sensed it. The prince replied that Qin Yu was rumored to have gained incredible skills in the desert lands, and if he could gain his support, Qin Yu would be able to help realize the prince's ambitions. Hence, he didn't want to neglect this opportunity. Qin Yu admitted that he didn't know what Brother Chen's connection to the Jasper Fairy clan was. And pointing his spear at the clan head, Qin Yu said that he had already made a decision that today they would all perish. Bai Feifei was angry at such a statement and asked Qin Yu if he was crazy because there was no way he could defeat them alone. Chen Shan revealed that he was barely familiar with the Jasper Fairy clan and said that he wouldn't stand in Qin Yu's way since he had a grudge against them. After which the prince along with the servant distanced themselves so as not to disturb Qin Yu. Bai Feifei wondered why the prince did this. She wanted to know if he had decided to give them a test. Immediately afterwards, she released her aura and shouted to Qin Yu that whatever he had in mind, he wouldn't be able to. In the next instant, Qin Yu pierced her spear and was at her back. Finished with Bai Feifei, Qin Yu pointed his spear at the chapter and said that she was next. The Jasper Fairy Head was angry at what Qin Yu had done and was going to deal with him quickly. But in the next instant, she suffered the same fate as Bai Feifei. The remaining members of the Jasper Fairy clan began to worry about what had happened to their head, and Qin Yu asked why they were still here. Immediately afterward, those hurriedly fled the battlefield. Qin Yu put away the war god's spear and said that this was the end of it. The prince, together from the servants, were stunned that Qin Yu didn't even hesitate before these killings, causing them to wonder what the Jasper fairies had done to him. Chen Shang tried to put on a smile and praised Qin Yu for his determination. He also said that since the Polar Sun clan was already gone, the Buddha Heart Temple was on the verge of becoming a major force in the Tianhe Empire. He said that although Qin Yu had killed the head of the Jasper Fairy clan, it did not mean that they had been completely defeated. Therefore, he suggested that Qin Yu put a final end to the matter. Chen Yu thanked Brother Chen and said that he would like to personally deal with all of this. Chen Shan decided not to change Qin Yu's mind since he wished to do so, and asked if Qin Yu was going to go to the main Jasper Fairy Temple now, to which Qin Yu replied that he wanted to end this as soon as possible. Chen Shan asked if Qin Yu would mind if they went to the temple together, since he had nothing to do anyway, and at least they could chat on the way. Qin Yu said that he was fine with it, and they set off. Meanwhile, in the temple of the Jasper Fairy clan, two flames appeared beside the senior mentor immediately after which they were extinguished. Realizing what had happened, the senior mentor cursed loudly. Immediately afterward, a student came to her screaming and asked what had happened. The mentor didn't hold back and revealed that the clan head and her daughter had just died. The apprentice realized that because of what had happened in this battle, their clan had been defeated, a complete and utter defeat. The senior mentor told them that a talent never seen before had appeared in the Celestial Empire, Qin Yu from the Buddha Heart Temple. He had upset the balance of power in the empire that had existed for hundreds of years, so the words that he had ruined their clan were true. The student asked if that meant they... Without listening to the apprentice, the senior mentor confirmed her assumption at once. There was no reason for them to stay here any longer, so she would fulfill her promise and take her apprentice to the desert lands. The apprentice thanked her mentor and, excited about the journey, ran to pack her things. A few days later, Qin Yu and the prince reached the temple of the Jasper Fairy clan. Except there's no one left here at all. Chen Shan assumed that they had just accepted defeat and left, and Qin Yu could only curse at this clan. Immediately afterward, the prince's acolyte returned to them and told them that no fluctuations in the spiritual aura could be felt in the entire temple grounds at all. And from the looks of it, they took all their clan's treasures with them when they left. To make sure of what was said, Qin Yu closed his eyes and used the insatiable Taote sniff. After that, he smelled something and said that he wasn't sure if the members of the Jasper Fairy clan had taken everything. The prince was surprised at what he heard, for his servant had said the opposite. But Qin Yu asked them to follow him. From his memories from his past life, Qin Yu could tell that deep beneath the Jasper Fairy clan's temple, the tomb of an ancient human lord was hidden. The tomb held divine-grade weapons, and judging from the feeling, they were still there. After walking for a while, they stopped near a well. Prince Chen Shang asked if he felt like Qin Yu knew this place well for nothing. Qin Yu asked Brother Chen if he would risk going downstairs with him to look around. On hearing this, the prince at once agreed, and the servant tried to object to this. But the prince told the one that since Brother Chen wanted to go down, he knew far more about this place than they did, and so he asked him not to worry about it. Immediately after which, they jumped into the well together with Qin Yu. Upon landing, the prince looked around and said that from the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to find anything of interest here. The servant said that even he couldn't smell any fluctuations in the spiritual aura, and that they clearly had no business being here. Qin Yu asked Brother Chen if he would lend him the divine seal. The prince decided not to hide it, and immediately threw the seal to Qin Yu, after which Qin Yu inserted the divine seal into the wall, and the seal began to shine many times stronger. The servant asked if it was worth it, since it was a 7th grade divine seal, to which Prince Chen Shang replied that it was only a trifle, and that there was nothing wrong with it. Just as suddenly the wall broke and a passage opened up to them. Qin Yu smirked and asked them to follow him. After crossing over to the other side, Qin Yu and company found themselves in an ancient tomb. Chen Shang asked whose tomb this was and whether the ancient Lord of Men rested here. After which Chen Shang saw Qin Yu smirk and asked if he had guessed that guess. Qin Yu said that this was indeed the tomb of the ancient Lord of Men, and he guessed it for a reason, because Chen Shan himself also has the spirit of the Lord of Men. Hearing this, Chen Shan was dumbfounded, and the servant asked if it was really as he said. Tong Yun said that they would soon see everything for themselves and went to the sarcophagus. Approaching the lion statues, Qin Yu released a bit of aura from which the statues began to be covered in cracks. And after a few moments, those completely broke free from the power of the stone and began to growl threateningly at Qin Yu. Seeing this, Chen Shang became worried for Qin Yu and asked him to be more careful. But Qin Yu only glanced threateningly at the lions in front of him, which made those shudder and give way to him. Upon reaching the sarcophagus, Qin Yu discovered a blade, a pill, and a scroll inside. He tossed the scroll and pill to Chen Shan, whereupon the latter asked if these items were the legacy of the Lord of Men. Qin Yu said that he would keep the divine tool for himself and asked if the prince was okay with it. Prince Chen Shang replied that he didn't mind since Qin Yu was the one who brought them to this tomb and said that it would be fair if he took everything away as well. As suddenly the scroll in the prince's hands began to release an aura, whereupon the aura soared into the air, and a voice praised Chen Shan's talent in the spirit of the Lord of Men in him. After which an elder formed from the aura, and he explained that he was the Lord of the Wei Yi people. After introducing himself, he immediately asked if Chen Shan had come to collect his heritage. Chen Shang greeted the Lord of Men and introduced himself as the Prince of the Tianhe Empire. Wei Yi was pleased with the young man's behavior. He said that Chen Shang was worthy of becoming his successor since he sensed in him the soul of a Lord of Men and a great innate gift. Then he sadly explained to the prince that he had serious enemies, which could be a problem for the prince. Just as suddenly, Lord Wei Yi sensed something that was too strange. Immediately after which he turned around and seeing Qin Yu, he realized what the matter was. Vladika laughed and explained that he understood what was involved. Lord Wei Yi used the scroll pill, after which he took the form of a beast and ordered the prince to accept his legacy. Immediately after which, he forcibly began transmitting a spiritual aura to the prince. The servant was worried about the prince, but Qin Yu asked him not to worry as the prince would be perfectly fine after this. The prince's servant asked Qin Yu who he was and how he managed to single-handedly deal with the Jasper Fairy clan, right after which he found the tomb of the ancient Lord of Men and lastly summoned the one with such ease. He demanded that Qin Yu explain why he was trying to get close to the prince. Qin Yu explained that the meeting with the spirit-bearer of the Lord of Men was destined by fate. As for the prince, Qin Yu asked if they had met by chance. The spiritual aura still continued to rapidly fill the prince's body, and after a while, Chen Shan finally opened his eyes. A servant asked the prince if he was all right, to which Chen Shang replied, as expected from a powerful ancient Lord of Men. His fame had spread for a reason. He then asked if he should worry about a great matter with such a powerful ability. Chen Shang recognized that he had met a tremendous fortune today and thanked brother Qin Yu for the good fortune he had given him. In gratitude, he promised that he would gladly help Qin Yu if he needed help. Qin Yu wished for the prince to make the best use of this power for the benefit of their race. Chen Shan slapped his chest and vowed that as long as he lived, he would do his best to protect their people. Finished with everything in the dungeon, the trio made their way outside. The prince wanted to talk to Qin Yu as they suddenly found themselves in the middle of a thunderstorm, and Prince Chen Shan's body began to spew out a huge amount of aura. Qin Yu realized that this was a bad matter, as it was a contradiction to the emperor's qi. The servant was frightened for the prince and asked what was happening to him, to which Qin Yu replied that brother Chen received the emperor qi from the ancient Lord of Men, but there is still an emperor in the Tianhe Empire. Since two tigers cannot live on the same mountain, the two emperor qi fight to see who is better. Qin Yu admitted that he had forgotten about it because he had been inattentive, because of which the new emperor entered the arena and chaos would once again reign in the Tianhe Empire. After a brief battle, Chen Shang, in the guise of a tiger, seized the moment and sank his fangs into the dragon-shaped Qi Emperor's neck. Immediately afterward, the dragon howled loudly and began to dissolve. Back on the ground, Chen Shan began to pant after fighting so hard. Meanwhile, at the Tianhe Imperial Palace, the emperor of the Tianhe Empire was practicing meditation. Suddenly he screamed, then started vomiting blood. He was furious and shouted that his qi of emperor had dissipated, after which he summoned the emperor's mentor, and the latter immediately appeared. The emperor's mentor asked what had happened to the one, to which the emperor replied that his qi emperor had begun to dissipate. The emperor's mentor asked how this was possible. After all, his majesty was under the tutelage of their Xuanyuan clan, and the emperor's qi was too dense and there was no way he could take it and disperse. The emperor's mentor asked for his majesty to take it easy and asked for permission to look at the problem, then opened his third eye. With a glance at the emperor's chi, the emperor's mentor was convinced of the problem, and blood flowed from his mouth. The emperor asked what was finally happening to him. The emperor's mentor replied that something really happened this time. After all, he had just discovered that there was a new owner of the emperor's chi in the Tianhe Empire, and the strength of this emperor's chi was much greater than the current emperor's. The emperor's mentor explained that the emperor's chi had been absorbed by a stronger chi, and that even he was unable to block that energy. From what he had heard, the emperor sank down and admitted that from now on it was all over. The mentor asked the emperor not to worry so much about it, as this world was changing very quickly, and even if a new Lord of Men was born, he wouldn't be able to take away the emperor's place. He also said that he had an idea. When the emperor heard about this, he was overjoyed and asked him to explain everything. The emperor's mentor explained that they just needed to gather the cultivator's chi and change it into the emperor's chi, after which the emperor could use it as he wished. The emperor asked his mentor to explain it to him in more detail. And the preceptor told me that all destinies in this world have the same end. All are generated by the heavenly Tao and have the same origin. If they gather together martial artists with great fortunes and make them fight so that their fortunes don't swallow each other up, and in the end, one fortune will continuously strengthen. When a martial artist has supernatural luck, the mentor will be able to use secret techniques to take away his luck and then recycle it into a new emperor's chi that the emperor can use. The mentor explained that without destruction, there is no creation, and perhaps failure this time could be a new beginning. The emperor asked what they should do in that case, to which the mentor replied that the Tianhe Empire had been isolated for many years, so they would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to develop. The mentor suggested that they unite the neighboring empires and hold a great competition between cultivators. The mentor explained that the chi of the people of Tianhe would not be enough to accumulate the emperor's chi, but with the addition of other empires, the matter would end in success. And then the emperor would have the strongest emperor chi with which he could seize the fortunes of cultivators around the empire. The emperor realized that his empire could then use this opportunity to start a war and conquer everyone. Then the emperor laughed and began to praise his mentor for his well-thought-out plan. He entrusted the plan to the tutor himself. The emperor's mentor was clearly pleased with what he heard and asked to rely on him. Inside the Jasper Fairy Temple, Chen Shang asked Qin Yu if he really didn't want to go to the imperial city with them, to which Qin Yu replied that he would be powerless in the imperial city, and if he decided to go, he would only be annoyed. Therefore, he would return to the Buddha Heart Temple since the Jasper Fairy clan had scattered anyway. Qin Yu asked the prince to by no means forget about the Emperor Qi concealment technique, as no one should find out about it, only if an extreme case came. Chen Shan asked Qin Yu not to worry about it, as he understood everything. Just as suddenly, Qin Yu said that he would go first and said goodbye to Chen Shan. Immediately afterward, he soared into the sky and flew towards the Buddha Heart Temple. Chen Shan boasted to the servant that they had managed to get a really big catch this time, to which the man replied that Qin Yu was too mysterious and unpredictable. The servant asked if the prince wanted him to follow him. Chen Shang said that there was no need for this, and if Qin Yu found out about the surveillance, there would be discord between them. Upon hearing this, the servant only frowned in agreement. Seeing this, the prince laughed and offered to leave this place. A large area of the inner hall, Buddha Heart Temple. Temple members collected treasures left behind by the Polar Sun clan and repaired buildings damaged in the defense of the temple. As soon as Qin Yu approached the disciples, he was immediately welcomed as their temple's mentor brother. Looking at their faces, Qin Yu felt slightly embarrassed as collecting the Polar Temple clan's treasures had clearly worn them out. As soon as Qin Yu entered the main hall, Ye Tong along with Chen Shuang immediately rushed over to greet him. Ye Tong examined Qin Yu, and seeing that he was perfectly fine, she asked if he had really managed to deal with the Jasper Fairy clan alone. And Leng Qianshuang covered herself with a blush and recognized that Qin Yu was astonishing them every time. But she had to say that after all, such acts were very dangerous, whereupon she asked that he might henceforth let them help him. After talking to the girls, Qin Yu approached the head and asked where Qing Yao was now. Fu Yao asked Ye Tong to escort Qin Yu to his girlfriend. Immediately after, Ye Tong grabbed Qin Yu's hand and dragged him behind her, while Qin Yu begged for her to stop. Once those two left, Fu Yao had to inform Qian Shuang that Qin Yu's heart already belonged to Li Qingyao. From what she heard, Leng Qianshuang could only sigh and admit that she didn't have such a blessing after all. Meanwhile, Li Qingyao was bored in her room pondering over what was happening. Just as suddenly, the door boiled open and she saw a familiar face. Qin Yu sat down beside her, and Li Qingyao asked if the Jasper Fairy clan had really been destroyed. In response, Qin Yu explained to her that the Jasper Fairy clan was not as honest and kind as she thought, because behind the scenes, they were doing some very sneaky things. After which, Qin Yu stroked Qingyao and asked for her to stay by his side as he wished to protect her in this life. Li Qingyao blushed, immediately after which she bounced away from Qin Yu, and covering her face with her hands, she accepted his wish and asked him not to approach her so suddenly. Qin Yu sighed because of what had happened, as he realized that they would have to rebuild their close relationship. 1 month later, Qin Yu was meditating in the secret spring of the Buddha Heart Temple, as suddenly he finally managed to break through. Just a little more, and he would be able to break through to the 9th stage of the destructive realm, which meant that he would be able to awaken the 5th dragon's son, Taote. And after he awakens Taoto, he will be able to travel to the desert lands once again. Suddenly, Yetong arrived at his source and began to happily tell him about the latest news, as this was indeed a significant event. The ruling dynasty of the Tianhe Empire, together with all 7 ruling dynasties, would soon hold a cultivator competition. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought about participating. Yetong explained that this competition should not only bring together the best forces of the 8 dynasties, but also bring together the 8 Qi emperors, making this event truly unique. Yetong spoke with fire in her eyes about how martial artists from all 8 dynasties could participate. The number of participants is unlimited, the number of clans is unlimited, and the prizes are very big. The top 100 winners of this competition will receive a 2nd stage divine weapon and a 1st stage divine pattern. The next top 50 masters will receive a 3rd stage divine weapon, and the next top 20 masters will receive a 4th stage divine weapon. Qin Yu recognized that the opportunity to obtain a 4th stage weapon sounded quite tempting. Because of that, he assumed that such rewards could attract many secret sect disciples and some strong cultivators. Yetong said that was not all, for the top 10 winners of this competition would be allowed to use the greatest treasures of the 8 dynasties, thus giving them the opportunity to set foot in the desert lands. Qin Yu was surprised at what he heard. After all, the greatest treasures are the symbol of the country's wealth. And not only could they raise a martial artist's qi, but they also possessed mysterious and impressive power. And if he managed to get his hands on such a treasure, Qin Yu would be able to travel to the desert lands sooner than he thought. After thinking it over, Qin Yu told Yetong that he would participate in the competition. Yetong was happy to hear this, because it meant that they could go there together. Just as suddenly she remembered something, and sadly explained that Sister Qianshuang would not be able to go along with them as she had business to attend to in the clan. Immediately after which, she began to push Qin Yu forward so that he would not be delayed. She explained that she was in a hurry because the competition would start in 3 months, and the venue would be a moon city 3,000 li to the northwest. If they performed right now, they would have time to arrive early and get some rest. Qin Yu told Yetong that she was too impatient and suggested that she start by saying goodbye to the people from the temple. After a while, Qin Yu and the others gathered in the main hall of the temple. Fu Yao wished Qin Yu good luck so that he could take first place in the competition. And following her, the rest of the people in the room did as well. Yetong was upset that everyone only wished the first place to Qin Yu and asked why no one wished her good luck. But Fu Yao asked Yetong to take care of Qin Yu on the road, from which Yetong could only tiptoe. Lastly, Qin Yu's good luck was also wished by Leng Qianshuang. Qin Yu asked them all not to worry about it as he was confident that he could take the first place, after which he turned around and left. Looking at Qin Yu's back, Fu Yao mumbled that she was waiting for the moment when he would fly high. The next day, Qin Yu and the girls were on their way to the competition venue. Qin Yu asked Ye Tu if they had a bigger cart than this one, to which the latter replied angrily that there was usually plenty of room, but Zitu Zhengyu on the other side of the wagon laughed, and Yetong asked why another person went with them. Zitu Zhengyu chuckled and asked if it was a chance encounter. In any case, they were all going to participate in the competition, and the more people, the merrier. From what they heard, Qin Yu and the girls stared silently at Zita Zhengyu. And in the end, Qin Yu decided to just ignore that person. Just as suddenly, Zitu Jungyu cried out that the second place in the competition would belong to him. Ye Tong asked why he thought he could take second place, to which Zitu replied that naturally the first place would go to Qin Yu. Ye Tong explained that she wanted to know why he was so confident that he could take second place. Hearing this, Zitu Jungyu grew gloomy and said that it was because Li Qingyao was interested in what he said and asked why. Immediately after that, Zitu Jungyu cried out that it was because second place would allow him to marry two princesses of a great dynasty. Hearing this made Qin Yu feel ashamed that they had even allowed Zitu Jungyu to join them in the carriage. Ye Tong covered herself in a blush and shouted that Zitu Jungyu was just an old pervert, while the Wu sisters only sighed because of what was happening. After a while, Qin Yu and company reached the border of the ruling Tianhe dynasty. Zitu Jungyu looked out the window and warned the others to be more vigilant, as the next journey would be very dangerous. So asked if it had anything to do with the werewolf race. Yi Qinyu explained that it's not just about werewolves, because the Tianhe dynasty's border is bordered by countless small states and free cultivators. Their threat is much more than just a race of werewolves. These small states and free cultivators hide in the forest and suddenly attack passing people, thus earning a living. Hearing this, Zitu Jungyu praised Qin Yu for knowing so much about so many things, as suddenly they sensed danger, and in the next instant, their wagon was destroyed. After inspecting the purple barrier, Qin Yu told the others that they would probably have to walk the rest of the way. In the evening of the same day, Qin Yu and company made a fire and settled around it. Zitu Jungyu took out a map, and pointing at it, he told them that tomorrow they could reach Qinfeng City from where they could leave by wagon. Just as suddenly, Zitu felt someone's presence behind him. Immediately afterwards, beaten bandits came out of the forest and demanded that the company give them all their valuables if life is precious. Qin Yu looked around at the mangled bandits who had come out to them. After assessing them, Qin Yu realized that the highest rank amongst them was a destructive realm and suggested that they were clearly not easy to cultivate. Hence, he advised them to leave immediately if they wanted to stay alive. Hearing this, the bandit leader became enraged and asked the insolent Qin Yu not to blame him for his carelessness. Immediately after which, he pushed himself off the ground and attacked Qin Yu with his crutch. But a moment before the attack, he stopped and warned Qin Yu that he had one last chance to give up the treasure, or no one would be left alive. Qin Yu asked the old man who he was and why he was using their Qin family's art. Hearing this, the old man realized who the person in front of him was, immediately after which he broke the distance and immediately ordered his men to retreat, after which they ran away from the company into the woods. Zitu Jungyu asked Qin Yu if he wanted to follow the bandits. Qin Yu stood up and said that the old man's art was the Qin family's personal battle art, and judging from the look on his face, the old man was clearly frightened when he said this. Hence, Qin Yu suggested that they all go after the gang to find out what was going on here. Fleeing with all their legs, the bandits took refuge inside the ruined temple. The gang guy was begging Old Man Hu for some water and trying to find out what happened to him. After which, the old man wept and confessed that he had dishonored the Qin family, and on top of that, someone found out. Just as suddenly, Qin Yu opened the temple door and stepped inside. Qin Yu asked the old man who the old man really was. Not knowing what to say, Old Man Hu tried to distract his interlocutor from the question and asked who he was. But to his surprise, he called himself Qin Yu from the ruling dynasty of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Hearing this, Old Man Hu immediately jumped up, but Qin Yu was able to react in time and chained the old man. The guy asked Qin Yu what he was doing, but Old Man Hu ordered him to watch his manners, after which he ordered Shilan to take the rest of the men and leave the temple. Shilan refused to follow the old man's order, but Old Man Hu shouted for them all to just get out of here, and a few seconds later, all the gang members were out on the street. Left alone, Qin Yu took off the old man's restraints and demanded that he tell him who he was. And the one revealed that he was a descendant of Hu Li, a soldier of the Bafeng advance camp in the Qin clan, Hu Meng. After thinking for a bit, Qin Yu realized that he had never heard of Bafeng camp. Then he asked why he was wandering here since he was related to the Qin clan. Why did he choose such a low path in life? Old man Hu Meng admitted that he didn't want this kind of life either, but he had no other choice. Qin Yu demanded that he elaborate on everything, as he had enough time to listen to his explanations. Hu Meng sat down and began his story from the Bafeng camp. 30 years ago, his father, Hu Li, was the personal guard of the head of the Qin family, Qin Hung. But one day he was ordered to lead the Bafeng squad and go to the Qinfeng family border to complete a mission. Hearing this, Qin Yu was surprised because Hu Li was his grandfather's personal guard. Hu Meng said that in those days, some really powerful people appeared in Qinfeng. These people committed various atrocities, and the sovereign of Qinfeng had an unbearable burden on him, because of which he asked for their help. Upon arrival, the squad managed to deal with these people, and he mistakenly thought they could come home victorious. Suddenly, one mysterious strongman appeared in front of them, and in almost an instant, he was able to completely destroy the Bafeng camps. Hu Li resisted the enemy at the risk of his life. That was why he was able to escape from there and survive. After escaping, Hu Meng wanted to return to the Bafeng family and camp in the ruling Qin Divine Sword Dynasty, but accidentally learned that this mysterious person has a connection with the young sovereign of Qinfeng country. That man sent an army to search for their tracks, and they were blocked from all escape routes, leaving them in a desperate situation. And in the end, they were only able to hide with their family. What was even more desperate was that the young lord of Qinfeng country had informed the Qin family that the Bafeng camp had been destroyed, and even sent a few corpses of soldiers back to the Qin family as proof. This act finally severed the Qin family's hope that the Qin family would save them. The children in the gang are all descendants of people from Camp Bafeng. Hu Meng revealed that for the past 30 years, he has been looking for breakthrough opportunities many times, but always failed in the end. He wishes to die, but if he just dies, how will he order his descendants from the afterlife? After all of this, Hu Meng changed his appearance and began to engage in robbery, hoping that the children could get on with their lives. Hu Meng knelt down in front of Qin Yu and cried out that he had dishonored the Qin family and deserved to die. But those children were not to blame for all of this. He only wishes to die and wash away the stains of disgrace from the Qin family. Tears began to flow from the old man's eye, and he begged Qin Yu to contact the Qin family to take these children away. Realizing what the matter was here, Qin Yu told the old man that just as suddenly, Shilan burst into the temple and shouted that a bunch of cultivators had appeared outside. Hu Meng was shocked by what he heard and started shouting that Qin Yu had tricked them and he wasn't actually from the Qin family. Qin Yu replied that he had no reason to be deceived and offered to go outside to see what was going on outside. For 30 years, Qin Feng's men have been hunting to kill his Qin family's men. The debt of blood must be covered with blood. A squad from Qin Feng had gathered outside the temple, and the people from the gang were trembling with fear. The leader of the squad looked around the gang and said that there were only ugly and disabled people among them. Then he asked why they were wasting his time if they could just die in peace. Immediately after which, Qin Yu and Hu Meng walked out of the temple. Seeing Hu Meng, the woman was pleased that she had finally found him. Qin Yu, on the other hand, realized that he didn't know the person in front of him. Noticing Qin Yu, the woman said that he looked quite elegant and offered to go along with her, calling herself sis. Qin Yu walked out to the stranger and asked if she was the one who had been following them everywhere all these years. She replied that there were many people who wanted to kill Hu Meng and his men, but she only wanted Hu Meng himself. However, her luck had come today, and it was her turn to become rich. After which she touched Qin Yu and offered him a chance to survive, as he looked much better from the others. Just as suddenly, Qin Yu grabbed her by the throat and said that right now, it was better for her to just die. Gasping, the woman asked who he was and what kind of things Hu Meng had given him, after which she offered to give him twice as much, or even 10 times as much. With her last strength, she cried out that he couldn't kill her, for and in the very next instant, Qin Yu took the life of the woman chasing his men. Qin Feng's soldiers were dumbfounded by what had happened and shouted that they should run away, as this guy had just killed the heir to the throne's wife. Just as suddenly, the image of Yazi's ghost formed behind Qin Yu's back. He said that no one would leave, immediately after which, Yazu's ghost exhaled a huge amount of spiritual aura, sweeping away everything in its path. Seeing their enemies killed in a pitiful moment, Hu Meng wept with joy, for they had another chance. Qin Yu said that according to the people who attacked them, there were a lot of people who wanted to kill them, and so he wanted to find out who it was. Hu Meng understood what he wanted and said that it couldn't be done. Although Qin Feng is a small state, but there are many strong men here. Just now, only one of them was killed, causing Qin's people to be exposed soon. Hu Meng said that he would stay here to distract the enemies and pointed at the children and asked Qin Yu to just take them with him. Qin Yu explained that from now on, they should all follow him since the former Qin family was no more. Old man Hu Meng was surprised at what he heard and asked what Qin Yu meant, to which the man replied that he would tell about it later, but now he must find out who the other people threatening his family were. Hu Meng said that everyone else belonged to the lineage of the young lord of Qinfeng country, now the sovereign of Qinfeng country. Qin Yu smirked and said that it was great since this country would soon fall. Suddenly, the barrier next to the ruined temple cracked, and out of it, Zitu Zhengyu appeared along with the rest of the company. As he approached the temple, Zitu Zhengyu admitted that he had in no way expected to meet the last people related to the Qin family. Seeing the strangers, Hu Meng was wary and asked who they were. But Qin Yu stopped him, saying that these were his men. Qin Yu apologized for disturbing them and asked to dispose of them while he had to leave for a while. Hu Meng said that Qin Yu shouldn't leave now because the first priority was to return to the Qin family and report the situation, from which Qin Yu turned gloomy and once again said that the former Qin family no longer existed. The old man was stunned by what he heard and asked what the words meant, to which Qin Yu replied that the specific circumstance of the cases would be explained to him in detail by the sisters of the Wu family. Suddenly, Shilan asked Qin Yu to stop and bowed and asked Qin Yu to take him with him. Shilan said that although he doesn't have any abilities, he won't be a burden. All he wants is to see his enemies die in person. Hu Meng ordered Shilan to shut up, but Qin Yu replied that he would no doubt take him along since he wouldn't be a burden. After which, Qin Yu grabbed Shilan's hand and headed towards Qingfeng State. After a while, Qin Yu together with Shilan arrived at the capital of Qinfeng State. After looking around, Shilan pointed at the tower and said that they should go there. At the same moment, inside the tower, the sovereign was enjoying a hot bath. The maid bowed to the sovereign and reported that no one could find Hu Meng. The sovereign said they were all just a bunch of scum, because in how many years they couldn't even catch a few rats with nowhere to go. The maid explained that it was because Hu Meng was too cunning. She asked the sovereign not to worry, as she would personally find Hu Meng and bring his head. Hearing this, the sovereign shouted that he didn't want Hu Meng's head. He wanted all of their lives. As suddenly they heard a voice. An unknown person shouted that if the sovereign wanted the death of the Qin family people, then he should at least comply with it. The sovereign and his servant immediately turned towards the voice, and the next instant it shattered the roof of the tower. Shilan took off his mask and shouted to Qin Yu that the person in front of them was the sovereign. The servant girl recognized Shilan and explained to the sovereign that he was the person who was always near Hu Meng. Upon hearing this, the sovereign smirked and began to scoff at the fact that Shilan had dared to come to meet his death. Immediately after that, he ordered Shilan to be killed, and the servant girl, along with the shadow assassins, attacked Qin Yu with Shilan. The sovereign praised Shilan for coming to kill him alone, but asked him to underestimate him. Just as suddenly, Qin Yu unleashed Yazi's spirit power and dealt with all of the sovereign's men in the blink of an eye. After which, Qin Yu walked over to the one and looked at him with disdain. The sovereign trembled when he saw how strong the stranger was and offered to pay him twice as much as Hu Meng's bandit. But he realized it wouldn't be enough and shouted that he was willing to pay 10 times as much. Qin Yu told the sovereign that he was from the Qin clan, which frightened him even more. After which he sat down and asked if he was trembling because he was afraid. And when he was torturing the people of the Qin family, did he think about what might happen today? The sovereign raised his hands and explained his actions by saying that he had mental wounds and was forced to do so. But he would only tell the truth if Qin Yu spared him. Hearing this, Qin Yu told the sovereign that he had no right to negotiate with him. Immediately afterward, the sovereign cried out that by killing him, Qin Yu would never know the truth, and he would never know who was the instigator of all this. After thinking for a bit, Qin Yu agreed that he would spare the sovereign on the condition that he would tell the truth. But Shilan objected to this and shouted that the sovereign must die. Hearing this, Qin Yu glared at Shilan, causing the latter to be forced to retreat. Whereupon the sovereign ordered Qin Yu to swear that he would not kill him. Qin Yu did not object and immediately swore with his spiritual aura that he would not kill the sovereign if he told the truth. Immediately after which a thread separated from his aura. Realizing that he would survive, the sovereign laughed, after which he told him that his country, Qingfeng, was just a small country, and unless he was ordered to, there was nothing he could do. After which he asked if he could go against the ruling Qin Divine Sword Dynasty alone. Qin Yu shouted that he didn't want to hear any idle chatter from that one. Startled, the sovereign jerked back and immediately revealed that someone had instructed him to eliminate the Bafeng squad of the Qin family. He was not a sovereign then, only a crown prince, but the stranger promised that he would make him a sovereign. Qin Yu demanded that the sovereign, said who, give him the order, to which the latter replied that he did not know it. Immediately after which, Qin Yu grabbed him by the throat and said that the man clearly didn't value his life. Squirming in pain, the sovereign explained that that person had not shown up from the beginning to the end. All he knows is that that person's cultivation is truly astounding, and he has a rough guess as to who it might be. The sovereign said that even though he was secretive, he wasn't the type of person who humbly waited for his death. According to his demeanor and clothing, he could only assume that this person was probably from the imperial family of Haoyu country. Qin Yu was surprised at what he heard, wondering why the sovereign had brought Haoyu country into this. After all, even in his other life, he had never heard of Haoyu country having anything to do with the Qin family. Seeing Qin Yu pondered, the sovereign was frightened and shouted that it was true, and if it was a lie, the heavens would punish him with a painful death. Realizing that this was indeed true, Qin Yu threw the sovereign aside, and with a disdainful glance at the one said that he would not kill him. The sovereign realized that his life had been saved and began to laugh. Just as suddenly, he was restrained by Qin Yu's spiritual aura. Yi Qin Yu asked Shilan what he was waiting for. After all, this was his chance. Hearing this, Shilan roared and struck the sovereign, shouting that this strike was for Old Man Hu. He dedicated the next two strikes to San Lan and Shilan. He beat the sovereign for Xiao Wu, for Shurchi, and other tribesmen killed because of him, and he struck the last blow for himself. After being beaten, the sovereign was forced to admit his stupidity, because if he had known about it, he would not have spared them. Then he coughed and asked Qin Yu if he thought he had won. Sovereign told him that he still had a son who would avenge him and kill every last survivor, after which he started laughing madly. But his laughter was interrupted by Shilan's last punch. Tears sprang from Shilan's eyes, and he told his fallen comrades that he had avenged them all, somewhere in the forest. Zitu Zhongyu finished his account of what had happened to the Qin clan. Listening to all of this, Old Man Hu Meng sobbed uncontrollably because his family was facing such a great calamity. Fortunately, their young master was with them. Moments later, Qin Yu and Shilan returned to the camp. Upon seeing them, Hu Meng immediately shrieked with joy and bowed, greeting the young lord of the Qin family. Shilan ran up to the old man and grabbed him by the shoulders, joyfully telling him that he had killed sovereign Qing Feng with his own hands. Qin Yu lifted up the old man, and the old man began to thank Qin Yu, for their revenge had finally come to fruition. Qin Yu replied that this was not the end, as they still had to find the person behind it all. And according to sovereign Qin Feng, the imperial family of Haoyu country was behind it. Old Man Hu Meng wished to go to Haoyu country with Qin Yu, but the latter refused him and explained that there were more important things for the old man to do. Hu Meng wished to hear what the young master wanted to order him to do, and Qin Yu explained that since the Qin family's bloodline had been preserved, it was only natural that it should not dissipate from now on. And so he ordered Bafeng's squad to listen to his orders. Qin Yu ordered them to return to the divine sword-ruling dynasty and restore the Qin family. The other members of the Bafeng squad honorably accepted this order. And Old Man Hu Meng slapped his chest and said that he would do it even at the cost of his own life. After which, Old Man Hu looked up into the sky and swore to his father that he would restore the Bafeng camp to its former glory. 2 months later, Haoyu Imperial City, Qin Yu stepped out of the cart and looked around. After him, the girls came out and began to wonder childishly at the size of the city and the number of people around them. Qin Yu felt embarrassed and asked them to be a little more serious. Just as suddenly, the heavens parted and a huge amount of spiritual aura began to spread out. One of the townsfolk cried out that it was the holy maiden Haoyu. Immediately afterward, a huge golden dragon flew out of the sky, on the head of which was Haoyu's holy maiden, Zhuan Yuan. Zhuan Yuan jumped off the dragon's head onto the fortress wall and left, accompanied by the guards. After thinking for a bit, Qin Yu realized that the holy maiden was probably a member of the imperial family. Just as suddenly, someone behind Qin Yu's back chuckled and explained that the holy maiden was the second of the 4 great beauties of Haoyu City. Dan Yang revealed that a lot of cultivators had warm feelings for the holy maiden, and therefore, he advised Qin Yu to give up on this idea. After looking over Qin Yu, he assumed that he probably came from a small state, and his cultivation of the destruction stage was pretty good. But the back of his back is a bit beyond that. Qin Yu asked how the man knew that he came from a small state. Dan Yang asked Qin Yu to look at the people passing by and explained that such people definitely came from a large state. In front of Dan Yang, Jitu Zhengyu jumped out and asked if the Holy Maiden in the second place. Then who was in first place? To which Dan Yang replied that he would tell them everything on the way to the city, and they both smirked as they realized that they were brothers in spirit. After which they hugged each other and shouted that time was of the essence, which made Qin Yu feel uneasy. After a while, the company reached the inn. Dan Yang ordered delicious food and wine, as he always does. Zitu Zhengyu reminded Dan Yang that they had not yet introduced themselves, then gave his name and revealed that he came from the Tianhe dynasty. Dan Yang was surprised to hear about the Zitu family, and Zitu Zhengyu shook his head, confirming that he was indeed from this family. Dan Yang admitted that he had underestimated the guests, because even though the Tianhe dynasty is quite small, the Zitu family is quite famous. Zitu Zhengyu decided not to linger and asked Dan Yang to tell him about the 4 beauties of Haoyue City. And he gladly agreed. He said that there were 4 beauties in their town, and he would start with the 4th. She is the head of the Divine Refinement sect, who is known as the most talented vessel-casting cultivator. Zitu Zhengyu's eyes shone, and he recognized that she was indeed a talent. In third place is the brave woman from the Moonwolf Court. Toba Yanyan is an amazing woman. Upon hearing this, Zitu Zhengyu asked Dan Yang to tell more about her. Just as suddenly, the door opened and the waiter told the guests that their food was ready. Following the waiter, a certain man entered the room. Dan Yang immediately recognized the third prince and greeted him, to which the latter replied that sooner or later Dan Yang would lose all his possessions. After all, organizing a banquet, it is worth inviting people with power and experience. Zitu Zhengyu awkwardly chuckled and told the prince that it wasn't their fault. Dan Yang confessed that he didn't know why the third prince was looking for him, or what instructions the third prince would give him. The third prince gave Dan Yang a ring and ordered Dan Yang to send his sister a gift, which would be a mechanism at his house. As he left, he remembered the wild beast near Dan Yang's house, and so he ordered it to be sent as well, for tomorrow was Yan Yan's birthday, and he must give it to her. Dan Yang said that he could give the prince the mechanism, but there's a problem with the wild beast. The wild beast is too strong, even though it has been in confinement for 100 years, but still no one has managed to tame it. To which the prince replied that Dan Yang just had to prepare the beast for tomorrow. Qin Yu was surprised when the prince said that the person in front of him was Dan Yang. After all, in a past life, that was the name of the man who put the entire city of Haoyu on fire. Zitu Zhengyu asked Dan Yang who this person from the imperial family was. Dan Yang revealed that he was the third prince of the Haoyue imperial family. He was very talented and had a strong cultivation. He will only turn 25 years old this year, yet he has already reached the 5th stage of the destructive realm. There is a chance that before the age of 30, the prince will be able to break through the destruction realm and reach the void realm. Furthermore, the third prince had already been to the Great Wasteland and had apparently found great fortune. In the previous year, after being only at the 4th stage of the destructive realm, he was able to defeat a strong cultivator at the 7th stage of the destructive realm, and now he would probably be able to fight even those at the 9th stage. Zitu Zhengyu said that in Haoyue City, the prince might be a talent, but compared to the rest of the world, he is a nobody. After which he glanced at Qin Yu and asked if that was the case, but there was only silence in the air. To dispel the awkwardness, Zitu Zhengyu asked Dan Yang who was the first beauty of Haoyue City, to which the man replied with a smirk that it was his sister. Out of surprise, Zitu Zhengyu spat out the drink he had recently drunk at the other person. Dan Yang angrily asked what it was and if Zitu Zhengyu thought he was lying. Then he shouted that he knew that they would not believe him, and therefore, from this day on, they would all live in his house so that they could realize that his words were true. Zitu Zhengyu's eyes shone, and raising his hand, he asked how they could refuse such an offer. After a while, the company arrived at Dan Yang's manor, and he asked the guests to enter. Afterward, everyone saw a house almost falling apart. From what he saw, Zitu Zhengyu was at a loss for words. Dan Yang explained that his house was in quite a state of disrepair and asked if they would mind, to which Zitu Zhengyu replied sternly that they wouldn't. Suddenly, an unbridled aura wafted from the side of the house, almost knocking them off their feet. Dan Yang explained that it was all because of the wild beast and asked the guests not to take offense because of it. After feeling this aura on him, Qin Yu asked if they could see this beast. Dan Yang asked why not and led them to the beast's den. Upon arriving at the beast's lair in the backyard of Zitu, Zheng Yu was horrified by such ferocious qi emitted by the beast. And even Qin Yu was forced to admit that this qi was indeed fierce. Being exposed to such ferocious qi, Yetong and Li Qingyao felt uncomfortable. Seeing this, Qin Yu explained that this beast's aura was too ferocious and that they would not be able to be near the beast due to their lack of cultivation. Hence, he advised them to leave. Otherwise, their aura within them would begin to rage. Dan Yan clapped himself on the head and admitted that he hadn't even thought about it when leading them here. He then called Zhao Zhaozi and ordered him to take the guests away and take care of them. As soon as Zhao Zhuzi led the girls away, Dan Yang broke the seal of the beast's lair. Immediately afterward, a loud roar was heard and a beast emerged from the den. Seeing him for himself, Zitu Zhengyu was forced to admit that this was indeed a strong guy. Dan Yang said that his ancestors captured this beast, after which imprisoned it in this place for hundreds of years. Over the years, they had tried every way to get rid of this ferocious qi, but all to no avail. Furthermore, the beast's power had only increased over the years, causing his family to have to create various spells, formations, and restraint arts to keep the beast here. Suddenly, Qin Yu stepped in front of Dan Yan, causing the latter to try to ask what Qin Yu was up to. Approaching the beast, Qin Yu told the beast that he could understand its feelings. After all, it was imprisoned here by force, causing it to be full of resentment, helplessness, and hatred. After which, Qin Yu asked Brother Dan if he could have this beast for himself. Dan Yang was surprised to hear this, after which he apologized and explained that it was impossible. Zitu Zhengyu clapped Dan Yang on the shoulder and said that if money was the problem, he could take it easy and offer his price. Dan Yang explained that the problem was not money. The problem was that the third prince had dared to get the beast, and if he gave the beast to Qin Yu, the prince would not let him live on. Zitu Zhengyu told Qin Yu that Dan Yang was telling the truth, and that if Qin Yu really wanted a beast, then they should turn to the beast. Taking another look at the beast, Qin Yu agreed that he would have to talk to the prince. Immediately after which, Zitu Zhengyu remembered something, and poking Dan Yang with his hand asked about his sister. Dan Yan chuckled and admitted that he had almost forgotten about it. At this one, they had guests over. Toba Yanyan asked if this was the place where the Dan family had imprisoned the beast, to which Dan Yana's sister replied that she would definitely like the beast. Hearing Shuiying's voice, Dan Yang immediately turned around, and Shuiying was surprised by his company and asked who these people were. Dan Yang revealed that the two are good friends of his whom he recently met. He introduced Saitu Zhengyu first, and after that, he introduced Qin Yu. He then introduced his younger sister, Dan Shuiying, and Toba Yanyan, whom he recently talked about, to the guests. Looking at Yanyan, Zitu Zhengyu recognized that she was really not bad and raised a finger up, causing her to frown and call him promiscuous. Right after that, Zitu Zhengyu showed her his pumped-up breasts and said that looks can be deceiving. Then he offered her to spend the night with him to find out if he was promiscuous or not. Unwilling to tolerate this, Toba Yanyan slapped Sita Zhengyu and ordered him to bend somewhere. She then picked him up and threatened to kill him if he continued to molest her, to which Zitu Zhengyu replied that he liked such an energetic girl. Dan Yang asked Yanyan to calm down as he was sure that Zitu Zhengyu was not a promiscuous person at all, then asked her the reason why she decided to pay them a visit. Dan Shuiying reminded her brother that tomorrow would be Yanyan's birthday, and so she would like to give her the beast as a gift, which made Dan Yang uncomfortable with how many people wanted to claim this beast. Dan Shuiying frowned and asked what his facial expressions meant, and Yanyan promised that she wouldn't insist if he didn't agree. Dan Yang sighed and explained that it wasn't about his decision, but the fact that this beast had become a tidbit. He decided not to keep it from Yanyan and revealed that he had recently met the third prince, and the latter had asked for this beast to give to her as a birthday present. Realizing what the matter was, Toba Yanyan ordered Dan Yang not to sell the beast to the third prince and asked at what price he would sell the beast to her. Dan Yang didn't know what to say and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu then went to Yanyan and asked her to give him the beast, after which she smiled and said she was happy to agree to give in. Qin Yu was surprised at how easily Toba Yanyan agreed to this, and even Zitu Zhengyu and her brother were surprised by what they heard. After which she explained that she would concede the beast if Qin Yu could surpass her. Qin Yu agreed to this and asked what he should surpass her in, to which Yan Yan replied that since the beast was their target, the one who tamed it would win. Realizing that he had a good chance, Qin Yu immediately agreed with her, from which Dan Shuiying chuckled and explained to Qin Yu that he would definitely lose. After all, there were only a few people in the world capable of surpassing Yan Yan in beast subjugation. Qin Yu replied that since there were a few people, he also had the ability to surpass her. Dan Shuiying gave a thumbs up and admitted that she admired his confidence. But even so, Yan Yan would not lose after all. She had fully mastered her family's subjugation technique, and in terms of talent, no one could compare to her, not even in 1,000 years. Moreover, Yan Yan grew up together with the beasts. Hearing this, Zitu Zhengyu and Qin Yu were shocked, and Toba Yan Yan said that Shuiying was telling the truth. She actually grew up with beasts since she was a little girl. And so for the sake of fairness, she offered Qin Yu to start first. But Qin Yu refused as he was curious to see how the beasts were tamed by someone who had grown up with them. Lastly, Yan Yan warned Qin Yu that he wouldn't stand a chance if she subdued the beast. As soon as Yan Yan approached the beast, it roared, releasing its aura, from which she covered herself with her hand and recognized that he was indeed a very fierce guy. She then took out a bottle and asked the beast not to be afraid of her, as the Kona was not going to harm him. After inhaling the elixir, the beast calmed down and laid down in front of Yan Yan. Yan Yan approached the beast and stroked it and told it that she knew that it was imprisoned here, because of which its soul was filled with anger and resentment. Leaning closer to him, Yan Yan promised the beast that she would save him. She told the beast that she had grown up with beasts since childhood, and so she asked if he could sense that aura from her. Happy for her friend, Dan Shuiying said that Yan Yan was waiting to win, and Dan Yang awkwardly told Qin Yu that probably this beast had already been tamed. Toba Yan Yan turned to Qin Yu and said that he had lost. Afterwards, she asked the beast if he would go with her, and she cut her finger to get a drop of blood out of it. Bringing the drop to the beast, Yan Yan said that from now on, she and the beast would share the same fate. Agreeing with Yan Yan, the beast opened its mouth and was about to swallow her blood. Dan Shuiying nodded and said that the result was already obvious. And Zitu Zhengyu frowned with a sigh and said that it was a failure. But Qin Yu smirked and asked Yazi if he was going to spring into action. Immediately after which, Yazu's spirit spurted its blood into the beast's mouth. The incident caused the beast to shudder, and the Yan Yan blood it almost swallowed flew past. Whereupon the beast stared in the direction of its new master. Shocked by what had happened, Yan Yan asked Qin Yu what he had done. Qin Yu asked the beast if it was willing to follow him. The beast looked at the mighty spirit Yazu holding his voice, which caused him to bow down in fear. Qin Yu told the surrounding people that apparently this beast had decided to return to him, and Dan Shuiying couldn't believe that Yan Yan was able to lose in taming the beast. Seeing what had happened, Dan Yang smirked as he thought about how uncomplicated this Qin Yu was. Sutao Zhengyu ran up to Qin Yu and patted his shoulder and began to praise him. Toba Yan Yan admitted her defeat, as she didn't even expect that she could lose using the beast subjugation technique that she was so proud of. However, she wondered what technique he used and why she didn't feel anything. Qin Yu touched the bowed beast's muzzle and said, "This is an undisclosed secret." Hearing this, Dan Shuiying wondered what kind of mystery this was, and Toba Yan Yan admitted her defeat in the battle for the beast. She then told Qin Yu that tomorrow would be her birthday and asked if he would do the honor of coming to see her. Qin Yu said that since Miss Yan Yan herself was inviting him, there was no way he could refuse. Toba Yan Yan smirked and said that she was expecting them at her residence tomorrow, after which she said goodbye to Dan Yan and Dan Shuiying and left. Zitu Zhengyu chuckled and reminded her that she hadn't said goodbye to him yet, which made Yan Yan blaze with anger and ordered him to bend over. From what he heard, Zitu Zhengyu awed and asked if this was love at first sight, which made Qin Yu feel slightly uneasy. Dan Yang congratulated Qin Yu on taming the beast and advised Qin Yu to rest since it was already late, for he would have a fierce battle tomorrow. Qin Yu asked what kind of fierce battle awaited him, to which Dan Yang replied that Qin Yu would understand everything tomorrow. The next day, Toba Yan Yan residence. Toba Yan Yan shouted that this was not the way things would go, and asked why they were acting like girls, then ordered them to drink faster. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu understood why Dan Yang called it a fierce battle. Yan Yan noticed Qin Yu and asked why he had only come now, After which she gave Qin Yu a drink and offered to drink to him, and immediately started drinking the booze down to the bottom. Qin Yu agreed to keep Yan Yan company and drink until intoxicated. Suddenly, a third prince entered the residence and shouted that if Qin Yu dared to drink, he would meet his own death. Immediately afterward, he smashed Qin Yu's drinking pot and ordered the beast to be returned to him. Yan Yan asked Prince Xuanyuan if he was going to make a scandal today. After all, Qin Yu is her guest and today is her birthday. To which the prince replied that Qin Yu had insulted him by stealing the beast he was going to present to her as a gift. Toba Yanyan explained to the prince that that beast Qin Yu had gotten at the expense of his abilities, and asked the prince to leave and not interfere with her drinking if he had nothing to say to her. But Prince Xuanyuan held out a box to Yanyan, and he said it was his gift and he didn't know if she would like it. To which Yanyan replied that she wasn't interested in the gift and asked why it was still here. In order for Yanyan to accept the gift, the third prince told her that it was a soul subjugation smoker that had been kept in Father Emperor's treasury for many years, and the most important thing was that it was very important to beasts. In response, Yanyan shouted for him to get out of here right now. Suddenly, a carriage pulled up to the residence and the holy maiden Hao Yue stepped out of it. The holy maiden greeted Sister Yanyan and said that she looked even more manly now. Yanyan thanked the holy maiden for the compliment, and then she said that she didn't have time to make a gift because she came in a hurry, so she hoped Yanyan wouldn't be offended. Yanyan admitted that she was very happy already because of Sister Hao Yue coming to her, and she didn't need any gifts, after which she remembered her new friend and decided to introduce them. She introduced him as Qin Yu, the son of the Qin family from the Tianhe Empire. Hearing this made Zhao Yue feel uneasy, but after a moment, she sighed, hiding her surprise over the Qin family member. Noticing this, Qin Yu immediately suspected that there was clearly something wrong with Xuanyuan Hao Yue. After Qin Yu, Yanyan introduced Zheng Yu of the Zitu family and a member of the Buddha Heart Temple to Sister Zitu. After thinking for a bit, Hao Yue assumed that the presence of a Qin family member in these places was just a coincidence. Qin Yu told the holy maiden that he had heard about her for a long time, and only today was the first time he had seen her, causing him to immediately realize that her fame was spreading for good reason. Hence, he asked for permission to introduce himself once more. He is Qin Yu from the ruling dynasty of the Qin Divine Sword Dynasty, and he is also one of the members of the Bafeng army. Hearing this, Hao Yue was stunned. She acknowledged that Mr. Qin is indeed a talented person, but she can't continue chatting since she has some business to take care of, which made her have to leave first. Prince Xuanyuan asked his little sister what could be more important than Yanyan's birthday, but she only looked at the prince contemptuously, putting him in a stupor as he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Yanyan asked Hao Yue to take care of herself, whereupon she wished Yanyan the same and left the party. Once Hao Yue left, Prince Xuanyuan asked Qin Yu if he was really from the Qin family and also a member of the Bafeng army. Qin Yu replied that it was true, as the prince suddenly embraced him and said that he didn't recognize his own, because until you fight, you don't know each other. He and the Bafeng army have a history together. Hearing this, Situ, Zheng Yu, and Ye Tong were surprised that the prince was related to the Bafeng army. And Qin Yu asked the prince how the prince was related to the Bafeng army, to which the latter replied that it would be better if they talked about it tomorrow, since today was Yanyan's birthday. Seeing this in person, Yanyan was surprised at how drastically the prince's attitude towards Qin Yu had changed. After a while, the guests were still drinking in honor of Yanyan's birthday. Prince Xuanyuan asked if they had come here to participate in a big battle, and Qin Yu didn't bother to hide the fact that they had arrived for the sake of it. Hearing this, the prince sighed and said that it was really enviable to be able to fight the strongest members of the 8 dynasties. He said that he would also like to go, but unfortunately only the eldest sister and the 9th prince of the Hao Yue royal family were eligible. The prince decided not to talk about sad things and said he knew something about other dynasties. He said, to put it mildly, given their cultivation, Qin Yu and company wouldn't stand a chance even if they found out about it. Hearing this, Ye Tong shouted to the prince not to dare to underestimate them, and Zitu Zheng Yu said that they would think of it as a preliminary introduction about every talented person from every dynasty. After which the prince said that the leaders of the 8 ruling dynasties appeared continuously, but among them there were only 3 to pay attention to. These 3 were the top 3 in this great competition. He assumed that they knew that his sister's talent was at the highest level, but even so, she wouldn't be able to withstand 100 blows from these three. These three were Zhang Feiye of the Shi Shui clan of the Shishui ruling dynasty, Emperor Zhou's son Tianlin of the Dazhou ruling dynasty, and Chen Sheng of the Luoji ruling dynasty. Zitu Zhengyu said that he had heard of Zhang Feiye. She was rumored to be a once-in-100 years female leader. As in talent and looks, she's great at everything. Qin Yu asked the prince what cultivation these three had, and the one revealed that Zhang Feiye was 27 this year, and she was already at the peak of ascension. She also possesses several divine weapons of the 3rd level and above, and she is supported by the great Yin immortal clan. Rumor has it that she was accepted as an apprentice by an elder of the immortal clan, and among all three of them, she probably possesses the most number of weapons. As for Zhou Tianlin, he is ruthless and willing to do anything to achieve his goal. He is 35 years old and has probably already broken through to the immutability realm. Although Zhou Tianlin has not received any support from immortals, he is extremely talented and has created his own technique that makes him stronger when he meets the strongest. No one knows what his strength lies in. All that can be said is that Zhou Tianlin is the most terrifying opponent of the three. As for Chen Sheng, this person is very secretive. Many years ago, he achieved fame and defeated all the leaders of dynasties, becoming invincible. In addition, Chen Heng has excellent qualities as a human being. Not only did the clans he defeated not complain, but they learned his best techniques from him. Chen Sheng is also on the cusp of ascendancy, and the prince admitted that in his opinion, this man is clearly not simple and may be the latest dark horse. In his past life, Qin Yu had never heard of these three, which could indicate that they had died young. Holding out a drink, the prince told Qin Yu that if he really got a chance to face these three, he would be willing to give him a weapon to increase the chance of victory. Qin Yu accepted Prince Xuanyuan's offer, after which he took a drink, and hitting the pots, they shouted about getting drunk. Watching the two, Toba Yanyan wondered whose birthday it was today. Same night, guest room. Walking over to the window, Qin Yu asked Xuanyuan to tell him about his connection with the Bafeng squad. The prince revealed that more than 20 years ago, the ruling Haoyue dynasty had sent an army to Qingfeng City to help defend it from the demon clan's attack. It was then that they met, after which they fought side by side with the men of the Bafeng camp. Hearing this, Qin Yu realized that this was not at all like what the Qianfeng monarch was talking about. Besides, Hu Meng had not mentioned such a thing. According to Hu Meng, when Xuanyuan went to Qingfeng City, the Bafeng camp should have already been destroyed. The prince said that he was too young and impulsive at the time, causing him to be surrounded by demons. But thanks to Camp Bafeng, he remained alive. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Afterward, he smiled and said that Camp Bafeng had saved his life. Listening to the prince's story, Qin Yu wondered what really happened. The prince said that after his return to the Haobu dynasty, strangely enough, everyone tried not to mention what had happened. He sent many letters, hoping to repay the favor, but nothing came in return. But today he was finally able to meet the man from the Bafeng camp, which is clearly fate. Qin Yu agreed and said that it was indeed the will of the heavens. At this moment, he was trying to figure out who was really lying. Calling Qin Yu a brother, Prince Xuanyuan said that although it was the first time they had met, but he felt as if he had met an old acquaintance. After that, he said that he would sleep here tonight and they could talk more tomorrow. And tomorrow he would show Qin Yu the imperial palace and introduce him to his brother and sister. Suddenly, the prince remembered something and said that back then, Sis was also with him. She is probably too busy today, and so he will take Qin Yu to her tomorrow. After all, she always thinks about how much good Bafeng Camp has done for them over the years. Qin Yu realized that this was a great chance, as tomorrow he would be able to check what Xuanyuan Haoyue was hiding. The next day, the imperial city of Haoyue. The prince asked Qin Yu how the guards of the Haoyue imperial dynasty were doing, to which Qin Yu replied that their cultivation is very strong and their blood is strong, a very brave and courageous generation. The prince liked Qin Yu's words and said that these were his inner guards, and they had all killed monsters from the demon clan before. As they approached the palace, they heard shouting. Haoyue wanted to ask her subordinates why she needed them if they couldn't even do their jobs. Once inside, the third prince asked his sister what was going on. Xuanyuan Haoyue told the subordinates that they could go, after which Haoyue apologized for the prince and Qin Yu to see this, and pulling up chairs asked them to sit down. Qin Yu recognized that the Haoyue imperial clan was indeed awesome, as there were even first-rate divine weapons turned into table and chairs. Haoyue replied to Qin Yu that he was probably joking and offered him some tea, after which she explained that she had been busy with other things yesterday, causing her to have no time to thank the Bafeng squad, and therefore she hoped that Qin Yu would be patient and not blame her for it. The prince said that Qin Yu is a shallow man, and he wouldn't take it personally. Qin Yu, on the other hand, nodded to the prince in turn. Realizing that there was no offense here, Haoyue said that she had prepared a gift for Qin Yu. Just as suddenly, a guard ran in and addressed Haoyue. He reported that the Chen family's son Chen Sheng had come to visit them. Haoyue wondered why he had come, but still allowed him to enter. Qin Yu reflected on the fact that just recently, Xuanyuan had told him about him, and he had in no way expected to meet Chen Sheng so soon. Once inside, Chen Sheng greeted Xuanyuan Haoyue as a cultivator of the ruling Sunset Dynasty. Just as suddenly, Qin Yu recognized the person beside Chen Sheng and greeted his older brother. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Chen Sheng admitted that he had in no way expected to see Qin Yu here. Suddenly, Qin Yu realized Chen Sheng's real identity because of the similarity of names with the prince. Haoyue asked Chen Sheng what the name of the person who arrived with him was. Immediately afterward, Chen Sheng introduced himself as the 9th prince of the ruling Tianhe dynasty. Hearing that he was also from the Tianhe dynasty, Haoyue smiled and invited the guest to sit down. Chen Sheng told the holy maiden, Haoyue, that he had come today to ask for something. He asked if the ancient demon mountain under the control of the Haoyue family was too quiet lately. Haoyue's gaze hardened, and Chen Sheng explained that he had no bad intentions, but he needed the demon core, and according to his information, this demon was imprisoned in the ancient demon mountain. Because of that, he wants to help the Haoyue imperial family to solve the problem of the ancient demon mountain and only get one beast as a reward. Qin Yu understood why Haoyue was so angry just now, for she had developed a problem with the ancient demon mountain. Chen Sheng explained that suppressing the ancient demon mountain requires a large price, but the effect is negligible. Fortunately, he has a way to deal with it and protect everyone. Haoyue accepted the offer, because for her, as a representative of the Haoyue imperial clan, giving one demonic beast a gift is not a problem. And since he is so confident in his success, she is willing to give him a chance. Hearing this, Chen Sheng joyfully thanked the holy maiden. At this moment, the 9th prince realized that this was a great chance and asked Qin Yu if he wanted to join them to help. Chen Sheng was surprised at what the 9th prince was about to do, and Qin Yu replied that if Brother Chen asked, he couldn't refuse. Chen Sheng stood up and said that they needed to hurry before it was too late. Prince Xuanyuan was surprised and asked why they were in such a hurry. But Haoyue said that they had better hurry there and take care of everything, and she would send someone to take them to the mountain. Lastly, she thanked them for helping with this. And Chen Sheng and Chen Sheng thanked Haoyue for her help. Walking outside, Chen Sheng told Qin Yu that they were very lucky to meet here. Qin Yu said that he had some doubts and that he wanted to ask, to which the prince replied that he understood, and that he would explain everything when they reached the ancient demon mountain. Zitu Zhengyu chuckled and said that he would go first so as not to disturb his old friends. Hearing this, Chen Sheng recognized that the Zitu family truly knew what was right and wrong and was capable of great deeds. After a while, Qin Yu's escort reached the ancient demon mountain. One of the attendants apologized that he wouldn't be able to guide them further as he and the others' cultivation levels were too low, and so he asked them to be as careful as possible on their journey. Once the attendants left, Qin Yu asked Brother Chen if he was ready to tell everything. Immediately after, Chen Sheng explained that Chen Sheng of the Sunset Dynasty was actually the prince of the Tianhe dynasty. He was the 17th in seniority and the youngest of them all. Chen Sheng bowed and greeted Qin Yu, calling him brother. Chen Sheng explained that the 17th prince had been sent to the Sunset Dynasty since his birth, causing only a few people to know about his identity. And through luck and cultivation, he was able to become famous in the Sunset Empire. Chen Sheng then explained to Chen Sheng that Qin Yu was their brother and that he could tell him whatever he wanted. Chen Sheng told Qin Yu that the technique he practiced was called the sun absorption technique. It could absorb everything to help his cultivation grow. If the swallowed creature is a dragon beast, it will gain the dragon beast bloodline. If it is a demonic beast, it will gain the core of a demonic beast. And if it consumes a person, suddenly smiling, he said, "This is the biggest disadvantage of the sun absorption technique. It cannot absorb people." Chen Shang asked how he could be so non-serious at his age and asked him to get straight to the point. Chen Yu was forced to admit that this technique was indeed very powerful, and it was probably because of this in his previous life that he had not learned of Chen Sheng since he had died young. Chen Sheng explained that he had recently encountered a weakness in his cultivation, and therefore he needed strong demons or monsters to overcome this weakness. He had devoured many ordinary beasts before, but none of them were useful, so he decided that he would need a very powerful demonic beast to overcome his weakness. Unfortunately, it's quite difficult to find high-level and wild beasts. He was about to give up when suddenly the ninth brother said that there was a disturbance in the Hao Yue clan's ancient demon mountain, which was the reason why they had come here. Qin Yu asked Brother Chung if he was responsible for all the commotion on the mountain. Seeing his brother smirk, Chen Xing was stunned that he could do such a thing. Chen Shan asked what was the big deal if he did it or not. Whereupon he said they had better go and take care of business. After walking inside the mountain, Chen Shang explained that in front of them was an ancient demon mountain core formation, created by hundreds of Hao Yue's strongest masters. However, for some reason, there was a problem with the formation, causing the seal to become unstable and some of the suppressed demons began to wake up. If the formation collapses after a while, the entire demon race will wake up, and then there will be much suffering and misery. And to restore the formation, even the Hao Yue clan would need a lot of effort, money, and time, and it would damage the cultivation of the Hao Yue clan's competition members. And it was because of this that the best choice was to turn the case over to the three of them. Qin Yu became slightly uncomfortable as the prince did not hide the fact that he had done this. And Chen Sheng said that the ninth prince had managed to win his heart. Chen Shan explained that the formation had not yet been destroyed enough for the sealed demons to wake up, and so he had to pour oil on the fire. After saying that, the prince threw a certain object into the core, which immediately started devouring the core. And a few moments later, a rather large chunk broke off from the core. Immediately afterward, the mountain began to tremble, and a moment later, the first demon appeared. Seeing him, Chen Sheng smirked and said that he had been searching for a demon at the peak of the realm of delusion for too long. After which, Chen Sheng released his spiritual aura and asked Chen Shan with Qin Yu to control the other demons while he fought. Immediately afterward, he pulled out 2 hammers, and saying that he would be back soon, he rushed into battle. Seeing this, Qin Yu was surprised that Chen Sheng had a level 4 immortal weapon, and Chen Sheng asked how one could not carry a few guns when traveling the world. After which, he slashed the demon, leaving a huge wound on it. Qin Yu, on the other hand, took out the spear of the god of war and used the divine thunder spear technique, destroying many demons. Chen Shang was surprised at how much stronger Qin Yu had become. After all, he had only used one technique to kill all those demons. To which Qin Yu replied that these demons were too weak, and glancing towards Chen Sheng suggested that the end of the battle was nearing. Chen Shen connected the 2 hammers, making the sun and moon appear in the air. Using the hammer technique of the sun, moon, and thunder, he fused the weapons together and turned into a huge giant, becoming taller than the demon before him. Scared of such a strong enemy, the demon planned to escape, but Chen Shang was faster and destroyed him with a single blow. Qin Yu was surprised at such a terrifying hammer technique and assumed that it was at least a martial art of the highest heavenly stage. Except that there are a few drawbacks to this technique. Chen Shang inquired about the disadvantages of this technique, to which Qin Yu replied that this hammer had to be used in combination with 2 hammers, and each time they were used, they would damage the wielder. Although it could be recovered in a short period of time, but if the hammer was used too often, it could leave dark scars and diseases. After telling this, Qin Yu asked Chen Shan not to worry about it, as he was going to deal with the hammer method and improve it. Chen Shang smiled and said that he hoped Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Chen Shang reached for the core of the slain demon, saying that he would surely be able to interrupt with it. Just as suddenly, a scream was heard in the sky, and it was covered with lightning. Chen Shan looked at the formation near where the demon had crawled and asked how such a thing was possible. After all, he had only broken a small part of it, and the demon shouted that they would all die here. Qin Yu realized what had happened and told Chen Shan that they had been tricked. Chen Shan was stunned at what he heard and asked what the man meant. Qin Yu explained that in the competition of the 8 great ruling dynasties, the strongest opponent is Chen Sheng. But if he dies here, after realizing what Qin Yu wanted to say, Chen Shang loudly cursed at the Hao Yue imperial family, for the latter had proven to be too devious. The demon rushed towards Qin Yu, and he estimated that such suppression was equal to the level of the destruction realm, and the power of the pressure from it was not inferior to the power of the underground blood bat he had met before. Qin shouted to the princes that they should run away, when suddenly, many previously sealed demons got in their way. Chen Sheng tried to attack the monster as he suddenly saw a shadow, and in the next instant, the huge demon stepped on him. Chen Shang was so shocked at the loss of the 17th prince that he froze as the demon flew towards him. But a moment before the impact, Qin Yu saved Chen Shan. Looking at the behemoths, Chen Shang admitted that this was all his fault and asked Qin Yu to leave if he had a trump card up his sleeve to do so. The demon said, "They're all going to die here today," immediately after which he attacked Qin Yu with a flaming axe. But a moment before the strike, Qin Yu pulled out the spear of the god of war and used the Thunder Sky Spear to defend against the attack. The demon asked Qin Yu if this was all he was capable of, after which he ordered the rest of the demons to stay out of the fight, for he desires to know what the limit of the man before him is. Qin Yu thought that the demon in front of him was not that strong, and he was inferior to him since he had not yet reincarnated. But the problem is 4 more great demons, and on top of that one floating in the air. The demon swung his axe again, but to his surprise, Qin Yu managed to block the blow. Immediately afterward, the demon broke the distance to avoid being counterattacked. The demon was surprised by the power of the man in front of him, hence he strengthened and attacked Qin Yu again, wanting to test how the man could dodge the next blow. Qin Yu realized that his affairs were bad and decided to put more effort into it, partially transforming into a dragon form. But a moment before it struck, the demon stopped and immediately kneeled down. Qin Yu was surprised because of what had just happened. Suddenly, the rest of the demons kneeled behind him, and the hovering demon greeted the Lord of the 4 heavenly demons. Suddenly, a portal opened behind Qin Yu, and the 4 heavenly demon lord emerged from it. Qin Yu suddenly sensed something and immediately broke the distance with him. Although there were no fluctuations in strength coming from the 4 heavenly demon lord, but the pressure coming from him was much stronger than the great demons around. Besides, a bloodsucker bat isn't even close to him. As soon as the overlord took a step, Chen Shan was forced to take a knee due to the pressure. As he approached Qin Yu, the overlord raised his hand at him, and unexpectedly, the overlord placed his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder. Afterward, he smirked and said that he had finally found it. Hearing this, Chen Shang was shocked at how the overlord behaved, and the great demons froze in incomprehension. Only the hovering demon wanted to ask the Lord what was going on, just as suddenly the man laughed and asked Qin Yu to come along with him. Qin Yu was surprised that the 4 heavenly demon lord knew him, and furthermore, judging from his attitude, he was trying to make a friendship. Qin Yu wanted to understand what was even going on right now. Just as suddenly, he remembered Zhao Xuan and assumed that it was all her doing. After realizing what was involved, Qin Yu agreed to go along with the overlord. But before he did, he said he wanted to take one person with him. Overlord turned around and said he was fine with that. As suddenly the hovering demon flew towards the overlord and asked for him to stop. The demon shouted that this man had killed his favorite child, and therefore he must be killed. Hearing this, the lord of the 4 heavenly demons waved his hand, which created a huge rift in the sky. And in the next instant, the hovering demon's body landed not far from them, but without its head. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu realized that the overlord was much stronger than he had imagined. After which he, along with Chen Shan, followed the overlord to the cliff. Raising his hand, the lord opened the portal, then told Qin Yu that the empress was waiting for them. After which the lord turned to Chen Shan and ordered the latter to wait here. Immediately after which he and Qin Yu disappeared together after entering the portal. Pondering Qin Yu's connection with the demon empress, Chen Shan wondered if Qin Yu was a member of the demon clan. Well friends, I don't know about you, but I like this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing. So if you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. If new chapters of this title are released, I will definitely make a continuation. All the best. See you soon.